And we're here for the first semi-final of the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships between the number 1 seed Brazil and the number 4 seed Korea. And this is a women's division game as we have the ball underway with 11 minutes 41 seconds on that clock. Longini, the right winger for Brazil, throws a bouncing ball, right-handed fractured over the top of the number 3 for Korea, who is playing down on the left wing. She throws this one right-handed down the line, but it's wide of the post. It's in the hand of the number 9 for Brazil. The number 9 gets the ball bounced into her. Santos with the ball from one step in. She hunkers down, spins and throws. It's a bouncing ball towards the middle of Korea. That is the number 1 who passes across to her left. Right-handed throw from the left winger of Brazil of Korea into the feet of Brazil. Passes across to her right where we find Santos, the centre for Brazil being Silva. Santos, a ball nearly through the legs of the Korean centre who passes it across to her right. It's in the hands of the right winger for Korea. This is the number 2. I do apologise. Right winger, diagonal throw into Silva. No problem for her. The number 4 passes across to Longini, the number 1, from a couple of steps in off the right post. It's a cross-court ball and it goes wide of the left winger's post for Korea. Korea now with the ball. The number 3 is on that left wing and she goes for another line ball, but this time finds the kneecaps of Santos, who chases her own ball and runs back towards her own goals, but throws the ball straight out, fearing that 10-second shot clock. 10 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Both teams remaining scoreless at this stage. Number 3 for Korea, right-handed, comes for a cross-court ball, only to find the shoes of Silva, the centre for Brazil, who dives legs towards her right. Ball blocked out on the right side of Brazil's goals. Santos now, the number 9, hunkers down, front on throw on this occasion, goes towards the body and the legs of the centre for Korea, who passes across to her right in the hands of the number 2, who comes from about 2 steps in. She runs and throws down towards the gap, and it's through the hands of Silva, but not over the body of Longini. Longini now with a tunnel bowling action, back towards, it's flicked off the feet of the right winger into the body of the centre for Korea, and we have a whistle stoppage. Just scanning to have a quick look to see what's going on. It is an equipment check of some description, and already the number 1 for Korea, Seo, has her first shoelace that needs tying. On the court for Korea, other is Park, Seo, and G. 3 has the ball. 3 doesn't have the ball. 3 is playing on left wing. Number 2 has the ball, and she throws a cross-court ball into the legs of Silva, who gets up, spins around with grace, and passes it across to Santos. Santos with the bouncing ball towards the legs, and fractured forwards off the legs of the left winger for Korea. Centre chases number 1. Seo throws the ball herself into the body of Silva, who blocks it wide of the left side of Brazil's goals. The ball in the hands of Longini, who turns and faces her own goals, runs backwards, tunnels it between her legs, tries to go for the gap between Seo and her right winger, that number 2. Number 2 for Korea, right-hander going back towards Longini's body. It's collected easily, though, by the number 1 for Brazil. She passes it across to her right. It's in the hands of Santos. She spins. It's a bouncing, looping throw, but collected easily by Seo in the middle, who gets up and quick returns for Korea into the body of Santos. Santos gathers this one and thinks about a quick return, decides against it, goes back to a post. The number 9, Santos, bouncing ball towards the line, collected on the hands by the left winger for Korea. The left winger from 2 meters in. She throws right-handed down towards the gap between Silva and Santos, and Silva kicks it wildly away. The centre for Brazil. Good strong legs. Wild block out though. Ball back underway with Longini. She turns and faces her own goals. 2 meters in. It's a bouncing ball. It's going towards the post. The right winger's post for Korea, but she gets her hands to it and blocks it wide. 8:44 left on the clock. Score is still 0-0. If the scores remain at this, we have to go into extra time as this game needs a result. First blood scored by Korea! That goal coming from the Korean right winger, bouncing off the body of Silver and into the back of the net for the Koreans, going up 1-0. So at the moment we have a guaranteed result. 1-0 to the Koreans. What will Brazil do about this? Ball is being bounced by Santos into the body of the Korean centre. Sayor, number 1, slowly pass it to her left, giving the left winger not a lot of time to line up her throw, and she throws it wide of the right hand post where Santos is positioned. Santos now moves out of the way and lets Longini come along and collect the ball. Longini with the ball turns and faces her own goals, runs backwards, bounces it through her leg. She's going to go for the post for the number 1, the right winger. Not the number 1, the number 2, but the number 2 is equal to it and is able to get it out. Park, the number 2 for Korea. Number 2 for Korea. Cross-court ball. Park throws it into the body of Santos, but Santos blocks it wide. Santos, the number 9, comes in to about 2 metres, hunkers down, turns, spins, throws. It's that bouncing ball, and it's going towards the left winger for Korea, the number 3, G. G is all over it on this occasion. Right-handed G throws the ball. It's a line ball wide of Santos's post. The first goal for Korea coming up and over the body of Silva. It's interesting that they haven't gone back there, and instead they're trying to go for the post of Santos. Longini with the ball from the left side of Brazil's goals. Bouncing ball towards and fractured up and over, but not across the goal line of the right winger for Korea. Park, great second effort, who quickly throws the ball back into the body of Silva. Silva, the centre for Brazil, quickly returns it back towards Park. Park, a fracture forward into the body of the centre, the number 1, who throws it back straight away. Sayor hitting Longini on her hands on the left side of Brasilia's goals. Longini turns, runs backwards, bounces the ball back into the body of Sayor, who sits up a little bit too high. The ball nearly squeezed underneath into the back of the net. Ball now in the hands of Park on the right of Sayor. Park throws the ball into the hands of Silva. Silva collects and goes to the back tee. She winds up her throw. She spins. Bouncing ball back towards the gap between Sayor and Park. And again, Sayor sits up and just sort of pokes her arms dangerously towards the ball. Sayor passes the ball to her left with G, the number 3, the left winger for Korea, who gets it up and throws it into the body of Santos. Santos hunkers, spins and throws from 2 metres in from a post, and it's blocked out by G. About half a metre in from the left post for Korea. 6 minutes and 40 odd seconds to go as G rolls the ball back into Santos, the number 9. Santos with that ball, hunkers down, turns, spins, throws. It's back towards G. It's collected, nearly flicked over the top by Sayo in the middle, but G was there comfortably. Number 3, cross-court ball. No, it's going to be on that narrow angle between Silva and Santos. Silva does the chasing after the fracture forward off her feet and passes back to Santos, the number 9 for Brazil. 2 metres in, front on throw, through the legs of G and into the back of the net. Scores go level at 6 minutes and 17 seconds to go in this first half. Brazil 1, Korea 1. And the number 2 with the ball, Park, throws the ball into the gap between Silva and Longini on the left side of Brazil's goals. But Silva is there, passes across to Longini. Cross-court bouncing ball into the body of G, who let the last goal through for Brazil. G is equal to it on this occasion. Right-handed, she throws the ball from 3 metres off her left post down towards the corner post of Santos on the right of Brazilia's goals. The right winger Santos kicks it out and has no problems keeping it under control. Santos now front on throw. She goes for what looks like a line ball, but it curls in and it hits G 1.5 metres in at the end of her wing line. G blocks the ball out. It's dropped in by goal judge and fellow commentator Sean Fitzpatrick. G comes in and throws the ball. It's an angle ball into the body of Santos and nearly through her lazy arms. She didn't extend her arms all the way. Thought it was going to get her on the chest. Santos replies with a spin ball into the body and up and over G, and Santos finds her second goal. Brazil now with the momentum on their side. 2 goals Brazil, 1 goal Korea. 5 minutes and 36 seconds to go, and Korea call a timeout. It's definitely an appropriate time to call a timeout for these two sides. We've seen 2 quick goals go in through the number 3, the left wing for Korea, G. Brazil only had the 1 lapse in concentration in the 8-minute period when a ball fractured off the top of Silva and into the back of the net. Since then, no, Brazil have looked 100% solid, and we're starting to see the gaps open up and the fractures and errors occurring at the Korean defense. Can Korea get one more goal back and tie the scores up as the coaches make their ways off court? It's semi-finals. It's finals day, really. We're having the 4 semi-finals of 1v4 and 2v3 in both the women's and men's division of this IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. As we're now back underway, right-handed throw from the left side of goals into the body of Silva, who blocks it out on the right side of Brazil's goals. Ball back in the hands with the number 9, Santos. Santos hunkers down, turns, spins, throws, and it's a wide ball. She was looking for that line of the post of the left winger for Korea, but was not able to find it. Ball now in the hands of the right winger, the number 2, Park. Right-handed ball. It's a line ball going towards Longini, who fractures it forward but is able to collect. Longini, right, two-handed really. Tunnel balls it off the legs of Park and into the back of the net. Sayor was not over enough to help cover the gap, and Park's top leg got a battering off the ball and it deflected it into the goals. Brazil now well and truly with momentum their way. 3-1 as Sayor, the centre for Korea. Powerful shot there. Silva is not quick enough to get it, and Longini blocks it forward. Silva does the chasing, and she winds up just throwing it across the sideline, not even wanting to try and attempt to pass it back to a teammate, fearing that 10-second clock. A couple of the things I've pulled out of this tournament so far is that teams need to learn how to tie their shoelaces and count to 10. There was heaps of time left. Park now cross-court ball off the feet of Silva, who blocks it wide of Santos. That could have deflected up and in. Dangerous throws from both teams, causing problems at all ends. Santos spins and throws it wide. She's going after the post of G, but has not been able to find it. G with the ball in her hands. The number 3 for Korea comes in off her post into the body of Silva, who fractures the ball off the side of court, but it rolls slowly away. Neither Santos nor Silva were in any particular hurry to get the ball, so that 10-second clock is really running out of time, and Brazil have called a time out to just collect their thoughts together, calm everyone down, make sure everyone knows what's going on. So today is our finals day. We have 1 versus 4 right now in the women's division of this Youth World Championships. 1 being Brazil and 4 being Korea. The winner of this will pack their bags and go for gold later on today. The runners-up of this match will head towards the bronze medal playoff. Their competitors will be decided at 11:30 when we have the match between Great Britain, ranked number 2, and Australia, ranked number 3. That is women's games. I'll talk about men's games in the next break we have, because we're now back underway with the ball bouncing, looping ball from Longini off a post into the feet of Sayor, who blocks it off to the left of the goals in front of G, number 3, G. Cross-court ball now, in narrow angle into the body of Silva. Now pass across to the right-hand side. Number 9, Santos from 2 meters in. Santos line ball wide of G's post. Santos really going for G's post, but a radar not on today. It's really going off, and we have a substitution for the Koreans. We're seeing number 3, G, being substituted off, and in her place is the number 7 coming onto the court. Bong, number 7 for Korea, coming on, and it looks like there's been a bit of swapsies going on for the Koreans, as Bong looks like she'll be taking up the right wing. G was playing on the left wing, so there's a bit of a player rotation. I can't quite make out the numbers for you, but I will update you with the Korean positions as the game goes on. Bong is now on the court in the right wing, the number 7. Ball is in the hands of the number 2, so Park has moved to the left wing for Korea, meaning that Sayo still remains in the middle. Park, line ball, throws it straight out though, directly in front of her, getting her radar off. Ball in the hands of Santos as she's joined by Longini. Longini and Santos change wings. Longini from the left side bounces the ball into Sayo in the middle, who quite calmly passes it across to Bong, number 7, from 3 metres in off the right hand side. The substitute immediately effective there with a great ball onto the legs, the very, very toes of the centre Silva, who passes across to a left, where Santos is now playing on that left wing. Santos throwing straight into Bong, the number 7, and Bong bounces back and bashes it into Silva. Silva passes across to Longini, throwing from 3 metres in. Longini with the bounce ball in the gap. Oh, nearly over the feet of Sayor, but she keeps them out of the way and leaves it for Park, the number 2, to collect on her body. Park, narrow cross into the number 4, the centre's hands for Brazil. Silva passes to her left to Santos. Santos bouncing ball towards Bong. Bong bashes the ball down into the ground, and Bong picks it up from 1.5 metres in. She throws it back up the court, deflected away by the hands of Silva, and Santos wasn't there near her post. Santos dove in to cover the gap, and the ball nearly went into those goals but was blocked the wrong way. We're live again as the ball fractures straight away. Dangerous scenes from both ends. That ball from Longini from the right side bounced off the feet of Sayo and into the body of the left winger, who then second effort to keep it from her goal line. All sorts of things, and now here we go. That ball there catching Sayo off her arms, and it rolled into the open corner post because Bong had dived in behind. So an exact repeat of a couple of throws before from Brazil, where Silva blocked it wide of Santos. The only difference being that one went into the goals, but the one on Brazil's end was blocked wide. This is a game of millimetres, inches. Ball is out at the moment and will be dropped into the left winger for Korea. Left winger, right-handed, she will throw. Park, cross-court ball, hits the body of Silva, who again blocks this one wide, parallel though to the goals. 2 minutes 26 remaining, Brazil up 4-1. Santos with the ball from the left side. She spins round, hits the body of Sayor in the middle. Sayor moves it to Bong, who throws 3 metres in from the right post. Bong fractured through the hands of Silva, fractured off the body of Santos. Silva now with the ball, turns and spins, and she goes for the gap between Sayor and Bong, but Bong fractures it forward and then does the chasing before throwing the ball into the body, directly onto the body of number 4 for Brazil. Silva passes to Longini, who comes from a couple of steps in, bounces the ball, it's going on the angle, it's out of the reach of Sayo, but not out of the reach of the body of Bong. Bong blocks it down and now throws a ball right into the corner from 3 metres in to the left side of Brazil's goals. Santos is equal to it though and sends a bouncing ball back towards Bong, who traps it down on her feet but fractures it forward. Bong gets up and does her own chasing, now lines up and throw. A lot of fractures here from both teams. That ball's just outside of the reach of Silva in the centre. Not a lot of overlap between Silva and Longini on that occasion. Longini from the right. Bounce ball nearly underneath Sayo, but she's able to keep it down and pass it to her left. The ball is in their hands for the left winger, Park. Park throwing the ball, flicked off the feet of Silva again. Another dangerous fracture from Silva. Should have left that one alone. Longini's chest would have been there to block it down. Longini with the throw. It's through the awkward hands of Sayo, but into the body of Bong. Bong now comes back, finds the body of Silva. Again another fracture forward from Silva. Both these sides are a little bit tense at the moment. Santos now rolls the ball just towards the goals of Korea. It's out of the reach of Sayo and into the feet of Bong. Bong fractures it forward, now collects and throws it back up towards the court. Silva there, much better block, traps it down on her arms and passes it across to Longini. Longini with the ball, facing her own goals from 2 steps in off the right hand post. Pass it back into Sayo. One of those bounce balls will go under the body of Sayo. She's sitting up very high. Sayo passes to her left to Park. Park, cross court ball, fracturing off the body of Santos. An incredible passage of play here with 16.2 seconds to go before half time. Be 2 to 3 throws remaining. Santos bouncing ball into the body of Bong. Bong collects. This will be the last throw of the half as Bong thunders the ball back down towards the court and scores! She splits the gap between Silva and Santos. Brazilian centre and winger not overlapping on the left side with 2.1 seconds left on the clock. There could be one more throw. Longini goes straight away into the body of Sayo, and that's half time. What a half we have had. This is incredible. The Koreans showing that they have got plenty of fight in them. Score 2. As we look at the scoreboard from up in the commentary box, both the scores were cleared as they change them over for half time, but I can tell you that Korea have 2 goals to their name, getting the first and last one of the first half, with Brazil scoring 4, the 4-1s during the middle section. What an amazing period of play. And it's only going to get better from here. High stakes. This match will determine who goes to the gold and who goes to the bronze. The second semi-final of the women's division of this 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships will be played at 11:30, and that will be between the teams of Great Britain, who are currently ranked number 2, and Australia, who are currently ranked number 3. The next game we will have at 10:15, once this match is completed, will be the first match of the men's division, or the boys. It'll be the number 1 ranked Thailand team who've come out of the blocks firing with the bounce balls and throws from number 7 Tanya Wanepong. They'll be taking up the boys from Scandinavia, Sverige, the Swedes, with their amazing cheer squad of legion of fans. It's like they've brought every aunt and uncle of every player in that team down along with them. That game will be at 10:15, Thailand versus Sweden. The then follow-up match to determine who will join the victors and the runners-up in the relevant gold and bronze medal matches for the boys will occur at 12:45. That will be between the teams of Polska, who are Poland, currently ranked at number 3, and the number 2 ranked team of this tournament, Brazil. The Brazilian boys have put on some wonderful displays of goalball for us, and there's even been a bit of family banter on the court as we've seen the Arujo brothers crash into each other a couple of times. There's not much long to go before we reach the end of this half, with 17 seconds to go. Which team will be packing their bags and heading towards the gold medal? Which team will be playing off for bronze? Score is 2-4 in favour of Brazil, but Korea started the match with a goal and ended the first half with another goal. So momentum with them going into this second half. We'll bring you the lineups as we go through, and we'll double check the numbers for you to make sure we give you the best information we have as to who is on the court. For Korea, Seo looks like she's still remaining in the middle, the number 1 for that Korean team. With the net between us and the players, it's not easy to identify, but we'll get them to you as we can. So it is the same lineup. On the left we have the number 2, top left-hand corner of screen, Park, and on the bottom left-hand corner is Bong, the number 7, the individual that came on at half-time. First throw, right-handed discus, straight away from the Koreans into the body of Brazil. Santos, continuing from the left wing, sends a bouncing ball across, off the body, and into the goal straight away, off the hands of Seo, and into the right corner post. Bong had come in to try and cover the gap between her and Seo, and of course left the post open and wasn't able to cover up the deflection. Ball in the hands of that number 2, who came across and throws the ball from the right across into the body of Longini on the right for Brazil. Good cross-court ball by the Koreans. Longini bouncing ball into the chest of number 2, who is Park. Park, right-handed, she goes for the post of Longini, who blocks it wide. Longini just off her toes though. Longini comes into the middle from the back tee. She faces backwards and runs backwards and bounces the ball off towards, looking for the corner post of Bong, the number 7. But Bong is equal to it and sends the ball back into the body of Silva. She collects the ball, passes it across to her left, where we have Santos. Santos turns, spins, bouncing ball back and through. And blocked up and over the top of the goals. blocked out to the side. Correction, blocked out to the side. Ball thrown back, and it's right away causing all sorts of problems for Brazil as we have to stop and have an official's time out equipment check. Both these sides have found an extra gear in this game. I've had the privilege of watching Brazil and Korea play a number of other matches through this tournament, and I tell you, they've both found this 7th gear. None of them are wanting to give up. Brazil with the lead, and Santos makes the throw from the playback. Santos into the body of Bong, straight up and out, fractured off the right hand side. Bong, cross court ball, but only to find the body of Silva, who passes across to her left. Balls with Longini, who comes from a post. Longini looking for that narrow angle into the body of Seyor. Seyor passes to her left, and it's in the hands of the number 2, Park. Right-handed, she throws a cross-court ball. It's nearly through Silva's arms, but she dives late on top of it and gets it just in time. Silva passes to Santos. Santos spins, throws, bouncing ball wide of Bong's post. Santos really struggling to hit the post balls today. Bong, the number 7, returns the ball into the post, and Santos is late to dive on top of it, but is able to block it down and out just in time. Longini now joins Santos on the left side of Brazil's goals before moving back to her side from 2 meters in off the right post. Longini with the bounce tunnel ball into the bodies of the left winger for Korea. From her post, she will throw right-handed. Great cross-court ball into the body of Santos, who blocks it wide and forward. Ball dropped in by co-commentator and current goal judge Sean Fitzpatrick. Santos from her left, 1.5 meters in. She turns, spins and throws it to bouncing ball down towards the line of Bong, but Bong is equal to it and covers her post cleanly as the ball again was wide. Another wide throw by Santos. Bong, bouncing ball towards the body of the Brazilian centre. That looked like it almost hit her in the face. Brazil's Silva from the back tee throws again wide of Bong's post. I don't know what the instructions have been, but they haven't been target the goal judge on that right side, I am sure. Bong now with the ball, bounces it, tries to go for the gap between Silva and Santos, and nearly finds it. Silva demanding an eye check with her hand straight up in the air, and the referee pays it to her. Longini has come and taken the ball, but I believe the goal judge will be required to snap that ball off Longini and bounce it back in. During equipment checks that player asks for, if your team has possession of the ball and you want that check, the ball will be taken off your team, but your 10 seconds will reset. Longini doesn't use the 10 seconds though from the stoppage and throws a cross-court ball into the body of Bong, who blocks it wide of the right side of Korea's goals. Ball dropped back into Bong. From 2 meters in off the right post, she throws into the body of Silva, who fractures it forward, chases it and gives it back to Longini, who turns and spins on the spot with a tunnel ball. This one, crazy legs there from Park, the number 2. And the ball's rolled forward and no one's really sure what's going on. In the end, though, it is just nudged across the sideline by the centre, Seyor, the number 1 for Korea, during that 10-second clock. Ball now with the hands of the right winger for Brazil. We have a bit of conversation at the moment. Just to break in play, get a bit of calm. Nothing has come of it though, as Longini turns and faces her own goals, sends the ball wildly through the gap between Seyor and Bong. Great narrow angle ball from post into that gap between the centre and right winger of Korea, and Brazil with another goal to their name. They're now 4 goals ahead of the Koreans. What can they do about it? Ball thrown up into the hands of Brazil, and now Santos spins, throws, bouncing ball. It's wide of Bong's post. The last goal going between Bong and Seyor, not between Bong and her post, but Brazil persists with that post shot. Bong throwing the ball into the body of Silva. Silva now passes it across to her left. 2 meters in from that goal line is Longini, fracturing ball off Seyor's feet, who rolled backwards with her hip on that occasion. Poor form there by Seyor. Pass it across to her left. Right-handed, the ball is thrown by Park, and it's wide of the left post for Brazil 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. Brazil up 4 goals, 6 to their name. Korea trailing, only have 2 to theirs. Korea scored in with the first goal and the last goal of the first half. I thought maybe the momentum would carry with them into this second half, but unfortunately Brazil are starting to run away here. With a 2-goal lead at half-time, they now have extended that to a 4-goal lead, doubling their lead. Ice Age check for Santos now completed as she spins and throws the ball. Looking for that gap between Sayor and Bong, where the previous goal came from. But Bong was there, fracturing it forward into Sayor, who passes it back to Bong. Bong throws it into the legs, narrow cross of Silva, who passes to her right. Longini from 2 metres in. Longini cross-court ball into the body of Bong, who blocks it up forwards and out of the court on that right-hand side of goals for Korea. Bong, reply shot into the body of Silva. Plenty of overlap there as Silva does the chasing, but the ball trickles wide of the sideline and was blocked so far forward it was declared a ball over. The ball is blocked over the sideline in front of your team's high ball line. It actually goes to the opposition. What can they do about it? Korea has a go at throwing the ball. The left winger, Park, came across to throw that ball from the right side on Bong's side of the court, but instead of throwing a successful line ball, throws an illegal high ball. Park now, the number 2 for Korea, will have to defend the entire 9-metre wide goal by herself for one throw. And Longini has that ball in her hands on the left post. Longini running, looking for the cross-court, bounces, and it's just wide of Park and into the goals. Park just needed to go an extra foot to her left to block it down, but she wasn't able to get there. Brazil now well and truly running away with this match with 7 minutes 55 seconds to go. Score is in the favour of Brazil, 7-2. Ball now thrown from the Koreans into the centre of Silva, who blocks it forward and wide. Ball dropped back in now. It's with Longini, the scorer of that penalty. Longini, though, facing backwards, runs and tries to get the gap between the bodies of Park and Sayor, and it fractures wildly into Bong on the right side. Bong, cross-court ball into the toes of Silva, fractured forward dangerously, gathered calmly though and passed to Longini. Longini, same bounce ball, almost the same result, this time collected by Park, who throws from her post, right-handed the number 2, into the same shot again. Body of Silva, who flicks it with her knees off to the sideline. 2 metres in from the right post comes Longini on the play. Fractured through the feet of Sayo again into the feet of Park. Brazil will get another goal through that gap, unless of course Korea can block it up. This time the ball is thrown from the left winger Park into the body of Silva. Silva passes across to her right. Santos slams the ball down to the ground and nearly through the arms of Sayor, who dives to her right. And we have a stoppage for Korea as they call a timeout. And I tell you what, they definitely need a timeout just to calm things down. That pressure coming from Brazil, well and truly thundering that ball down at them hard and fast, fracturing the ball off Sayo and Park. A lot of dangerous throws, but what can Korea do? The coach will be just saying, calm down, focus on your defense, and here are the spots I want you to target. Where are they going to try and find 5 goals to tie the scores to take us through to extra time, and 6 goals to get us in front? Coaches are off the court as we wait for play to be resumed. Ball with the right winger for Korea, who's 3 metres from her post. Right-handed throw. She sends us up towards the body of Santos, who runs forward, does the chasing, and goes back to her own goals. But instead of trying to have a throw at Korea, just turfs it over the sideline, fearing that 10-second clock. I don't think it was anywhere near 10 seconds, though. Ball being dropped into the right winger for Korea. Bong, who comes in from 2 steps. Bouncing ball from Bong into the body of Silva, who walks it across to Longini to her right. Longini from 2 metres in, facing the wrong way, bounces the ball nearly through those legs of Sayo. There's that dangerous gap. A ball will go through there again. Sayo passes the ball to her left with Park. Park going for the body of Longini. Santos leaving that, Silva leaving the one alone for Longini to get. Longini bounce ball. This one is through! Longini finding success after finding fracture after fracture. Finally finds the gap between Sayor and the left winger Park. Korea now trailing by 6 goals. What are they going to do about it? Bong throws it straight away, and it's collected by Longini, who does the throwing. She's going to go back towards that same spot she found her last goal and all those fractures, but it's a flat ball and it's no problem for Sayo and Park. Park, right hand across court, nearly through the arms of Silva, getting her stretching really wide left and right in both directions. Silva passes the ball across to Santos. Santos bouncing ball, nearly through another gap on the other side of the centre, and it's blocked out. Just to try and recap on that ball, it went and it flicked off the bodies of the right winger. No time to describe it though, as this one goes into the goals for Korea. On the reply throw, Park sends a narrow angle ball. It goes through the hands of Silva. And Santos, where were you? Standing up and letting the ball right past you into the goals. Longini now from the right side, fracturing off the body of Sayo. Both teams have now moved out of 7th gear and into 8th gear. This is quality goalball we're seeing. Right-handed throw from Park, looking for that same gap where she scored her last goal. It's blocked out by Santos though. Score is 3 goals to Korea, 8 goals to Brazil. Brazil in the box seat with 5 minutes 19 seconds to go. Santos with the bouncing ball. It's wide of the Korean goals on the right hand side. Bong with the ball. What's she gonna do? She sends it straight into the body of Silva. Silva's starting to slow down. She's looking tired. Silva passes the ball to her right. Longini from 2 meters in bounces the ball. Late trap there by Sayo, who goes for the quick return off the ground. Not even standing up to throw that. Hits the body of Longini, plenty of time to react. Longini looking for that gap again, which she scored so many times, and hits the body of Park, and it rolls over the top of Park, but she gets her top arm down, clamming down behind her back. Gathers the ball and throws a narrow ball into the corner post of Longini. Park and Longini having a bit of a battle of the wits at the moment, and Brazil call a time out. This one will be another one to say, calm down, girls. Look at the scoreboard, 8 goals to 3. You're 5 goals up. Slow the tempo down. They're causing the errors. You don't need to. The winner of this game will go through till the gold medal, and we're versing the winners of the match at 11:30. That will either be Great Britain or Australia. All of these matches today require a result. We haven't had a tie yet in this competition. We have had a tie. Australia-Germany was a tie. That was a 2-2 tie there between Australia and Germany. Our first tie and only tie of the competition so far. Now, pool matches can end in a tie, but here in the semi-series and the finals, the games must have a result. If the scores tie at the end of 2 12-minute halves, we go into extra time. That is 2 additional 3-minute halves, and they are golden goal. As soon as a goal is scored, the halves end. If at the end of those 2 3-minute halves, so that extra 6 minutes of play, there is still a tie on the scoreboard, we go to a penalty shootout. Ball now in the hands of Santos, 2 meters in from the left post. Bounces the ball and it goes into the body of Bong right on her post. Bong throws it from 2 meters in into the body of Silva, fractured wide of Silva and off the sideline. Silva again fracturing the ball. Brazil are going to be exhausted by the time they reach their next match, as are Korea. Brazil, or depending on which team comes up trumps, will have a longer break though. Korea, Bong, through, fractured off the hands of Silva into the body as it ricochets off Santos. But Santos gets enough of it to send it wide of her sideline. Santos from 2 meters in. She comes, she spins, she throws. Bouncing ball into the bodies of Sayor and Bong. Blocked wide across the right-hand sideline of Korea's goals. Bong now with the ball as it was dropped back in. Bong, cross-court ball. It hits the body of the right winger for Brazil, number 1, Longini. Longini with the bounce ball. Collected Very dangerously by Park. Sayo nearly tipping it over. That gap again exposing himself. Speaking of the gap, that ball's rolling on the goal line! That was damn close to going in. Park with the ball, splitting the gap between Silva and Longini. Longini threw her fingertips and the ball just rolled delicately along the goal line. No one from the Brazilian team went to get it. Not Longini, not Silva, not Santos. In the end, it happened to just sort of roll into Santos and she picks it up and threw it across to the side. We have an official's time out equipment check at Korea's end for shoelaces. I'm definitely putting together that shoelace clinic if that is the last thing I do before the next tournament. Once the shoelaces of the Korean centre Seo are tied up nice and tight, we will be dropping that ball in. Perhaps the ref should just use some of that court tape to just tape the shoelaces down to stop these stoppages in play. Right-handed ball from Bong into the centre. Silva passes to her right. Longini, the tunnel ball expert, sends it crashing into that gap, that dangerous gap between Sayo and Park. It's still there. Another ball from Longini will definitely go through that gap. Park, cross-court ball into the body of Santos, who sort of pushes it out with her top hand. Ball dropped back in by co-commentator and goal judge Sean Fitzpatrick. Birthday boy of yesterday. Santos spins and bounces the ball. That one into the body of Bong. Fractured forward. She collects. Throws with her right arm into the body of Silva, the number 4 for Brazil. Pass it across to her right. Longini from 2 steps in. Tunnels it down towards the body of the Korean centre Sayo, who gets up for a quick return, throwing it into the body of Silva. Silva collects and will hold onto the ball as we have a whistle stoppage. It's a substitution for Brazil. We're saying goodbye to the number 7 of Brazil. Correction, number 4, Silva is exiting the pitch, and coming on is the number 7. The number 7 for Brazil is Franca. We've seen her a couple of times throughout this tournament. What will she bring in this semi-final? 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go. Korea have quite the mountain to climb, trailing Brazil by 5 goals. Brazil 8, Korea 3. Ball back underway as it is with Longini on the right-hand side. From 1.5 meters in, she bounces the ball. That's going towards that gap between Sayo and Park, and Nelly finds it kicked wildly off Sayo's feet into Park, who now throws a line ball down towards the body of Longini. Blocking it out at the last moment with her feet, diving towards her right. Longini from her post. What's she going to do this time? She spins and throws. It's a bouncing ball. Loops past the body of Sayo, who sets up too high. Kicked forward by Bong. Sayo with the cleanup. Turns and spins and bounces the ball discus style into the feet of Longini. Longini from 2 meters in. Bounces the ball back towards Sayo and Park. That gap. That deadly gap. But Park is equal to it on this occasion. Park, cross-court ball into the body of the centre for Brazil, who passes it across to her left. Right-handed throw. That will be from Franca, the number 7 on that left wing. Collected by Sayo. Sayo with the ball. Discus. This is going to hit Santos, playing in the middle. The number 9. Pass it across to her right. Longini. Longini from 2 meters in. Bouncing ball. This one's going to go to the other side of Sayo, who again sits up too high and does not extend with her arms. If Longini can get it a little bit wider, she might be able to get it between Sayo and Bong. Santos, great dive into that gap, but has to chase it forward and blocks it over. Ball over to Korea. Brazil losing possession and losing an opportunity to go 9-3 up on the Koreans, but that's okay. Ball with Sayo. She goes and looks for the gap between Santos and Longini. There is no gap. Santos fracturing it forward, passing it. No. Yes, Longini. Longini with a front-on throw. Nelly tries to confuse me because it definitely wasn't her trademark tunnel ball. Bong now with the ball. Cross-court into Longini. This time she gets up and faces her own goals. This is the traditional throw we recognise from Longini. Bouncing ball into the gap between Park and Sayo, but it's safely protected by Park, the left winger. From her post, she comes right-handed into the hands of Santos, the number 9. Collects and passes to Franca. We have a timeout for Brazil with 44.2 2 seconds left on the clock. Brazil leading by 5 goals. Brazil 8, Korea 3 with this little time left on the clock, 44.2 seconds. You'd be pretty safe to say that Brazil will be packing their bags and going to a gold medal game later today. But who knows? Who knows? Ball with the left hand on the left side of goals for Brazil. It is with Franca. The final 40-odd seconds to go. Franca sends the ball into Bong. Blocked forward by the number 7. She collects. She runs it. It's going to be a diagonal ball across into Santos's feet. Santos has to do the chasing off her own fracture. Longini, bounce ball, going for the post. A different side of Park, but she's equal to it. Park searching for her goals, lines up with the left wing, runs across cross-court ball, and that's wide at the high ball line for the Brazilians on the left side of their goal. Ball collected by goal judge Sean Fitzpatrick. It's dropped into Franca, but Longini comes across. Longini wanting to extend their score line. Goal difference doesn't matter though. Longini bouncing ball wide of Brazil's goals. With 9.9 seconds, there'll be 1 to 2 throws left in this game. Korea just going to count down the clock. No, they're going to have one more shot at scoring. Fractured over the body of Santos and with Longini. Can Longini get it down the phone before the buzzer? No, she can't. That is game. We're all out of time. Korea, what a wonderful attempt there. Getting 2 goals in the first half and 1 goal in the second, bringing their total to 3 goals for this match. But Brazil, the runaway victors. Brazil, pack your bags. You're off to a gold medal game. Korea, commiserations. You are off to the bronze medal match. They will be occurring later today. We await to see who you get to play. The winners of our other women's semi-final match will be at 11, or will be played at 11:30. The winners won't be found out probably till about 12:30, but that will be between Great Britain and Australia. Now, coming up will be our next match. It'll be a male semi-final. This is between the number 1 ranked Thailand and the number 4 ranked Sweden. This is the first semi-final for the boys' competition. The winner of this also will be going to a gold medal match later today. The gold medal for the boys is at 6:45 later tonight. So lots of goalball to come along, with the bronze medal being a whole lot earlier. I've been Daniel. 5 o'clock will be the gold medal for the girls, I think.
Girls.
We get the book up and have a quick check, everything.
For the boys, 5:30 for the girls.
So 5:30 is the girls' gold medal match. That is where Brazil will be off to. Rest up, Brazil. Thank you very much, and I hope you stick around for the all 8 or 7 remaining matches for today, because if they're anything like the one we just saw, it's going to be intense. It's finals day, and we're here for the first boys division match of the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. I'm your commentator for this game between the teams of Sweden on the right of camera and Thailand on the left. Thailand finishing on the top of the tables, and on their court they line up with their usual starting three. Left winger, number 3, Ying Yuen. Centre, Roy Pung, number 8. And on the right we have the number 7, the dangerous bounce ball thrower, Tanya Wadepong. For the Swedish, at the far end of goal, they will line up with their standard lineup of Albersted, number 5 in the middle, Ray Berger on one wing, number 9, and the number 3 will be Nielsen. Joining me in the box for this match is Brad Carriage.
Thanks for that, Pritchard. We've got the time down for the game is over. We're waiting for the refs to make their final calls, and it looks like Sweden will be starting with the ball. Ball has been passed to number 9. Number 9 with Sweden going to the left post to take his... He's starting off with his bounce crouch shot. Goes for the AB gap, stopped easily by number 7 for Thailand. Takes it from his gap. Goes for a bounce shot. He's hoping for the post, but too much right, and it has gone out. Dropped in to the left for Sweden, number 9. Number 9 takes it directly from his post, again with the bounce crouch position. Down the line, number 7 easily getting his body on top of that one. Goes back to his gap to take the shot. Lines himself up, powerful discus. Bit too much centre there, is easily blocked. Pass off to the right. Blocked by number 5, number 3 with the ball. Bit of a slow shot there, stopped by number 7. Number 7 in the gap. Goes for a bounce shot directly across to number 9. Number 9 has a fracture off the body but gets his hand over the top of the ball. Goes over to the right side of his centre for his bouncing crouch position. Goes for the C post, and it is blocked out by number 3, being dropped into the left wing for Thailand. 11 minutes on the clock. First minute of the game is over. No teams have scored thus far. Number 3 goes for the C post. It is stopped by number 9, who goes over to the centre to pass it off to number 3. Number 3 with a bit of a slow shot there, stopped easily by number 3 for Thailand. Number 3 goes for Thailand with a discus shot. Goes for the AB gap. It was looking good, but it's stopped easily by the legs of number 5. With a good cover there for number 3 from Sweden. Number 5 goes for the BC gap. Stopped by number 8. Passed off to number 7. Number 7 taking the shot from the gap. Bounce shot goes to the post, and it is bounced out too much to the right there. Being dropped in to number 9 for Sweden. Back to Pritchard.
Thank you, Brad. Good start. We're back underway. The ball in the hands of number 9, Ray Berg, playing from the left wing. 3 minutes in, crouches down, spins and throws. This ball going towards Tanya Wadepong's post. And again, we're seeing the intricacies of Thai's defence here already. They don't like to extend their arms out the way that other nations do. They try and just sort of from the shoulders down is the main regions they throw. They bounce the ball defensively. Tanya Wadepong, great bounce ball there from the left side of Roy Pong, centre T, and he splits the gap perfectly between Ray Berg and the centre, number 5, Albersted. Thailand drawing first blood 1-0 at 10 minutes and 5 second mark. Now Ray Berger panicked and throws the ball straight off the court. It's in the hands of Tanya Wadepong. Guess what? He's going to line up, and I reckon he'll do that same bouncing throw. There it is. This time into the centre this time. Easily collected. And he moves calmly across to his right. Albersted, right-handed from the right post. Bouncing ball back towards Roy Pung. Roy Pung fractures it off wide to the sideline, but he chases it. Good to see, and he passes it back to Tanya Wadepong. We're waiting for play. Tanya Wadepong, flat throw. Again into that gap between Ray Berg and Albersted. Ray Berg now with the ball from the right-hand side, from the 3 metre mark. Cross court in Ying Yuen, number 3. Ying Yuen with a quick return. He's going to get it into where we find number 3 for Sweden on the right-hand side. Number 3, Nielsen, throws the ball into Roy Pung's legs. It rolls forward and collected by Tanya Wadepong. Tanya Wadepong, the number 7 for Thailand from 2 metres in. Bouncing ball down towards Ryberg's post. Ryberg diving late to save it, collects it forward and will keep his own ball before throwing it on the spot and wide of the court.
Flattening one of our Paralympic Australia signs. Ball with number 7 for Thailand, who will take it from the back tee. bounce shot directly across from centre, kicked out by number 5 for Sweden. Being dropped into the right wing for Sweden with number 3 with the ball. Powerful shot there. Stopped by number 3. Taking it from his gap. Bounce shot there, goes for the A post, but it is kicked out by the legs of number 3. Number 3 with the ball, passes it off to number 9. Number 9 going back to his post to take the shot. Powerful bounce shot there, but too much centre and is easily stopped by number 8, who passes it off to the right to number 7, who will take the shot from his gap. Powerful discus bounce there, goes from gap to gap. It's hit number 9. It's gone up and back. It's been kicked forward, and that is goal. Score is 1-0 for Thailand.
That ball was fortunate enough to go wide of the goals. Down with the team of Thailand, who throws it back up into the Swedes. It's now dropped back onto the court with number 3, Nielsen, throwing right-handed from his post. It's going to try and hit the gap between Roipong and Ying Yuen. Roipong collects with his arms. Again, not fully extending. This is a weakness of Thailand's, but they're making it work so far. Ying Yuen throwing the ball, trying to hit the right-hand post of Sweden, trying to get it past Nielsen, but his body was there and the ball went wide. Nielsen passes to Ryberg, who joins Nielsen 2 meters in from the right post. Ryberg bouncing ball into Roipong, but Roipong blocks. Who do you think Roipong practices against? The number 7, Tanya Watepong. If Roipong can block Tanya Watepong, he can stop Ryberg. Tanya Watepong, dangerous bouncing ball there into the feet of Ryberg, collected by Alberstedt. Pass back to Ryberg, bouncing ball close to that long ball line, across to the number 3, Ying Yuen. We have a stoppage in play. Would you believe what it is? I'll give you 3 guesses, Brad. Shoelaces.
Man, I'm going down there to get them to bring out the tape for the next few games, because I can't deal with another shoelace timeout. He's taking his time there. Now he's also getting a blindfold check as well. Number 7 for Thailand. Ball over with number 3 for Thailand in the left wing. Play is now resumed. 7 minutes 38 seconds left on the clock. The score is 1-0 in Thailand's favour. A bit of a fracture off there. Perfect chase by number 5 for Sweden. Good pass back to number 9, who wastes no time with the discus shot. And that goes from post to post, hitting the corner and just going out. That was looking amazing. Just a fraction bit too much to the right there. Number 7 comes across to take the shot. Powerful bounce shot, goes up and behind, but it's stopped by number 3. Number 3, good recovery there, goes for his shot, stopped easily by number 8. Number 8 passes the ball off to the left to number 3 for Thailand. Goes from his gap, goes for a discus shot, gap to gap. It's hit number 3, it's gone forward to number 5. Number 5 comes across. It is a curve shot there. It goes down the line, and that's a goal. 1-1 now for Sweden. 6 minutes and 59 seconds left on the clock.
Great corner post ball there by Alberstedt, the number 5 for Sverige, right into that corner. Ball in the hands of the number 7, 3 meters off the right post. Tanya Wanepong bouncing ball through the gap, off the hands and feet of everybody. And Thailand. Sweden for a moment thought they'd level the scores. Blink, you missed it, because now Thailand are back up 2-1. There is no love lost between these two teams. They had the opening encounter. They played the second boys match of the competition. It was the first time these two teams got on court. The first time these two teams played a game in this tournament. And would you believe it? What is happening here? Ball's going down to the far end. It's a penalty. We've missed why it's a penalty. It'll have to be a team penalty for some reason. So delay of game, illegal coaching, unsportsmanlike conduct, it made me personal eye shades. And we have the throw straight into the back of the net. So you blink again, you miss it. Scores go from 1-0 to 1-1 to basically 1-3. Sweden won't be happy about that. The opening encounter, the first match for both these two sides, was against each other, and that saw Thailand be defeated comprehensively by Sweden. What will happen this time round? Sweden, Ray Bergs, bouncing ball from the left post into the hands of Tanya Wanepong. Tanya Wanepong blocks it out and now collects the ball as it's dropped in. We have another whistle stoppage. Don't tell me it's for another shoelace. Just confirm what it is for. Sweden still crouched in defence. The Thai coaches are all standing up on their benches. Sweden appears to be calm, but we're back underway now. Stoppage has ended. Tanya Wanepong throws the ball long. So here we have the first penalty. Last time we had these two sides face off against each other, Brad, there was penalties galore, and Sweden was able to have a blowout win, 15-8. Doesn't look like that at the moment with the scoreboard in Thailand's favour at 3-1, but it could become 3-2 in a matter of seconds.
Sweden need to get their heads back in the game. Number 5 with the ball in centre at the back tee. Goes up to the right. Doesn't go for a hook though, just goes down the gap. And number 7 narrowly missing that with his feet, and that's a goal, bringing the score to 2-3 for Thailand. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Ball will be dropped into the right wing for Thailand. Number 7 to take the ball. Goes to his gap to line up to take the shot. Goes for gap to gap. Powerful bounce there. It's hit the hands of number 5. It's gone up, hit the legs of number 9, and it's gone back into the goal, bringing the score to 2-4. A few back-to-back goals there. Sweden losing that little bit of a chance comeback they had. Number 3 with a slow ball to number 8. Kicks it forward, chases, retrieves, passes it back to number 7. Number 7 with the discus bounce down the line, but too much right there, and it goes out, being dropped into number 9 with a full 10 seconds. Goes over to the right side of his centre to take the shot. Comes back across to the left post. He is the bouncing crouch position. Goes to the corner, but has too much right on that one, and it's gone out. Being dropped into the left wing, number 3 for Thailand. Number 3 taking it directly from his left wing post. Goes for a discus shot to the AB gap, stopped easily by number 5 with a quick return down the line. It is blocked out by number 3. Gets his hands to it. Number 7 coming across to take the ball. Number 3 has lost the side of the ball. There he has it. He's passed it off to number 7. Number 7 takes it from the left gap. It's bounced up and forward off number 9's body. Being dropped into number 9 for Sweden. Takes it from his post. Here's his bouncing crash position down the line. Stopped easily by number 7. Number 7 taking it from the gap. Lines himself up to do a powerful bounce discus from gap to gap. Stopped by number 9. Push forward to number 5. Number 5 passes it back to number 9. He goes to the right side of the centre to do a discus shot. Goes for the C post. It's blocked out by number 3, and there's a high ball. Number 9 to defend for Sweden. Sweden needs to get their heads back in the game if they have any hope of regaining this first half. Number 3 passes the ball off to number 7, who's taking the shot from the back tee. Goes slightly to the left, and it's blocked out by number 9, who's very excited about that one. 5 minutes and 32 seconds left on the clock. Score is 2-4 for Thailand. Ball now with number 3 for Sweden on the right post. Goes for the centre shot. Kicked forward and to the right by number 8. And that's a time out for Thailand.
Interesting to see what this timeout will be for. I think the coach will just be wanting to refocus the offense of the Thai team. It seemed to have dropped away a bit in terms of where they were going for. The gaps that they've been really trying to hit hard on have been Albersted in the centre, the number 5, been trying to go through his hands and feet. And then also I think trying to go through number 3, Nielsen. Was certainly their plan at the start of the half, and that's how they got to 4-2 with a penalty in there as well. Sweden's 2 goals, one was a field goal, the other one coming through a penalty off a long ball thrown by Tanya Wanepong. who wasn't able to find his range on that occasion, but he's adapted well to the courts here, and he's after the first blowout between Sweden and Thailand during day one, as the first ball was thrown from Tanya Wanepong into the body of Ryberg and blocked out. Tanya Wanepong seems to have found his range on this court and has figured out how hard he needs to bounce and where he needs to bounce to get the ball to do the right thing. Ryberger, speaking of bounce one, sends a fantastic one crashing off the hands of the centre, Roy Pong, who tips it wide of Ying Yueng on the left and off to the sideline. Ying Yueng now with the ball from the back tee. He comes and spins and throws. That one's doesn't have quite the same carry as a throw from Tanya Wanepong, but it hits the feet of Alberstedt, who has to chase it forward and passes back to Nielsen. Nielsen now going for the line of Ying Yuan, hits him in the body. Ying Yuan with that ball, lines up, spins, throws. He goes for a bouncer this time into the feet, blocked up over and around the side of the goal post of Nielsen's right hand post for Sweden. That was very close to going in. Nielsen kicking dangerously, had to keep it away from that scoreline. Ryberger now from the left side with the reply throw and gets it into the back of the net. It's in the back of the net, but it is a long ball. Sweden 2 goals, Thailand 4. Thailand with a chance to make it 5. Who are they giving the ball to? Tanya Wanepong, flat hard ball and collected by Ryberg, and boy is he happy about that. Slamming the ball down on the ground with a bit of vigour. He now comes his farm and then passes it across to Alberstedt, the number 5, who joins Ryberg on the left wing on the bottom right hand corner of screen. Alberstedt throwing wide out the sideline on the right hand side of Thai's goals. Tanya Wanepong is waiting for that ball to be dropped back in by the goal judge.
4 minutes, 29 seconds left on the clock. Sweden not letting any more goals in. Needing to control these penalties just a little bit more. Number 7 with the ball on the back tee for Thailand. Bounces from centre to centre. It's hit the body of number 5. And he hasn't got control of it. It's gone over the back of him. And that's a goal again for Thailand. 2-5. Number 5 currently with the ball. Having a chat with number 9. Number 9 now with the ball. Taking it back to his left wing post for Sweden. Lines himself up, bouncing crouch position, goes for the AB gap with a powerful bounce. It's hit the legs of number 8. It's gone up. Number 7 has come back around to get the ball. Goes from his gap with a powerful bounce for the corner. Number 9 just not getting close enough to stop it, making the score 6-2 for Thailand. Sweden needs to really bring an offensive game here to win this first half. Number 9 for Sweden in the left post, takes a shot across the court, but too much centre there. It is blocked by number 8. Number 3 with the ball, taking it from his gap. Bounce shot goes for the A post. It's gone a bit too much to the left with the added help of the legs from number 3 for Sweden. That's a timeout for Sweden. 3 minutes 48 seconds left on the clock. Sweden coaches are probably telling them to focus a little bit more on defence control, to reset their minds. Just calm down a bit, stop panicking. Thailand, however, are probably having a bit of a victory here. They're going to focus more on defence so they can keep their lead going into the second half. 15 seconds has been called. The players are retaking their positions. Bit of a cheer for Sweden there from the crowd. There we go. Players about to resume. Number 9, M5 in centre with the ball. Number 9 takes his bouncing crouch position directly from the back tee. Goes to the AB gap. It's hit number 8. And again, a long ball. Number 9 just needs to hold on just a little bit more. Just needs to calm down a bit. He's number 9 defending. Number 7 with the ball, taking it from the centre line. No run-up needed there. He's going for the post, but it's too much to the left, and it's out. No stress there for number 9. Number 9 not even having to dive for that one. Ball with Sweden. Number 3 in the right wing. Bit of a shot there for the AB gap. It's pretty quick and grounded. Goes past 8's legs, but stopped by number 7, who's been good at covering this game. Goes for a bounce shot for the C post. It's hit the hands of number 5 and is gone off to the right into the corner, making the score 2-7. Number 5 on the left wing now. Oh, it is. Sorry, I can't see the numbers right now. I think the players have switched around for Sweden though. Number 7 with the ball goes for centre shot there. Stopped by number 9, who is in centre. Number 5 on the left wing goes for a discus there, and it's gone off to the left. That is also a high ball. All Sweden need to do now is stop panicking. They can be back in this game. They need to block this and reset. Number 5 to defend. Number 7 with the ball. He's moved over to his back tee to take the shot. Goes to the right post, and it is too quick for number 5 to get to, bringing the score to 2-8. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock.
Thailand really running away here. Sweden scoreboard pressure getting to them. They just need to calm down a little bit as we see Ryberg and Alberstedt switch back to their normal positions. Ryberg on the left wing, right-handed. He throws a bouncing ball going towards Tanya Wanepong, fractured up and forward, and Roy Pung does the chasing. Passed across now to the left winger of number 3, Ying Yuen, into the centre. Quick return by Alberstedt, but he hooks it the wrong way into the gap between Roy Pung and Tanya Watepong. Tanya Watepong, though, recovers it cleanly, and from 3 metres in, he'll throw this ball. The number 7 bouncing ball off the feet of Alberstedt. Ryberg bounces into Alberstedt, back to Ryberg, who joins the right-hand side of the court from 3 metres in, throwing the ball wide of Ying Yuen's post. The number 3, Ying Yuen with the ball from the left side of Thailand's goals. He turns and spins and throws it. It's a bouncing ball. It's going to go into the hands of Alberstedt, who passes it across to Ryberg. Ryberg now joining the right-hand side of goals, cross court, but finds the body of Roy Pung, who just has to sit down and calmly trap it and pass it to his right. Tanya Watepong, bouncing ball from Tanya Watepong. Ryberg is there to cover on the left side. 3 metres in is where the ball hit. Ryberg from his post now, number 9, squats down, spins, bounces. It's going to go in that gap between Roy Pung and Tanya Watepong, but Roy Pung is equal to it. He passes again to the number 7, Tanya Watepong. What will he do? Another bounce ball back towards Ryberg. Why is Thailand throwing everything at Ryberg? He's their strongest defender. Ryberg passes the ball across to Nielsen from the right wing. Nielsen down the line. It's the hands of Roy Pung. Pass across to his left, number 3, Ying Yuen. Ying Yuen now. Flat ball into the body and flicked up and over and into the goals. Ryberg comes in for the sweeping second effort, but can't get there in time. The ball had already crossed the line. That ball scored from Ying Yuen, number 3, over the right winger of Sweden. Nielsen, the number 3, who now throws this ball back into the body of Ying Yuen. Ying Yuen with the ball. Can he score it again off the hip of the number 3 for Sweden? Quick return now from Alberstedt, who throws the ball into the feet of Roy Pung, who blocks it into Tanya Watepong. Tanya Watepong is waiting for the ball to be dropped in as it was blocked out. Tanya Watepong now moves to the back tee. What's he going to throw and where's it going to go? Bouncing ball back towards Ryberg. Ryberg, quick return, discus towards Roy Pung's feet. Roy Pung blocking it forward, the number 8 for Thailand. It's now off with the goal judge.
Being dropped back into number 7 for Thailand. Number 7 on the ball. Goes for a line shot, but he started out. No stress there for Sweden. Dropped into number 9 for Sweden. He goes over to the right side of the centre to take the ball. Passes off to number 3. Official timeout there, I believe. Looks like it is noise. It's not shoelaces. That is a good point. Ball with number 3 for Sweden. Goes for the AB gap there. Goes off the legs of number 8 into number 7. Number 7 taking the shot from his gap. Goes for the corner again, but too much right there, and it bounces out. Stopped brilliantly there by goal judge Sean Fitzpatrick. We have a timeout there, I believe. No. Substitution. Out number 3, Nielsen. And Roswell coming on. Number 1, Roswell for Sweden. Number 5 is in centre at the moment. Number 9 on the right wing with the ball. Looks like this will be number 1's position. Number 9 is just going to take the shot from here. 51.2 seconds left on the clock. Score is 2-9 for Thailand. Number 9 going back to the left side of the court to take his shot. Going directly from his left wing post now. Here's his familiar bouncing crouch position. Stopped by number 8. Easily passes off to number 7, who takes it from the gap. Bounces from gap to gap. It's hit the legs of number 9. It's gone behind. There's a bit of a scramble there, and it is stopped by number 3. Good scramble defense from Sweden there. Good cross-court shot there. Easily stopped though by number 7. Number 7 taking the shot from the gap. Bounces directly from gap to gap again, where he's found a lot of goals there. Number 9 kicking it forward though, over across the centre to number 1. Number 1 takes the shot for the AB gap. It's gone into the legs of 7 and behind number 8, who passes it off to number 3 for Thailand. He takes it from the left wing. Powerful discus there. Hits the legs of number 1. And that is the first half. End score is 2-9 for Thailand.
Thailand well and truly running away at the moment with a great lead over the Swedes. The halftime break, we see the teams changing ends. We had a great result in our first match this morning between Brazil and Korea. Korea really gave it their all, but Brazil got on top. So Brazil have booked their tickets to be in the gold medal match later today. That'll be at 5:30, I think, is the women's gold medal match, with the boys at 6:45. Yep. And the winner of this game will be going to that gold medal match. At the moment, it looks like Thailand is in the box seat, but I'll remind you, Brad, and our listeners and our viewers tuning in on YouTube or Facebook Live, that the first round that these two teams played against each other, it was their first round. They got on the court, and the score was a 15-8. Huge blowout, penalties galore, and it was Sweden that were the victors on that instance. So what a goal deficit and recovery from Thailand at the moment. And I think it's really, the key is Tanya Wanepong. He's been firing strong ever since that first game against the Swedes. He's found his line and length. He's able just to get those bounces going in the right place, and Sweden just don't have a lot of answers to it. We've had some penalties this time, but most of them have come out of Ryberg, getting a little bit too excited and carried away, and a few from Alberstedt as well. It'll be great to see who wins this game and goes for gold at 6:45, and who'll be going for bronze. The match at 11:30, which is our next game on after this, is the second semi-final before the girls division. It is Great Britain versus Australia. The winner of that will be joining Brazil at 5:30 for the gold medal match. And then after our 11:30 game, we'll have the 12:45 game, which is the second semi-final between the men of Poland as well as the men of Brazil. The winner of that match again will be joining the winner of this game at 6:45 later tonight. Now, we have our last few seconds before our teams have to get on court, and we're joined in the score box. Not the score box, that's cricket. Where are we? The commentary box. That's the box we're in. Too many boxes around everywhere. In the commentary box, we are joined by a very special guest who's caused a little bit of contention throughout the tournament. Nothing that he could control, though. It's been controversy amongst our commentators. I am, of course, talking about the number 9 for the Australian boys team. We want to be perfectionists up here in the com box. We want to make sure we get our pronunciation of names right. We know we've got the first name correct with Ethan, but Ethan, just for everyone out there at home, how do you say your last name?
Skatukio.
Skatukio! Thank you very much, Ethan, for that clarification. I got some high fives around as some of us are high-fiving each other, knowing that we've been saying it right all week, but we gave in to peer pressure yesterday and started bowing to what everyone else was telling us to say, which was Skatukio. Sean Fitzpatrick, I hope you're listening. It is Skatukio. No, he's probably not. I can see him down there adjudicating the far end at one of those as one of the all-important goal judges. Of course, he was the birthday boy yesterday, so we'll let him get away with that. Second half starting now, Brad. We have the ball being dropped into Thailand. Number 7, Tanya Wanepong, staying on the right wing, starting the account with a bouncing ball that has gone long. So all the praise we gave him just before about how he's been finding his range, he now rages a little bit and throws it a long ball.
This could be what Sweden needs to start off strong in this second half. Sweden having a bit of a huddle there with the ball. Number 5 taking it from the back tee. Willie goes for his cross-court shot. No, he goes for it down the line, but too much right there, and it's out. Bit of a wasted opportunity there. Should have just taken a little bit more time to line himself up. Ball with number 7 on the left post for Thailand. Goes for a bounce directly to centre. Oh, but it's so powerful, and it's bounced directly over number 5, who had no chance of getting to that one. What a powerful shot, bringing the score to 2-10. Thailand now 2 away from a mercy. Will we see a mercy in today? The first mercy of the final day of the IBSA Goalball International Youth Championships. Number 9 with the ball from the back tee, goes for the A post, and it's so powerful that we couldn't even get his hands to it. Right wing for Thailand, and this is a bit of an early celebration from number 9, but it has brought the score to 3-10. Still in Thailand's favour, but this is a powerful morale boost there. Number 9 for Sweden now in centre, who receives the ball. It's hit him and has gone forward, up and forward, passes off to number 1 for Sweden. Number Sweden taking from the right post, goes for the BC gap there. Bit of a quick shot there, but number 8 getting his bottom hand to it, passes it off to number 3. He goes directly across into number 1, easily stopped there. Goes across to pass it off to number 5. Goes back to his left post to take the shot. Powerful discus there for the AB gap. It's kicked wildly out by number 8 for Thailand. Now with number 7, who's taking it from his gap. Bounce shot across, goes hoping for the BC gap, but number 9 covering the ball brilliantly, takes it from his back tee. Goes for the bounce shot. Oh, it's hit number 8's gone forward. Number 3 to retrieve the ball, taking it from his gap. Number 3 goes for the A post. It's hit number 1. It's gone up and over. A bit of a fist pump there from number 1. Very excited that wasn't another goal, and that's time out for Sweden. Sweden has gotten their first goal this half, and has boosted their morale greatly. Hopefully they can keep their heads in the game.
Thailand well and truly in the box seat, and the campaign being well and truly spearheaded by number 7 Tanya Warepong. Just no team is able to get any answers to what he's able to throw down at them. The only team that has, I think, we'll go and double check our results, but Sweden got over Thailand 15-8 in the opening round, and that was more so as a result of penalties being thrown by Tanya Warepong than being able to nullify his bounce ball attack. Every other team, though, has gone down to the team from Thailand in the youth division. Ball thrown up into the body of Roy Pung, collected cleanly on the chest, passes back to that danger man, number 7, Tanya Warepong. Bouncing ball, this one's a low skimmer, bounces off the post and into the goals. Alversted missing that ball. Number 5, bouncing ball back towards Thailand, nearly flicked off the feet of Roy Pung, but he leaves it alone and gives it to Tanya Warepong, who collects it on his chest. Bounce ball back towards Alversted, number 5 on the left, blocked forward, Ryberg in the centre. Can Sweden stop the bleeding of all these goals coming through their defence? Oh, it's a bounce ball nearly up and over Ying Yuen, but he put his top arm up to keep the ball down in front of him. Ying Yuen, bounce ball, or flat ball rather, and it's wide of the goals of Roswell, number 1 for Sweden. This match has 10 minutes and 5 seconds remaining, but the score is 3-11. One must be thinking, will it go the distance? Ball from Roswell, it's fractured off Ying Yuen, who is leaning back in his defense. A combination of a collection between Roy Pong and Ying Yuen there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ying Yuen subbed off for Chemerem. Quick return by Ryberg from the centre. Back to Roy Pung. Roy Pung passes to Tanya Warepong. Tanya Warepong from 3 metres in. Right-handed discus into Ryberg, who passes down to his number 5 on the left. Albersted discus ball bouncing towards Tanya Warepong. Nearly under his body. He sits up a little bit too high on his defence on that occasion. Nearly went between the floor and his armpit. Tanya Warepong bounce ball back towards Albersted, and this time it bounces off Albersted. Bounces off the post and bounces wide. All happening down here at the Sweden end of goals, and it's not good. They need to plug up their gaps. Ball has been passed away, and it's been thrown up the court to the Thai team. who have their tails up and wagging and all cannons firing. Ying Yuen fires this one down at Roswell. Kicked away dangerously by some loose legs. Ryberg couldn't quite find it in time. Passes it back to Roswell. Roswell, 10-second clock under the pressure. Throws the ball into Ying Yuen again. Another dangerous structure of Ying Yuen into Roy Pong. Roy Pong passes the ball across now to Tanya Wadepong. It's under control and Tanya Wadepong bounce ball towards Ryberg. Fractured forward by him. Collects himself and will take this throw from the back of the court. He moves across, squats down, spins around and throws 3 metres from the right side. It's in the gap between Roy Pong and Ying Yuen, but Roy Pong's able to keep it down in time and passes it across to Ying Yuen. Number 3 for Thailand throws it wide off the sideline for Roswell.
Ball being dropped into number 1 for Sweden. Number 1 for Sweden picks up the ball. He's going to line out. No, he's going to take it over to his right winger. To his left winger, sorry. Number 5, who will take it from the right side of the centre. Goes across for the AB gap. It's hit number 8. Ferried off to the left. Number 3 with the ball. Tries for a line ball, but too much left on it, and it is out. Ball being retrieved by the goal judge to be dropped into number 1. Number 1 for Sweden. Powerful line shot there, but too much right and it's out. Being dropped into number 3 for Thailand. Number 3 takes it over to number 7, who will take the shot from the back tee. Score is 3-11 for Thailand. 8 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Goes for the gap shot, and number 9 just not diving far enough to his right to get his feet to it. The score is 3-12. One more and Thailand will win this game by mercy. Sweden need to get their heads back in the game and play a very defensive one here. Number 9 hoping to retrieve that goal. Powerful bounce across to the centre. It's kicked out by number 8. Number 7 chases the ball, picks it up just as it goes out. Number 7, the bounce shot down the line, but too much right. It's out. This is a full 10 seconds for Sweden. This is good news. Number 5 picks up the ball, takes it to centre, goes across to the right, all the way to the right post. Bounce shot for the BC gap, bit too much centre. It's gone up, but caught easily by number 8, who passes it off to number 3. Number 3 goes to pass to number 7, but he wasn't there to take the ball, so he takes it himself from the right side of the centre. He goes for the C post. It was heading in, but number 5 manages to push it far out to the left. Number 9's come across to take the ball. Number 1 has gone to the centre for now. Number 9 coming back to the right gap. Bounces straight across, but that might be a high ball. Number 9 to defend. Oh, it's been declined. Nope, it has not been declined, sorry. Number 9 to defend. Number 7 with the ball. This could be game here. Number 9, the most critical defense, but it's out. Thailand completely bracing their opportunity, which is great for Sweden. Ball been dropped into number 5 for Sweden. They need to get a goal to stop being in such a stressful position. Goes for a bit of a strained bounce shot there. It's hit both number 7 and 8. It's gone off to the left. Number 3 retrieves the ball, takes it from his gap. Goes directly into the hands of number 1. Number 1 takes it from his right post down the line. That's looking good. Ooh, it's gone through his hands and has hit number 3 in the head. Perfect stop though. Goes for a discus shot, goes for the gap. No, it's stopped easily by number 9. Number 9 goes to the right post to take the shot. Goes for a bounce shot, but it started out. It was going in too. That would have been a goal. Sweden getting so close, just little things like penalties and out stopping them. Down the ball there from 7. It's stopped by number 5 with a quick return. Goes for the AB gap. It's kicked out by number 8, being dropped in on the right wing for Thailand with number 7. 6 minutes 52 seconds left on the clock.
And as Brad passes the microphone to me, I've missed the play, but I can tell you that is the 13th goal for Thailand. And when a team gets 10 goals above their opposition, the game automatically ends. 3 goals to Sweden. Well and truly steamrolled today by the boys of Thailand. The boys are packing their bags and they're resting up and heading towards the gold medal game between we don't know who their opposition will be. That will be decided later on the day. But the gold medal game for the Thai team, that'll be taking place at 6:45 later tonight. The Swedes, their consolation prize, as they are going through some commiserations at the moment, they're heading to the bronze medal. That'll be at 4:15. Their opposition will be decided at 12:45 today. It'll be between Brazil and Poland. One of those sides will be going and meeting Thailand in the gold medal. One will be meeting Sweden in the bronze. Our next game, which will be at 11:30, with the march-ins occurring at 11:15 in about 20 minutes' time, is the match between Great Britain, the number 2 ranked team, and Australia, the number 3 ranked team. The winner of that match will be going on to play Brazil at 5:30 later today, and the runner-up, well, they'll be taking on the Koreans, and that will occur at 3 p.m. All, of course, we're talking Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time. March-ins for all matches will occur 15 minutes before that game. I'll pass over to Andrew for a minute just to see if we have an update on the Great Britain player that was injured yesterday. Do we know? We don't have an update on her. That will be, I think, the difference between whether Great Britain go through to the gold or through to the bronze. If she remains out, what was it, Remy Robertson, if she remains sidelined on that bench, the game between Great Britain and Australia will be decided on which team has the best defence. If Mimi Robinson can get back on the court, she will be making the score difference, I think, for Great Britain, and giving them the chance at playing for that gold medal. We'll be back at around about maybe 11:28, 11:29 to introduce the teams of Great Britain and Australia. Enjoy until then.
Welcome to the semi-final between Australia and Great Britain here at Penrith Valley Regional Sports Centre for the 2019 IBSA Goalball Youth World Championships. We have Australia in yellow and Great Britain in red, traditional colours for both teams, traditional rivals. And the starting lineups are Amy Ridley, Molly Smith and Genevieve Weston, 8, 3 and 5 as you're looking at the camera. And then number 1, Chelsea, number 7, Smithson Booth, and number 2, Antonia Bunyan for Great Britain. And I'm joined by two-time Paralympian Tian Taylor. Tian, what are the keys to victory?
Oh, keys to victory. Well, I have my tea and donut, so that's a key.
Not to victory for your diet or your training environment.
No, keys to victory. This game I think is going to be a close one. So communication, I would say, and also defense. Both these teams play a pretty good offensive game. They're quite similar games to each other. So yeah, we'll see how they go.
Perfect. So looks like Great Britain will start with the ball. So Great Britain will start the ball. Chelsea Hudson, the number 1, but Antonio Bunyan is waiting in the middle. Hudson on the far side or the right wing, and Smithson Booth now goes into centre. So big change here. Bunyan will play left wing and be the primary thrower for Great Britain. So Amy Ridley, closest to the camera, runs into the gap, and Smithson Booth gathers with her hands, passes to Bunyan, and Bunyan now comes in and throws at Genevieve Weston, but blocked by Weston on her knees, passed across to Molly Smith. Molly Smith runs into the court about 1.5 metres in and goes narrow angle to the post, a good shot, but blocked by Hudson, and Hudson has the ball now for Great Britain as she runs into the court, throws at Weston, and easy for Weston to gather that. Passes to Smith. Molly Smith runs and again goes narrow to the post, but that's out of court, not bothering Hudson as Bunyan comes across to take the ball. Bunyan across now back to the left wing, closest to the camera, and throws narrow but hits the mid-drift over the centre tee of Weston. Weston's blocked down as Ridley comes in and runs and throws narrow to the post, a good shot. Bunyan at full stretch and gets that on her feet and kicks the ball out. Bunyan with the ball now for Great Britain. Runs and throws from the left side, spins, bounce ball. Nicely defended by Genevieve Weston, who's been a rock for Australia in the centre here throughout this tournament, as Smith runs in, throws back, and well defended by Chelsea Hudson. Hudson with the ball now for Great Britain. Throws narrow into Molly Smith and blocked on the hip. Regathers and goes back about 1 metre inside of the court. Left-hand throw into the mid-drift of Hudson, and the ball passed across to Bunyan. Smithson Booth with the ball from the centre for Great Britain, back to Molly Smith's wing and blocked by Smith on her hip side. Weston gathers and passes back to Smith, and Smith takes off on a 2-step throw but hits Smithson Booth in the centre and gets her feet. Bunyan now around Smithson Booth and throws in between Hudson as she goes narrow to the post, and Molly Smith just gets her legs out in time and blocks that ball out. So Great Britain putting some offensive pressure onto Australia early in this game, but Australia's withholding as Amy Ridley goes across and throws at the post, and a nice shot, narrow angle but nicely blocked by Bunyan. So Antonia Bunyan is the senior member of this team. She's in the Great Britain women's team that just competed at Fort Wayne. Nice cross-court bounce ball, but well blocked by Molly Smith. So she's going to take up the offensive power here for Great Britain, trying to give a bit more punch. Smith narrow across Smithson Booth, but blocked down in the centre tee by the Great Britain centre as Chelsea comes in and throws narrow to the gap. Weston blocks and regathers, and Smith takes off from the left side, throws into the gap, short-legged by Smith and Booth, who has the ball out and passes across to Bunyan, and Bunyan has the ball now on the left-hand side, and nearly gets through that gap, but Ridley just sticks her foot out and gathers, and now Ridley, 2 metres inside of the court, throws at Bunyan and cut off Bunyan's hand, but into Smith and Booth rather than going backwards into the goal. 0-0 is the score. So whistle's blowing. And maybe the ball's gone over the back of the net. They're conferring here. That looks like what's happened. So the referee may call a goal here on Great Britain. No goal. So Smith and Booth throwing and blocked by Western with both Australian wingers in behind. Smith now from the left-hand side throws and blocked by Smith and Booth. Passes to Bunyan, who goes around Smith and Booth to the right side of the court and runs in from the gap. Spins and throws. Bounce ball at Western, and she blocks well on her hand side and passes to Ridley. Ridley with the ball now. She runs 2 metres into the court, throws up into that gap, and Bunyan's there blocking with a mid-drift, and she gathers the ball and hands off to Chelsea Hudson. Hudson now for Great Britain, throws into the hip area of Western as she passes to Molly Smith, and Molly Smith with the ball now for Australia. She runs into the court and throws narrow into the post. Blocked by Hudson. Now given off to Bunyan. Bunyan now comes in and across court. High ball. So high ball for Antonia Bunyan for Great Britain, the number 2. 8 minutes 12 remaining in the first half. 0-0 is the score, and the ball will be dropped into Molly Smith to take the penalty for Australia. So a lot of pressure on Molly to be the penalty taker in this game. She turns around and she's at the left side post, and she runs in the court and she throws out. So a poor result there for Australia.
Yeah, this is an interesting first half so far. Both teams look quite defensively strong. We just need one of them to get a bit more power in their throws. I know Great Britain's throwing some good variation with a couple of bounces in there, so we'll see. Oh, fracture off there in the centre by Western, covered by Amy.
So now it's official timeout. Equipment check for Genevieve Western. And for those of you who are listening or watching in Great Britain and wondering why Mimi is not on the court, Robinson, unfortunately she's had looks like a muscle injury and is unable to take part in this game. We wish her all the best as Amy Ridley throws back into the gap and scores through Bunyan and Smith and Booth in the 5 or the BC gap between the left winger and the centre. So Australia take first blood here through Amy Ridley on a nice narrow cross-court ball. Again, equipment a check from referee Tomomi. So big goal there, Tian.
Yeah, that working hard, Amy, to do that shallow cross, it seems to be the key for Australia at the moment. So it's good to see them get to the back of the net, and I think Great Britain will come back firing. I'm excited for this game.
So Bunyan gets the ball dropped in on the left-hand side for Great Britain. The number 2 in the red shirt runs and throws at their gap, and nicely defended by Western and Ridley, who are working together. Ridley with the ball now. She goes back to the post this time, and again at full stretch, Bunyan. She's really working her over in that left side corner. Nice throwing from Amy Ridley. A bit faster today, a bit more accurate. It's putting good defensive pressure on the Great Britain team. Australia lead 1-0 as the ball's dropped into Bunyan and given to Chelsea Hudson, and Hudson goes across to the right wing, hits the post and goes into Western, but it's over the centre tee, and easy work for Genevieve Western, who's been very, very good so far. Molly Smith runs into court from the left side, narrow angle again, but this time over the centre tee. Easy work there for Smith and Booth as Bunyan has the ball again, spins and throws. Bounce ball. Western waits on it, was nearly going to get under her, but she clamped down on it and passed to Ridley. Ridley 2 metres inside of the court, runs, narrow angle to the post, and again Bunyan at full stretch, kicking that out. Good accuracy from Amy Ridley in this first half. Australia putting some good pressure now on the GB defence. Hudson throws into Smith. Smith blocks and the ball goes forward as Weston regathers and passes back to Molly Smith. Number 5 for Australia takes off and runs. Narrow cross court but over the centre tee and easy to block for Smiths and Booth. The ball now with Bunyan. 2 metres inside of the court on the left hand side. Bounce ball and Ridley sits up and gathers that in the bounce ball defence for Australia. The number 8 runs and throws. Narrow angle again. This time blocked and regathered on the knees by Bunyan. Bunyan with the ball now, cross court to Smith and kicked out by Weston. And that should be just before the ball over line or the high ball line. So Australia will retain possession as Smith runs into the court, goes up the line, and that's out of court on Chelsea Hudson's side. So 1-0 to Australia, 6 minutes 15 remaining in the first half. Hudson with the ball as she runs in from the right side, but straight into Jen Weston, and good active defence there by Amy Ridley. Molly Smith with the ball now on the left-hand side for Australia. Long cross-court ball and makes Bunyan go all the way back to the corner with her feet, and she kicks that out of court. Timeout for GB. 6 minutes remaining in the first half, so halfway through. Australia leading 1-0. Tian, what are your thoughts about how Australia is putting some pressure on this GB defence?
Yeah, I mean, Australia's looks like they're strategically stretching the wingers out, doing a lot of angle crosses, which has, as you said, put a lot of pressure on GB. So hopefully this timeout that GB have called, they might get a bit more of a strategy together to try and break up that solid defence of Australia's.
We've got a nice crowd in the middle section for the first 2 layers of the middle section in the green and the blue seats, filling up quite nicely, and we've got some Australian boys teams down there and Korea down on the side. So it's probably quite loud on the court. We're up behind the glass, so we don't really hear a lot of it, but it's good that a good crowd is in. Okay, so after the timeout, GB, what have they told Bunyan, who has the ball now from the left side post? She runs, long cross-court ball, and Smith waits on it and kicks it out. So going long to Genevieve Weston, maybe trying to get a foot between Molly Smith. Smith now on the angle, runs down, and it's a beautiful shot and nearly scores, and Hudson just gets it off the post before it goes in and over the line. Good second effort there by Hudson to save that goal. Blocked down now by Weston as she regathers and throws out of the centre. Angle to the sideline, and a nice shot into the right side corner or the A post by Weston, but blocked by Chelsea. Hudson passes across now to Bunyan, and Bunyan walks behind Smith and Booth and throws from the left-hand side back to Smith, who just kicks that out. So they're definitely attacking Molly Smith's feet here. Smith down the left-hand line, and nice angle running in, and that ball's loose, but not in the net. They regather, and Hudson takes it back. Hudson now across to Ridley, who goes the other way and then comes back and blocks out with her hands to the line. So GB out of the timeout are putting some nice offensive pressure on Australia. Australia have to be accurate and come back as Ridley now behind Weston and comes back the other way, but well blocked there by Bunyan as she just regathers in front of her. Bunyan now from the left-hand side of the court for GB. Bounced ball, but nicely defended by Weston with Ridley in behind her. Weston back to the centre tee. She throws at the corner for Bunyan, and Bunyan regathers and quick returns, but Weston nicely there over the top of that ball. Passes to Molly Smith, and Molly Smith now takes off 2 steps into the gap, and ball's loose again off Hudson, but Hudson regathers for GB and runs in and throws to Weston. Nice cross-court ball, but Weston and Ridley block well in the gap there. Ridley with the ball now for Australia. She runs into the court, throws at the line, and blocked out. So no, regathered by Bunyan. Bunyan with the ball now from the left-hand side post as she spins and throws. Long cross-court ball to Smith, and Smith just kicks out with it, but she had to do a lot of work there on her feet side. Smith now runs off the post, and a hook ball but goes into the centre area, and the GB girls are bumping into each other. They're a bit stressed out at the moment, and Smith and Booth takes the shot, and it's a discus throw but straight into Genevieve Weston, the centre. Molly Smith, quick game, up tempo as they start pummeling that defence for GB, and they're trying to get back on top and take momentum back in this game. And Bunyan has the ball now from the left hand side, and that's a referee whistle. GB players meeting in the middle, not sure what that was about. So Bunyan has the ball, and she throws. And blocked by Western. Western now with the ball. And that is blocked by Smith and Booth, who chases and passes back to Bunyan, who swaps sides with Hudson. So Hudson now closest to the camera on the left wing and Bunyan on the right wing. Smith throws into that gap between Smith and Booth and Bunyan, and the ball's out of court off the block from Smith and Booth. Now Hudson coming across. Bunyan passes the ball to Chelsea Hudson. Hudson runs and throws. High ball from the number 1 for Great Britain. So Australia need to take advantage of this penalty. It's a vital shot here.
Yeah, look, we're unlucky for Australia to throw the last ball out. So let's see Molly Smith again taking the ball, walking across towards the left wing post. Let's see if she can keep it on court this time.
So she runs down the line and cross-court ball this time, and it's in the net. Hits the corner of the left side post and goes behind the goal line. A very good effort there by Chelsea Hudson, but unfortunately a better throw by Molly Smith for Great Britain, and Australia take a 2-0 lead here in the first half. 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining in this first half. Smith and Booth off the bell, runs, and Ridley and Weston combine very well. Australia look like they're playing with some confidence here as Ridley comes in and goes narrow to the post and bobbled up and caught by the left winger for Great Britain as she passes across to Bunyan, and Bunyan throws a nice ball but straight into Weston's knees. Weston regathers off the fracture, and Molly Smith, one-step throw, nearly through the gap between Smith and Booth and Bunyan. So Australia applying great pressure on this GB defence. Bounce ball, discus by Bunyan, but again, superbly blocked by Weston as Smith comes off the left side line, 2 metres in, and no long shot back to Hudson's wing, and Hudson blocks out. So GB under a lot of pressure at the moment. What can they do? Hudson off the left side line, runs into court and throws narrow. That's straight to Weston centre tee and blocks and passes to Amy Ridley. Ridley with the ball now for Australia. Runs into court, throws narrow to the post, and Hudson blocks that out on her feet. Bunyan across now, will gather the ball and take it back to the right side of the court for GB. She's around her centre and runs and throws into the gap, and a nice shot, but well defended there by Jen Weston, and that's ball over to Great Britain. So good defence by Weston, but GB will get another shot here as Bunyan passes. Hudson comes across the left side of the court and has the ball now as she throws into Weston, and Weston passes to Ridley. So Amy Ridley with the ball now at the right side corner post, and she runs in the court into the narrow angle that opens up and scores straight through the gap, straight through Smith and Booth's hands, and Australia 3-0 over Great Britain on a beautiful shot. 1:57 remaining in the first half, and that was a great goal by Ridley.
Yeah, look, Australia's got quite good accuracy, which is really helping them. Their defence is solid, as mentioned. Jen is really holding the team strong in the centre there. Great Britain's just got to get a little bit more accurate and try and get through those gaps.
Weston playing a great game in the centre for Australia. She gets the ball and throws it to Hudson's feet, and Hudson just kicking that one out as Bunyan comes over to give us some instructions, and timeout for GP. So Australia has controlled the flow of this game for most of it, and GB's called their second timeout, down 3-0, 1:44 to go.
This is a great game to watch on home soil. I know we've got a few school kids down from the Central Coast. They travelled down early to support our Aussie Glow team. So it's great that Australia's leading 3-0 for them, putting on a good show here on home soil.
But just as they're leading 3-0, things can change very quickly, so they need to keep that offensive pressure on Great Britain.
That's very true. We're only a minute 44 left in this first half. It's still anyone's game at this point.
And these teams obviously played in the pool. Great Britain winning 3-1, so 3-0 to Australia. They're doing much better with their offence in this game so far than they did in the pool game. GB obviously, as we said, without Robertson, which obviously is going to impact them as a starting player and one of their high power throwers. Okay, the ball is with Bunyan out of the middle, and she spins and throws a big bounce ball, and Smith is there blocking in the position. She's 2 metres inside of the court now, and she runs narrow diagonal into that gap on the far side of the court between the left winger and the centre, and blocked now and fumbled by Smith and Booth, who's on the left wing. So Bunyan's gone back to the middle to try and shore up that middle defence. Didn't pay off having Bunyan on the wing. Ridley now goes narrow to the post, but that is out of court. So as you're looking at it, Bunyan's back in the centre. Chelsea Hudson, number 1, will take the ball now from the left wing and go back to her spot on the right wing. She'll come a metre inside of the court and run at that gap, and Weston just kicks it into Smith, and over the Smith and in the net. So Chelsea Hudson strikes first for GB off a deflection from Genevieve Weston, who just went a little bit too far on that one and kicked it over Molly Smith.
Yeah, that was a slight overdive there from Weston. She's been solid in the middle, so hopefully they can recorrect. Molly Smith now taking the ball, trying to shallow across the centre, but centre's strong in Great Britain, blocking that one right in the guts.
In the guts. So Bunyan back to centre, and looks very solid. She throws out of the court there, and Smith runs and throws long diagonal, but it's going to go out of quarter off the arm of Smith and Booth. And Smith and Booth now has the ball. It's 3-1 to Australia. 45 seconds remaining in the first half. Smith and Booth throws into Weston, who gets that one on her hip and passes to Smith. One step, narrow diagonal, and nearly gets through that gap. Beats Bunyan, but balls drop forward, and Bunyan regathers and passes to Hudson, and Hudson with the ball and nearly gets through the feet of Smith, and Smith is up and throwing again. Quick. And Bunyan regathers for Great Britain. Bunyan throwing now, straight ball to Weston, easy for her to defend that as she comes back to the centre tee. 10 seconds remaining in the first half. She throws a nice ball into the gap, and Bunyan blocks it full stretch on her arm side. Hudson now with the ball for Great Britain. Can she score again? Nice block and good active defence. And that's half time. 3-1 to Australia. We'll be back in the second half. Welcome back after the half-time break, and Australia's made a substitution. Number 7, Alice Kingston, has come onto the court, and number 5, Molly Smith, after a nice penalty shot, has sat down for a little while for Australia. So no changes for GB as they let out their roar. Is that supposed to be like a lion,
Yeah,
the GB lion?
Yeah, they roar like a lion. Their senior team does it. I reckon it's good spirits for them. They're getting pumped for the second
Maybe we
half.
should do like a skipping. It won't be as effective though, I don't think. No, probably not. So Kingston will be on the left side, looks like, for Australia, number 7. And Australia will start with the ball, and they need to keep putting pressure on GB, and GB need to find a way through this Australian defence. If they can get the next goal, that's going to put all the pressure back on Australia. Ridley with the ball now from the right-hand side for Australia, and nearly goes straight through that gap and pops up, and the ball goes off Antonio Bunyan, but out of court on Smith and Booth's side. So Smith and Booth kicks at the ball to find out where it is, and she's got it now. She spins and throws from the left side of the court. Long cross-court ball, and Kingston's there and blocks out. So Kingston with the ball now for Australia, the number 7 experienced campaigner out of Budapest, and she throws a nice cross-court ball, but that time it just doesn't keep on spinning away from Bunyan, and she gets it across the centre tee. And Chelsea now, Hudson in a nice gap, but well blocked by Weston. She's doing well in this game, and now Kingston off the left side line. Now that longer cross-court ball, and nearly gets the feet of Bunyan, but Smith and Booth's in behind her, and she spins and throws cross-court to Kingston. So cross-courts are the order of the first minute of play in the second half.
Yeah, there seems to be a few cross courts, but Alice Kingston looks quite strong there on the wing, so we'll see what happens.
So fracture off Bunyan's hand that time from Kingston into the gap, but Hudson's there. Hudson with a beautiful line ball, but well blocked by Kingston, and they're dragging the Australian number 7 to the post constantly. Don't be surprised if you see a ball inside her hands. How will she be able to react? And this time she throws a cross court and nearly gets Bunyan's feet, kicking over Smith and Booth, but she regathers. Bunyan now off the centre, throws again, cross court to Kingston's feet, but that's out of play before the defensive line, so you're not going to trouble the defence there. And now Kingston runs across and gives it to Ridley, and Amy Ridley throwing down into the gap and beats Bunyan, but defended by Smith and Booth. She has the ball now, number 7 for Great Britain. Cross and into Weston's feet. And now Kingston with the ball, 1.5 meters inside of the court on the left-hand side. She goes cross-court, and that time Smith and Booth really late to fall down and defend that on her hand side, but she does. And Bunyan with the ball now goes into Kingston, and Kingston up and going back to the post on the left-hand side for Australia. They lead 3-1. Cross-court ball and blocked by Smith and Booth as she meets Hudson in the middle, and Hudson off the middle post there and runs at Kingston on their own. That pops up and she regathers and comes back to the post. Australia 3-1. And now Kingston throws down at Hudson, and Hudson blocks. Hudson's done very well in this game, I think. Bunyan, big bounce ball at Weston. She blocks well and chases and passes back to Kingston. And Kingston with the ball now as she runs into court and at Bunyan's hands and full stretch. Bunyan blocks the ball and it goes out and she chases it. Drop back in on Chelsea Hudson's side. Number 1 for GB in the red. The red coats. The red jerseys today. Oh. Little reference to the Great Britain Army of the past. Sure. And meanwhile, Weston fumbles the ball around the centre and tosses it out. So GB will come across, and Smith and Booth has come across to get the ball off Hudson. She goes back around Bunyan, and the number 7 for GB runs and throws narrow angle and beats Jen Weston, but Kingston is there. And Alice throws long cross-court ball, and that's out at the defence line on the other side. So now all 3 players for GB want the ball. Hudson decides better of it. Bunyan has the ball now out of the centre tee. She runs and throws narrow angle and gets Weston's feet. She was a good shot at the gap there between Weston and Kingston. Kingston cross-court ball that goes out around halfway. So Alice's top half of her body is getting faced to the right and throwing out at the halfway mark. She's going to have to straighten up as Hudson comes around now, and she's got the ball on the right-hand side and she throws at Kingston. So they're really targeting the number 7.
Yeah, Great Britain clearly targeting the new player that's substituted on for Australia. So Australia need to feed the ball to Amy, I think. She's been trying really accurate and scoring a few times with Molly Smith's support. So Australia needs to now start sharing the ball around a little bit.
And that's exactly what they've done. And she's throwing it straight out.
Take that back.
That's always the way. Yes. So Hudson has the ball for Great Britain as she walks across the back of the court. 3-1 to Australia. 8 minutes 12 remaining in the second half, and that time Kingston blocks well on her hand side, and she comes back half a metre inside of the court and runs narrow. Easy defence there from Bunyan, who picks up the ball and goes into the right side gap. She throws, spins and throws back at Kingston, and Kingston blocks and bobbles the ball, but in that upright position. Amy Ridley across now. Good thinking from Ridley. She gathers the ball and comes back across to her right side of the court. She's at the post now. She runs and throws narrow into the gap. Well defended by Bunyan with her feet across in that gap. Smithson Booth now with the ball from the left-hand side. She spins and throws. Narrow angle back to Kingston, who blocks down again. And Alice has been strong in defence, but they've targeted nearly every throw in the second half. She throws. She's done a lot of work and nearly through the hands of Bunyan, but Bunyan with a quick return. That goes out of court at the defensive side. So 7:22 remaining in the second half. Australia lead 3-1 in the semi-final. Earlier today, Brazil defeated Korea to advance to the gold medal match. The ball is now with Smithson Booth. She spins and throws. Nice block by Weston, who's all over that. Substitution for Australia. So Alice Kingston has done an enormous amount of work, and she is being replaced by Molly Smith.
Yeah, look, Great Britain targeted Australia's number 7 that entire play, but she held her own and kept it well. So they're bringing Molly Smith back on, so a bit more of an offensive gameplay, I think, from the Aussies. Great Britain still looking strong, finding those gaps. Their accuracy has become a little bit better in this second half, so hopefully they can open up a gap and get the back of the net.
Yeah, I think Australia needs to start thinking about putting some offensive pressure on GB. I think GB have tried to control this game and the tempo of it so far in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would agree there. Great Britain seem to have more control back. So we're starting again. Molly Smith with the ball off this timeout.
And so GB have stood up. So something else has happened.
Delay of game. Yeah, penalty.
Oh, and that is brutal for Australia. Really bad.
You're going to tell what happened?
I don't know what happened.
Delay of game off the substitution.
Yeah.
Molly Smith.
So Molly Smith to defend.
Number 2, Great Britain.
And Bunyan throws a nice shot at the line and scores. So Australia just cannot give Great Britain chances like that in this game. That's unacceptable. And now they're down a goal only, and all the pressure is back on Australia. Although they do lead 3-2. Smith off the whistle, straight into Bunyan, who fumbles a little bit, but then gives it to Hudson. And Hudson now with all the momentum. And Smith's nearly put that in the net as well, but saved off the back by Ridley in active defence. And Ridley throws a nice ball into Smithson Booth, who blocks forward. And Bunyan slow to chase. She's going to have to throw that out. Yep, and she does. So ball over to Australia. So Australia need to turn this around now, start putting offensive pressure on GB. GB have controlled the second half, and it's a timeout for Australia. It's a good timeout. So 1 goal down, all the pressure on Australia, although they're leading. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this timeout will get the Aussies just to regather together and work again. So Great Britain seem to have more control and scoring off that penalty has given them the momentum they've been searching for at the beginning of the game. So Aussies need to regroup and work together and hold that down.
Okay, so we're out of the timeout, and Smith has the ball for Australia. 6:37 remaining, 3-2 Australia. Let's see what Molly can do. She's played an up-tempo game so far, missed the penalty. Let's see if that affects her at all. A ball that goes straight into Bunyan in the middle of the court, and now passes to Smith and Booth. Smith and Booth on the left-hand side for Great Britain. Throws at Smith, but that's out of court on the defensive sideline. And Smith now waits for the ball to be dropped in. And she takes off on the whistle and throws a long cross-court ball and beats Bunyan, but Smith and Booth is there and passes off to Hudson. And Hudson takes the ball back 2 metres inside of the court on the right side. She goes long at that gap, but Weston is there, gathered by Smith. Smith now runs into the court, a cross shot to Smith and Booth on her hand side and passes to Bunyan, and Bunyan with the ball now just the left side of centre, and she runs and throws narrow at Smith's feet. Smith with the ball. She has a cross court ball now and a long cross court ball and scores in the corner right under number 7, Smith and Booth, and that's a great shot. Smith and Booth was so slow there.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of unfortunate lapse of concentration. She was just sitting there. So great corner shot though, perfect accuracy by Smith.
So the ball's dropped into Hudson, and Hudson takes it across as Australia go back to a 2-goal lead off the back of a Molly Smith goal. And a great shot there, but well defended. So into the gap and kicked out by Weston. Smith regathers the ball on the drop in. Australia lead 4-2. Smith off the whistle. Premature throw, no goal. High ball. So back-to-back mistakes by Australia, letting Great Britain keep on being in this game. 5:37 remaining in the second half. And Bunyan has the ball over centre. She moves to the left side now. She spins and throws, and that's down the line and through Smith. She picked the right side, but just a bit too slow. And Bunyan's pretty happy with her goal. And 3-4. So Australia go back, and he enjoyed that 2-goal lead for one throw. Back and forth this game. 5:37 remaining. Smith off the court on the left-hand side, runs in narrow angle to the gap, and bobbled by Hudson, nearly in the goal, but she regathers. She throws up the line to Smith, and Smith regathers off her fracture. And then into the hands of Bunyan, and Bunyan has the ball now off Smith. Passes to Smith and Booth. She comes off that left-hand side and spins and throws back to Molly Smith, and that ball's out of court at the 1.5 metre line. Smith now with the ball, and Ridley's over. Ridley has hardly done a single thing this second half. They haven't targeted once. I'm not even sure if she's even hit the ball in defence. It's been an amazing half, and Weston over in front of her this time with a nice block. Passes back to Ridley. 2 throws in a row for Amy. What can she do? Narrow across. Nice shot, but Hudson's there equally well positioned. Hudson back to the right side line as she runs and throws down the line. Blocked by Smith, but bobbles, and Weston regathers. No, goes past her, and Ridley regathers in active defence. Ridley now on the on the right hand side, down at Smith and Booth as she puts her own time out for GB. So 4:37 remaining in the second half. 4-3 to Australia.
Yeah, this is a close game now. Australia's being tested there, Molly Smith, with her defence. They've seemed to target her, and as mentioned, Amy on the right wing hasn't had a ball pretty much this whole half. So Great Britain's just seeming like they're trying to wear the Aussies out. So we'll see what their game plan is off this timeout.
Yeah, it's definitely back and forth, definitely pressure, and both teams fighting hard. It's been a very good game, full of ups and downs for both teams. Bunyan has the ball on the right side corner. Okay, so she is going to run and throw narrow into that gap, but well defended by both Smith and... So substitution. Michaela Riley comes into the game for Molly Smith. And I think that's a good move. They were targeting Smith. She looked a little bit frazzled. She did score a really nice goal, but she obviously had a lot of defensive work to do. And I like Big Mac's angle here for Australia off that left side.
Yeah, I think if Big Mac comes on and throws her great through the legs shot, she gets really good angles. So hopefully that she can get some shallow crosses and flick it off the feet and hands of Great Britain.
Yeah, that's on Bunyan's hand side, and she's already let one in the first half. So let's see what Michaela Riley can do here. But Amy Ridley has the ball, and she throws off the whistle and makes Bunyan go a long way. But Smithson Booth has the ball now on the left-hand side for Great Britain as she runs across and throws out of court. So Michaela Riley with a 10-second throw. Now the ball's dropped in on the left-hand side for Australia, the number 4. Riley runs through the legs. Nice angle. And just misses Bunyan's fingers on that occasion as Hudson is there. Hudson back into the court and fumbling. Riley now with the ball through the legs, and that one straight over the centre tee. That won't bother Bunyan. A quick return back in the corner as Riley pushes that out with her hands, and they're continuing to go out the left-hand side of the court in that strategic offensive move. So ball coming down and fumbled a little bit by Hudson that time, came off her hip, forward, but she regathers, runs down that right side line. Michaela Riley blocks the ball. She's just rushing a little bit. She just needs to take her time. 1.5 meters inside the court now. She throws. Too narrow that time. She needs to be running down the sideline to get that angle that she wants. She's into court too much. Hitting the centre. Smithson Booth throwing across the court and blocking in between Weston and Weston now passes to Ridley, which is a good move. And Ridley now with the ball into the gap, and a nice shot, and it beats the feet of Bunyan, but Smithson Booth is there, and Bunyan comes off and that's a whistle. Timeout? No. Yeah, let's go with that. Bunyan, well, behind the glass, so we can't hear what the referee is saying. So Bunyan now with that ball and blocks in, and the ball goes forward. Weston gathers. Weston now back over the centre tee as she runs and throws to the Chelsea Hudson side of the court, and blocked out by Hudson on her arms as referee Aaron Ford yells some instructions, and Hudson comes off the right side post and runs in the court up the line, and well blocked by Big Mac, pushing that ball out of the court. 2:44 remaining, Australia leading 4-3. Big Mac with the ball off the left side line. She throws that nice shot. That's a good angle, and Bunyan has to feel for that ball on her hands, and now passes to Smithson Booth, who comes in about 1.5 meters outside of the court on the left-hand side and throws a narrow cross, and Weston's there again to block on her knees and chases the ball, but not very well, and that's ball over. So Jen Weston just seems to stop on the chase. She needs to get in front of that ball and pass back. But Bunyan now, 2 meters into the court on the left-hand side, she spins and throws a nice shot at Big Mac, and Big Mac regathers. Number 4 for Australia, Michaela Riley off the left side post. She runs through the legs. That's a nice line shot, and that goes out though, just on the hands of Hudson, and Bunyan's there again. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. 4-3 Australia over Great Britain. What a great game for the semi-final. Bunyan comes and runs in. That's a cross-court ball all the way. Ridley was there, but that goes out before it needs to touch her. Ridley with the ball now from the right-hand side, and Australia need to take their time a little bit here. That's a nice gap shot, and the gap was wide open, and Smithson Booth really kicked it off the line up the court, and that's ball over to Australia. But gee, that had to be partway over the line when Smithson Booth kicked that ball. That was a great shot by Ridley. That's the kind of pressure they need to be putting on Great Britain here. Michaela Riley with the ball now for Australia. She runs and throws, and that's out of court. So just got turned around there. Great Britain with the throw, ready to go. 1:43 remaining. Bunyan takes the ball back across the centre. She keeps walking to the left-hand side, and she goes narrow and well blocked by Ridley. And she regathers and comes back. Ridley with the ball now on the right-hand side. Goes narrow in, and again, late reaction time by Smith and Booth, and Great Britain are a bit all over the place at the moment. Both players chase the ball, and Smith and Booth throws the ball up the court, and really good defence there in that gap by Genevieve Weston with her hands nice and strong. Ridley throws, bounce ball. Again, nice gap shot, and hits the feet that time of Bunyan and goes out of court. Bunyan regathers, and that's a timeout for GB. So, 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining in the second half. Australia with a 4-3 lead.
Yeah, look, I think Australia, Amy in particular, put a lot of pressure there on Great Britain. They started scrambling, getting those points, which has forced Great Britain to call a time out. But we're just having clarification with what's going on here.
And the ball's going away from Great Britain. I wonder if... I don't think it's a fourth timeout. They haven't called that many. And the Great Britain coaches are not happy. The ball's come over to Australia now. And so penalty. So Chelsea Hudson to defend. And it's Amy Ridley with the ball. Just to the left side of centre here. She's going to try and go narrow angle of the post. No, she's going right over to the left wing now. And that's going to get blocked here. So about 2.5 metres into court on the right hand side, and that was pretty easy for Chelsea Hudson. So yeah, needs to be down the line or into the other corner as Bunyan comes off and throws a nice ball into the gap, but really well defended by Weston. Gets that ball and passes to Riley, and Riley throws. And Bunyan waits on it and gets up and goes to do a quick return. Now it's a timeout for GB. So I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah. So 51.4 seconds remaining, 4-3 to Australia. What are coaches saying?
Well, Australia would be just need to block this out. 54 seconds to go, or 51 seconds to go. Still in the lead, so they've just got to block the last few balls. I think Great Britain are going to come out firing, try and get a couple of goals under them, or at least level the score.
So Australia need to control this game. They need to control the clock, take their time in throwing, nothing rash, no high balls, and GB need to push and try and get past that green and gold defence. Bunyan with the ball. Off the timeout for Great Britain in the middle of the court, just a bit to the right hand side. She runs closest to the camera, spins and throws a big bounce ball, but it goes out at the defensive line, and that does not trouble Australia at all, and gives them 10 seconds to eat the clock away. So Big Mac needs to be aware here. She's taken off pretty quick. She could have waited a little bit longer. It's a nice ball though, and there's a fracture, but Chelsea Hudson regathers and throws up the court, a nice gap shot, but Weston's all over that with her feet, and they block down. Australia's still rushing a little bit. Take your time. Okay, here we go. She runs and throws a longer angle that time, and hits Bunyan, and substitution for GB. So Smith and Booth out, and number 9 comes on.
20.5 seconds to go.
And number 9 is Nancy Hidridge. So Hidridge coming on for GB with 20.5 seconds to go. So really, if Australia control this clock, GB are going to have 2 throws.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm just going to have to be biased and root for the Aussies. I reckon 20.5 seconds to go. I think the girls have got it, so let's just block it out.
You've just given the absolute commentator mock on Australia, so if they draw or lose, it's all you. Yeah. It's all on you.
I've got faith in the girls.
All right, Bunyan off the left side line, comes into the gap and well blocked by Ridley. With the added pressure of Tian Taylor's mock. Australia doing well here. Okay, Ridley throws at Bunyan and another substitution, but it's actually going to be illegal coaching here, I think, because there was no control of the ball, and you can't theoretically call a substitution without control, but it looks like the coaches haven't acted on that. So it's an interesting thing, but there's only 2.5 seconds remaining, Tian.
Oh, the Aussies have got it. Oh, they've got it.
Stop Stop saying that. Can Australia go back to back into the Youth World Championships gold medal matches? Wow. We're going to take the microphone. We're taking the microphone away from Tian Taylor right now.
I back the youth girls.
Bunyan off the whistle, spins and throws to Big Mac, and she blocks, and Australia win 4-3. They are into the gold medal match to take on Brazil, and what a great game. You have to give it to Great Britain. They fought so hard, and without one of their top players and everything that's been happening to them in the last 24 hours, they fought amazingly well. What a great game by both teams, and both teams should be really proud of themselves and hold their head high.
Yeah, look, Great Britain have been having a fantastic tournament. They've been challenged, like you said, by the last 24 hours, but those girls put a solid effort out there, so they should be really proud, and they're going into the bronze medal match. So great effort, solid effort by our Aussies. They had us on our chair, edge of our seats there for a little bit, but it's awesome to see them go through to the gold.
So Australia get to defend their World Championship on home soil against Team Brazil that they knocked out back in Budapest in the semi-final stage. And so a big rivalry between those two teams. It'll be a great gold medal match. But we'll be back with the next men's semi-final between Poland and Brazil, which will be a great game as well. Thanks very much, Tia.
This game is between Poland on my left and Brazil on my right. I would like to remind everyone to switch off your mobile phone. Thank you. Brazil, start with the ball. Right, please. Center. Play. Right, please. You play. Point delete. Left. Point delete. Left.
Who's able to get his feet high down in front of him. He passes to the left, and it's a bouncing ball from Nowakowski again into that gap between the brothers Arujo. It's collected by number 7 Lucas and passed across to number 1 Brian, who'll throw from his left post half a metre in. He comes in and finds through the hands of Wojcik, but the body of number 8 Nowicki is well and truly there. Nowicki cross-court ball into the body of Arujo and Jesus. Jesus though moves across to the back tee, kicking Lucas Arujo out of the way. Number 8 Jesus spins and throws, calmly trapped by the body of Wojcik, who passes to his left in the hands of number 9 Nowakowski. This ball's going to collide straight into the body of Lucas Arujo, passes across to his brother Brian. I hope they actually are related. Number 1 Brian, bouncing ball, and it's again off the top leg of the centre. Number 6 Nowicki has to do the chasing forward and passing it back across to the right wing. Then number 8 flat fast ball from not Nowakowski, Nowicki, passed across to the right-hander now with Jesus from Brazil after Brian Arujo stops it. And Jesus gets it through the arms of Nowakowski, off the post and back forward into Nowakowski's arms. Quick reply now, cross-court from Nowakowski, recovering from the fracture there that nearly saw Brazil getting their first goal. Sends it into the arms of Brian Arujo, who does a cross-court bouncing throw wide of Poland's goals. 4 minutes, 48 seconds to go. And it almost looked like Brazil was going to get on the board. 1-0. Ball now in the hands of the right winger for Poland, who throws it into the body of Lucas Arujo, collected by Jesus. Jesus going for the cross-court ball into the arms of Wojcik. He passes again to his right, the number 8 for Poland with that ball from 1.5 off his post. Tries to go for a line ball, and this time throws it wide, and it's even wide of the goal judge.
Being dropped in to the left of Brazil. Ball now with number 1, who's taking it to the back tee. He's taking it to the right gap now. takes it from the right gap, goes for a C post, but it is blocked out by number 9 for Poland. Being dropped into the left wing for Poland now. Number 9 with the ball, taking it from his post. Goes across to the right a bit, lines himself up, goes for a discus shot, gap to gap. It is caught by the hands of number 7 and pushed forward to number 8. Number 8 takes it from his gap, goes for a discus, goes for gap to gap, but has a bit too much centre on that. It is pushed forward and chased by number 6, who passes it back to the left to number 9. Number 9 with the discus shot, going for gap to gap again. Stopped by number 7, who is passing it off to number 1 to change things up a little bit. Going off to the left of his gap to take the shot. Goes for the BC gap. It is stopped by the legs of number 6 with a perfect chase there. He gets the ball, passes it off to number 8, who wastes no time returning that shot. Caught by the legs of number 7, pass off to number 8, who goes to the right post to take his shot. Bouncing discus, goes for a down the line shot. Stopped by number 9, bounces forward and he easily retrieves it. Goes for a discus directly from his corner, is trying to go post to post, but has too much left on that one, too much right on that one, sorry. Been dropped into the left winger for Brazil. Number 1 with the ball, goes across to the right gap to take the shot. Goes from gap to gap, but is stopped by the iron legs of number 6. Number 6 passes it to number 8 for Poland on the right wing. Goes from corner to corner, but it is pushed out by number 8. Number 8 goes back to retrieve the ball from the goal judge. Lines his shot up on the post. Oh, it's official timeout. Quickly check number 8. And it's an eye shades. Good call, ref. Number 8 picks up the ball from the goal judge. Lines himself up on the post. Goes for a discus gap to gap. It's quick, but number 6 is quicker. He blocks it with these legs, passes it off to the left to number 9 for Poland. Number 9 for Poland lines himself up on the corner, goes for a cross-court bounce. It is straight into the body of number 1. Number 1 passes it to number 7, who's taking it from his back tee. Goes for a discus, goes for the BC gap. It's kicked up and forward by number 6, who retrieves the ball. It's gone out, but he still has it. He's holding the ball. Bit of a confusion there. He's passed it to number 9, and number 9 has just freaked out and passed it off to the left. Unsure what he was thinking there. Being dropped into number 8 for Brazil. Number 1 has come across. Number 8 on the post there. Oh, bit of a dummy throw there. Bounce shot now. Stopped by number 9 easily. Goes straight to his body. No stress there. Goes for a bounce shot from his post, and it's stopped by the hands of number 7.
Ball now with number 7, Lucas Arujo. Pass across to his brother Brian, who sends a dangerous ball into the legs of Wojcik and number 9, Nowakowski. We have a timeout for Poland with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Both teams remaining scoreless in this first half. Everything is online here for this match. This is our second boys semi-final. The winner of this game will be going through and facing the unstoppable force that is Thailand. The runners-up from this match will be going through and facing the down but 100% not out boys of Sweden. We must have a result for this match. If the scores are still locked at 0-0 by the conclusion of the second half, we go into 2 periods of 3-minute extra time halves. Those will be golden goal. We're back underway now. Number 9, Nowakowski throws a cross-court ball into the body of number 1, Brian Arujo. From the back tee, Arujo has the ball, kicking his brother out the way and throws the ball back into the legs of Nowakowski, who blocks it forward, and it's collected now by the number 6, Wojcik, as we have a substitution for Poland. So we will see coming onto the court, Sherwinski, the number 1, will be coming on and taking the place of Nowakowski, the number 9, who is coming off. 1 minute and 51 seconds to go. So interesting that they're calling a substitution so close towards the end of the first half, but each team is only allocated 4 timeouts and 4 substitutions per game, but you must take one of those timeouts and substitutions in one half. You can't save all 4 for one half. Ball in the hands from the substitute. Sherwinski throws it wide on his first touch of the ball out the front of the court for Brazil. Number 1, Arujo of the Brian variety. Pass it across to Jesus from the right side. Jesus will spin and throw. It's a bouncing ball into the body of the substitute. Brazil testing him out straight away, but Sherwinski is equal to it, trapping it down using his top arm and his upper body. Sherwinski now bouncing the ball back into Arujo. Brian blocks it forward and it's collected by his brother Lucas. Lucas with the ball from the back tee, spins and throws. It's a great bouncing ball again, going for Sherwinski, and this time the fracture is wildly up in the air, but it's blocked over the sideline. Both teams still remaining scoreless. Sherwinski looking a bit rattled by that throw, but the number 1 takes the ball calm and goes again cross court, really trying to hit the gap between the brothers Arujo. Quick reply though through the legs of Sherwinski. Great throw by O'Brien. Arujo, 1 minute and 7, and you feel that something has got to give before we reach half time. Brazil at the moment, I feel like the momentum is with them, but Poland are not giving an inch. This ball coming from Nowicki into the hands of Lucas Arujo, fractured away, collected by Jesus, the right winger for Brazil, the number 8. He spins and throws, and it's gone towards the body of Wojcik, who passes it back across to Nowicki from the right hand side. Nowicki comes about 1 or 2 steps in from the goalpost, back into the body of Lucas Arujo, who collects the number 7, passing across to his brother, number 1. Brian Arujo from the left post. Arujo runs in a straight line, throws into the gap between Wojcik and Nowicki. Nowicki blocks it forward, passed from Wojcik across to Sherwinski. Bounce ball again, collected off the body of number 7, Lucas Arujo, passing to his wine. And we have number 8, Jesus, throwing the ball from the back tee into the body of Nowicki, fracturing forward back into Wojcik, who passes back to Nowicki. Number 8, Nowicki with the throw, dangerously off the legs for both the brothers, and it's blocked wide off the court. In fact, it's a ball over. Poland looking at their first chance of getting a goal with 9.6 seconds. This might be the last throw of the match, of the first half of this match, as we have Sherwinski with another ball fracturing dangerously off the legs of Lucas and collected by Brian, and that is the end of the first half with the scores locked at 0-0. What an incredible defensive game we have on our hands so far, Brad.
Both teams are just nailing it in the defense department, but we haven't had... Well, with Poland, they're starting to tie just a little bit. I believe we might only actually see 1 goal score in the next half. What do you think, Pitchard?
Certainly an amazing display. We've seen some late fractures. Sherwinski coming onto the court for replacing Nowakowski, who was starting to fracture the ball more and more. And we're seeing that Poland are really trying to go after that gap between the Arujo brothers, number 1 and number 7, Lucas and Brian. There's been some dangerous flicks away off the feet from the centre, Lucas Arujo, off into the sidelines, would have caused some ball overs. We might even see some goals come in through there. It might be one of these cases of like a 1-1 or a 2-2. As I mentioned before, if this game is still locked, if the scores are tied at the end of full time, we go into 2 halves of extra time. These halves are 3 minutes each, and as soon as 1 goal is scored in that 3 minute, in either one of those 3 minute halves, the whole game ends, and that is declared the winner. If by the end of the 2 3-minute halves, so 6 minutes of extra play in total, there is still no change in the scores, we go to extra throws. Each team member from each team will have to go and defend the entire 9-metre wide goal by themselves in much the same way that you would in a soccer penalty shootout. If at the end of that the scores are still tied, then it becomes golden goal extra throws as we make our way back onto the court to start the second half. We've had the 90-second buzzer warning telling us that the refs are coming to do the eye shade checks. Lining up for Poland, who are now on the left of screen, we have numbers 8, 6 and 9. So number 6 still the centre, Wojcik. Number 8 and number 9 are back onto the court. So Sherwinski, who played left wing at the end of the first half, is now back on the bench and replaced by Nowakowski in the number 9 jersey. So number 8 is Nowicki and number 6 Wojcik. For Brazil, they are lining up as usual, the usual suspects. Jesus on the right hand side at the top right hand of screen, and the brothers Arujo. Centre Lucas in the middle, number 7, and left winger Brian, number 1.
30 seconds left until play resumes. Players for Brazil have already taken their positions, except for number 1, who was just getting a final check on his eye shades. He's now taking his positions, while Poland is all huddled in the middle. They're having a bit of a conversation about what they're going to try to achieve during the second half. Less than 15 seconds left on the clock now. Crowd is very quiet in anticipation for this second half. We've got number 9 on the left wing, number 6 in centre, number 8 on right for Poland. Poland will be starting with the ball this half, as Brazil started with it in the first half. Hopefully they can start off strong, use the starting ball as a great opportunity to get ahead. We will see. Refs making final quiet please calls.
0-0. Half-time substitution. Poland out. Number 1.
Poland still not moving to their positions yet. All 3 of them standing in the centre for a bit of a confusion, so the players for Brazil don't know which one will be taking the shot. Ball has been passed to Poland now. Number 8 has picked up the ball. Players 6 and 8 were talking in the middle for a bit. Number 8 has taken the shot from the back tee. Number 9 has gone to his left wing. Number 6 in centre, 8 on right. Brazil's number 8 with the ball goes for the BC gap. It's stopped by number 6, passed off to number 9. Number 9 taking it from his left wing post. Goes for a bounce across the court. It's hit the body of number 1 and is blocked out. Being dropped into the left wing for Brazil. Number 1 with the ball. Takes it from his gap. Nobody's coming back across to between his gap and his post. Goes for a bounce, powerful bounce to the gap, but it's gone a bit too much to the centre and is stopped by number 6. Number 6 passes up to number 8. Goes all the way over to his right post to take a shot. Directly into the body of number 1 is pushed forward. Runs it back to number 8, who will take his shot from the back tee. Goes directly for the gap. It's gone past number 6. It's been kicked by the legs of number 8 and has gone into the goal. That is 1-0, 11 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock.
Brazil drawing first blood here in this semi-final. In the second half of the semi-final, we have the first goal with 11 minutes and 8 seconds still to play. What can Poland do to retaliate? Bounce ball coming from the left winger. Noah Kelsey hits Lucas Arujo, number 7, passed across to number 1. Brian Arujo, who scored the no, he didn't score the last goal. It was Jesus who scored that last goal. Ball fractured forward by Wojcik and passed across to number 9. Noah Kelsey from 3 metres in. Bouncing ball looping into the body of Jesus. Jesus calmly trapping it down and goes for a discus throw from his post. It's collected off the feet of Wojcik and passed back across to Nowakowski from the left post. Nowakowski, bouncing ball, flicked away by the feet dangerously by Lucas Arujo, who passes the ball looping in the air to his brother. His brother has to sidestep to his left to get hold of it. 1.5 metres in, and there is a stoppage in play. We have a timeout for Brazil. I suspect, Brad, that this is one of those 10-second savers.
10 minutes 19 seconds on the clock. Poland are going to need to risk it with a bit more offensive power. Brazil just needs to calm down, not let any penalties cause them any strife during the second half. Poland getting a bit of a strict talking to about what they need to do. They need to retighten that defense. They need to not be... They're letting a bit too tired there in the second half. If they keep getting tired like this, they will let in more goals. Defense will be the winner of this game. Number 8 with the ball on the right post. Number 8 has thrown the ball out for the goal judge to bounce back in. No, it is ball over. Ball will be in Poland's court. Being dropped into number 9. Number 9 moves it across and passes the ball to number 8 for Poland, who'll be taking the shot from the back tee. Bounces directly across the 7. It's gone up but forward. Stopped by number 7, who passes it off to number 8. Number 8 taking it from the back tee. Goes for the BC gap. Stopped easily by number 6. Passed off to number 9. Number 9 taking it from the left of his gap. Goes for a cross court there. Stopped by number 1 for Brazil. Number 1 for Brazil going to the right side of his brother to take the shot. Goes for a bounce. He's trying to go down the line, but it's gone way too much to his right. Being dropped into number 9. He's moved across to give the ball to number 8. He's gone back to the right post to take his shot. He lines up directly on the post. Runs in a little bit. Goes from gap to gap, but it's stopped by both brothers there, using both their legs to stop that ball. Bit of a powerful shot there. Number 7 taking from his back tee. It's gone past number 6, but it's stopped and blocked forward by number 8, who has the ball. He's taking it from his back tee. Goes for the AB gap, sorry. It's stopped by number 8, who's taking the shot from the back tee. Both teams using that back tee to line themselves up quite a lot this game. There's number 8 with the ball on the right post. Goes for the BC gap. It's stopped by number 7. Pass off to his brother. Number 1 lines himself on the left post. Goes for a cross court, going for the AB gap. It's kicked forward by number 6 with the perfect chase there. Pass back to number 9. Number 9 goes over to the left wing, and there is a whistle there. We don't know if it's noise. There's been a lot of wind rustling top of the roof this morning, so there's been quite a noise penalty for that. Polish guys look unhappy. This might be an illegal coaching noise penalty, sorry. Referee's just having a bit of a conversation there with the coach. We don't know what's happening up here. We still don't have any noise from up here in the commentating box. What do you think's going on, Pritchard?
It's hard to tell what's going on, but certainly the Polish coaches are pleading with that referee about something. The ball is being taken by the goal judge, though, and the Polish players aren't happy. The coaching staff aren't happy. We're not quite sure what the distress is, but it looks like a penalty has been awarded. It's been given to number 8 for Poland. Will have to defend the entire 9-metre wide goal by themselves for one throw. And throwing the ball for Brazil, giving them the chance to go 2-0 up, is number 1, Brian Arujo, who goes to the left of Poland's goals, and it's past number 8's outstretched hands. He can't get there in time, and bit of deja vu on our hands. The scoreline reads 2-0. This was the winning score that saw Brazil beat Poland in the pool games with 8 minutes and 51 seconds to go. Can Poland do something they have not been able to do all tournament, and that is score against Brazil to get the chance to play for gold? Ball in the hands of Jesus, number 8, right-hander. He throws the ball down towards the court. It's collected by the number 6, and we have a whistle stoppage, and this time the substitution is being recognised. Coming off is number 9, so we're seeing the left winger Noah Kelsey being subbed off, and number 1 Sherwinski coming back on. We saw them do this play towards the end of the first half. We saw Sherwinski come on for Noah Kelsey. So that penalty that was missed by Poland before, the unlucky victim of the Brian Arujo throw, was number 8 Nowicki. Score still reading 8 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Brazil up 2-0.
Ball with Poland, number 8 on the right post. Lines up his shot directly from the post. Way too much centre on that shot. Stopped by number 7, who passes off to number 8. Number 8 taking it from the gap. Bounce shot there. He's trying for the post, but it goes directly into the body of his fellow number 8. Number 8 going for a cross court back to number 8 for Brazil. Number 8's having a bit of a showdown there. Pass off to number 1 to end the showdown. Number 1 goes bounce down. Stopped by number 8 for Poland. Lines himself directly on the back of the goal there. Goes for the C post. It's stopped by number 1. Number 1 going over to number 8 for Brazil. Number 8 with Brazil lining up on the gap. Goes to the AB gap there. Centres up a bit too much though. Stopped easily by number 6. Number 6 passes it to number 1 for Poland. Number 1 goes for the AB gap. Centred too much again. Stopped by gone forward by number 7. He has to chase it a bit. Passes off to number 1. Number 1 with a quick throw there. It's going for the C post. Stops by number 1 for Poland. Number 1 bounces for the C post. It's a bit too much to the right, and with the added help of number 1, it goes out. Dropped into the left side of Brazil. Picked up by number 1. Hopped over to number 8, who takes it from the back tee. Powerful discus bounce there. Straight to 6 though. 6 blocks it easily. Passes off to number 1 for Poland. Number 1 for Poland. Lines up on the left post. Goes to the AB gap. It's stopped by number 8. Number 8 passes the ball off to number 1, who takes it from the right side of centre. Powerful bounce there. He's trying to go down the line for the BC gap, but it's way too much to his right, and it is out. Ball being dropped into number 1 for Poland. Number 1 for Poland with the ball. Lines up on the back tee to take the shot. Goes straight to the other centre though, and is stopped easily by number 7, who passes the ball off to number 8. Number 8 goes to the right post to take his shot. 6 minutes 55 seconds left on the clock. The score is 2-0. Brazil holding up their defence. Poland need to strike back as hard as they can if they have any chance of winning. Balls with number 8 for Brazil now, passing it off to number 1. Number 1 goes back to his left gap to take the shot. Bounces for the AB gap, stopped by number 8. Number 8 for Poland, lines up on the goal. Goes for the AB gap. This is a bit too much centre there, blocked by number 7, who picks it up to number 8, who's taking it from his right gap. Goes for the AB gap. It's hit by number 6. It's gone forward. It's chased by number 6. Passes it back to number 8 for Poland.
Ball now with the hands of Poland. And it's thrown into, nearly through again the legs of the Arujo brothers, but it's now with the hands of number 1, Brian, front on throw. He tries to get it past the body of Wojcik, but he can't on this occasion. Wojcik cleanly trapping, and we have a stoppage in play and a timeout for Poland. Score still 2-0 to Brazil, and 6:01 remaining on the scoreboard. Now, we just saw that the rule book was rushed past us just moments ago, and it looks like that Great Britain are protesting their match results against Australia. There was a penalty that was given for illegal coaching by their coach, when for all intensive purposes, the coach, I believe, thought that Great Britain had possession of the ball, and he was able to ask for a timeout or substitution, but the refs believed that the players did not have control or possession of that ball, and so awarded a team penalty, illegal coaching against Great Britain. The penalty, though, was blocked, so it didn't actually change the scoreline. We're back underway now as Szewinski throws that ball into the right side of the court from right corner to corner, and it's passed from Brian Arujo to number 8. Number 8, Jesus, off the legs of number 6, Wojcik, who kicks it dangerously forward and keeps it down, and it's now back with Szewinski, who throws that ball wide, collected by goal judge and co-commentator and yesterday's birthday boy, Sean Fitzpatrick. Ball passed from Jesus now into the hands of Brian Arujo. He goes for that spot. It hits the legs of number 6, Wojcik, who passes back to his left. Szewinski for Poland, the right-hander from the left post, spins and throws, and it's a cross-court ball, dangerously off the body of number 1, Brian Arujo, and just the wrong side of the post from the point of view of Poland. Arujo passing across to Jesus, who's kicking Lucas Arujo out of the way and saying, I'm throwing from the centre, and throws the ball straight from centre to centre, collected easily off the body by the number 6, Wojcik passes to his right. Nowicki throws the ball into the body of Jesus, who gets up quickly and moves it across to Brian Arujo. Arujo, number 1, 3 metres in from the left post, down the line towards the body of Nowicki, who gets up and quick returns into the body of Arujo. Number 1, Brian, passes back across to Jesus. Jesus now from the right side of Brazil's goals. They still lead 2-0. Right-handed ball goes into the gap, but only finds the body of number 6, Wojcik, who passes back across to his left. Szewinski with the ball, spins and throws. It's a ball going into the body and nearly through the legs of the Arujo brothers, but Lucas is able to control it, and Brian collects. Brian, the left winger, number 1, into the legs of Poland. Again, their defense from Brazil and Poland is incredibly strong, and Poland call another time out. 4 minutes and 28 seconds to go. Brad, I suspect that we're going to see Poland use every single one of their timeouts and every single one of their substitutions to make sure they have the maximum opportunities to have set throws to try and do something to make this scoreline from 0-2 to 2-2.
The only way I see Poland getting a goal is if Brazil mess up and have a penalty against them, but that seems unlikely as Brazil are chilling over on their side of the court. Just having a bit of relaxation over there. They've just got to keep their defense up. That's all they need to win this game. Ball with Poland, number 1 with the ball at the moment in the left post. Time is about to restart. There's the whistle. Play is restarting. Number 1 goes for a down the line shot. It's gone underneath number 8, and that's a goal. First goal against Brazil for Poland, and number 6 is excited. That brings the score to 2-1. Time on the clock is 4:23. Oh, that was perfect. Oh, we're having a bit of a clarification there. Bit of controversy with that goal, apparently. They might be having a bit of unsportsmanlike conduct from the Brazilian coach there. This might be a penalty. This might be the chance Poland needs. Yes, I believe it is a penalty. No, it is not a penalty. Number 8 with the ball. Right wing for Brazil. Takes it between his gap and his post. Goes along the line and he's retrieved it. Perfect line ball by number 8 for Brazil there. Number 1, he just didn't get crossed far enough. It's hit the corner of the post and it's gone in. Bring the score to 1-3. That goal from Poland's excitement, that was short-lived. Number 8 with the ball, takes it from the back tee, directly into the hands of number 8 for Brazil. 4 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. Another timeout is called.
Spirits, tempers, reactions are running high and flaring around everywhere at the moment. Brazil are leading Poland 3-1 with 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. It has taken 36 minutes plus for Poland to find a way through the Brazilian defense. They remain scoreless in the first game against Brazil, remain scoreless in the first half of this game, and finally in the dying minutes they get on the scoreboard. But is it enough? Brazil are 3-1, 2-goal lead for the Brazilians as the timeout comes towards an end. The number 8 for Brazil with the ball, 1.5 meters in from his post. He now moves back to his post. Jesus, what's he gonna do? Sends the ball into the feet of number 6, Wojcik, who passes across to Sherwinski, the number 1, from the left wing. Cross-court ball in through the feet of Lucas Arujo, but Brian Arujo is backing him up. Brian Arujo with the ball from the left wing. Number 1 for Brazil sends the ball into the body of Wojcik, number 6. Passes to his left. Sherwinski, right-handed, spins and throws. It's a bouncing ball into the hands of Lucas Arujo, the number 7, who takes it calmly to his back tee and says, I'm going to throw this one. Chill out, guys. Bouncing ball into the body of number 8, Nowicki for Poland. Polska, Nowicki, front on throw, hits the body of Brazil, number 7. Lucas Arujo passes to his brother Brian, who again will throw from the centre. Number 1, centre to centre action, straight from front tee to front tee, as Wojcik clamps down and passes it to his left. It's with the hands of number 1. Sherwinski going for the line ball, fractured off the hands of Jesus, who just gets them there in time and pushes that ball into the bench for Brazil. Collected by the goal judge, dropped back in. Jesus, number 8, with the ball from 2 meters in. Runs, throws, bouncing ball towards the gap, but it's blocked forward by the feet of Wojcik, who dives feet towards his left and passes it across to Sherwinski. Bouncing ball from Sherwinski, nearly through the hands of Lucas Arujo. Lucas Arujo getting hit in the head by that last ball, but the timeout will not be played. Brian makes the throw, and again we see a fantastic dive coming from number 6, Wojcik, as we have our officials time out for equipment check, as Lucas Arujo puts his eye shades back on his head under the supervision of our referees. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Score is still 3 to Brazil and 1 to Poland. And Poland must be feeling it with Wojcik having more and more tape put under his chin. Ball in the hands of Poland. And we throw from Nowicki, throwing wild and out to the right hand side of Brazil's goals. Ball's dropped into Jesus, who passes it across to Brian Arujo. Arujo from the left sideline, left side of Brazil's goals. Cross-court ball, no, he pivots on the foot at the last moment and angles it back towards Nowicki, collected by Wojcik, and now in the hands of Sherwinski. Cross-court ball into the body, in the feet of Lucas Arujo, passing across to Jesus, number 8. From the centre, Jesus throws and finds the body of number 6, Wojcik. I don't think you're going to get much past the Wojcik's body today. He's on a mission, and then so are the Brazils to try and find a way into this gold medal match. That last ball coming from Nowicki into Jesus, who turns and throws the ball, tries to find the post of Sherwinski, but throws it wide. Ball dropped back into Sherwinski, number 1 for Poland, from his post. He runs up, he spins, he turns, bouncing ball collected easily by Jesus. Passed across now, this time to Brian Arujo from 3 metres off to the left of the goals into the hands of Wojcik. Strong hands, who passes back to Szewinski. It looks like Wojcik is making an effort to try and make sure Szewinski gets as many throws as possible, and with a bounce ball like that, oh, devastation. It was a great bouncing ball. It was too great of a bounce ball. It was long.
That is a devastating penalty for Poland. They have to block this if they want any chance, even the slimmest chance of winning, with 1 minute 31 seconds left on the clock. Oh, it's got it. Yes. Nice. Number 1, he's blocked it out, need it forward. Bit of devastation there for Brazil, but they still have the lead. They just need to have an iron defense, and Poland won't be able to get any through. Ball now with number 8 on the right post for Poland. He's giving it his all at the end. Ooh, he's gone for a perfect bounce line ball. But again, it's long. Poland is giving it their all, but they're risking it just a bit too much. Ball now with number 1 for Brazil, who's lined up in his back tee. Any goal now could be the end for Poland. They need to block this. He's gone for the left. Oh, and he's just not quick enough to make his decision, and that's a goal, bringing the score to 4-1. 1 minute 25 seconds left on the clock. The ball has been dropped into number 1 for Poland on the left side. He's lined up on his post. Referees. Oh, it's a timeout for Poland. Poland needs this timeout to line themselves up and get the perfect shot. And with Brazil, they're just having a bit of a victory talk, I think. All they have to do is defense. It's all Brazil need. They don't even need to attack strongly anymore. With only 1 minute 25 seconds left on the clock, the score is 4-1 for Brazil. Poland is in dire straits at the moment. Getting a bit of a mop up on the right, on the Poland side of the court. 15 seconds has been called. Players are returning to their positions. Number 1 for Poland with the ball. Lining up on his back tee. Whistle has been blown. Takes it from the back tee. Bounce shot directly to centre, though it's stopped easily by number 7 for Brazil, who's taking it from his back tee. Goes for a bounce to the A post. Caught easily by number 8 for Poland. Goes for a bit of a run there. Goes for a cross court, but it's too much to the left as well as getting his hands to it. Number 8 pushes it out. Being dropped into the right wing for Brazil. Number 8 with the ball, taking it from his post. Powerful discus there. Goes for the AB gap. It's kicked up by number 8 in this court. And that's another timeout. No substitution for Poland. Number 8 is off. And I believe we will have number 9 coming back on.
Nowakowski returning to the court, but coming off, and I'm somewhat surprised at this, is not Szewinski, but the number 8, Nowicki. So Nowakowski for Nowicki. As we have not long to go, 58.4 seconds, and Poland need to find a way to do something they have not been able to do for majority of this competition, and that is score past the defense of Brazil. The Arujo brothers, Brian and Lucas, and of course on the right wing, Jesus. What is Poland going to do? How can they make these goals get through? And it looks like we have a penalty in our hands. It's a penalty against Brazil. So it is a penalty against Poland. Sorry, it's just the Brazilian players got off the court. Ball dropped into Brazil. Is with number 8 Jesus, and it looks like number 1 for Poland is going to try and defend this. Number 1 Szewinski. 8 throws it straight to the middle, and it's squashed. Szewinski falls on top of the ball and almost squashes it flat as a pancake, but the save is made. Poland are not out of this competition yet. They still have chances of going for gold, but not when they start throwing long balls. The scoreboard pressure mounting away here as the clock ticked down from 58 to 55.1 seconds. Brad.
Poland are giving it their all, and it's only just not paying off. So close, yet so far away. Goes for the C post. Perfect dive by number 1 for Poland. He's pushed the ball out and another perfect save. Oh man, this is a bit of a stressful last minute of the second half. Number 9 with the powerful discus shot goes across the court, easily caught though by number 1 for Brazil. Number 1 for Brazil passes it to number 8 who goes to the right post to take the shot. Goes for a bounce for the BC gap, stopped by number 6. Number 6 taking it from the centre. Has to push number 9 out of the way there. Goes for a bounce for the BC gap. Tip the goal, but that might be a penalty here. Unsure of what is happening. We might have an illegal coaching penalty here. Yeah, it might be an own goal. Scoreboard has not changed yet, so we're going to have clarification there. Oh, yep, there it goes. It is an own goal. That might be it for Poland. Score is now 5-1 for Brazil. Number 1 goes for the gap shot there. Powerful bounce, but stopped by number 1. Brazil taking their time to hold the ball. Ooh, bit of a slow shot there. Stopped easy by number 6. Number 1 with the ball. The right side of the wing goes for a powerful bounce for the corner, and it's blocked out by number 1. Perfect save there. Being dropped into the left post for number 1 for Brazil. Quiet please has been called. Holding the ball to waste as much time as possible. Goes for the BC gap. It's hit by number 9. It's gone forward. Number 6 has retrieved it, taking it himself. Goes for the bounce for the BC gap. It's hit the centre. It's gone off, and it's just narrowly gone past the left post. Dropped into number 1. Number 1 passing the ball to centre. Score is currently 5-1. Ball on the right side. It is a penalty, sorry. And that's the goal. Number 6 just not getting to it. Not sure what the penalty was for there. Probably a long ball. Score is 6-1. 3 seconds. 3.9 seconds left on the clock. This is game for Brazil. Poland not even taking the shot there. And Brazil have won.
Congratulations to Brazil, and they are chanting loudly down there. In the end, it was a 6-1, 5-goal lead over Poland, who had great defense in the first half. Both these sides, Brad, remained at 0-0 each, and it wasn't until this second half of play that we saw the goals actually get on the board to lead us to 6-1. Commiserations for Poland, who fought incredibly hard, but now we have all 4 of our semi-final matches determined and decided, and the only 4 matches left for the day are the ones that are going to be the gold medal and bronze medal games. Now, this is of course assuming that the protest that we have wind of is occurring right now, that no result comes of that. But we'll go with what we know and what we have, and that is at 3 o'clock the bronze medal match for the women. At 4:15 it will be the bronze medal match for the boys. At 5:30 will be the silver medal, gold medal, silver medal playoff for the women, and finishing off the tournament at 6:45 will be the gold medal matches. Or gold medal match for the boys. So at 3 o'clock, as things currently are, the match will be between the Great Britain, who went down to Australia today by 1 goal in a nail-biter, and they'll be taking on South Korea, who were well and truly run over by Brazil. In the bronze medal match for today at 4:15, we will have the boys of Sweden, who got run over by Thailand. They'll be taking on the tired and weary faces of Poland. So we have a European battle for the bronze. Coming into our match for the gold for the women at 5:30. It will be between Brazil, who were able to run over the top of South Korea, and Australia, who got that 1-goal lead over Great Britain. But watch that space, things might change, as that's being put under review through the protest committee. And of course, as we've just seen now, Brazil doubling up, hedging their bets and having a chance to go for gold in the women and gold in the men, because at 6:45 later today we will see the boys of Brazil, who so confidently took down Poland, take on the unstoppable Thailand. We can't wait for those games. We've got a bit of a break now. Are we going to leave the streaming going, or are we going to cut it off until we come back at 3? We will be cutting the streaming, and we'll be coming back at 3 o'clock, which is a couple of hours away, an hour and a half away. The march-ins will occur at 2:45, so you'll be able to watch the teams march in and get introduced. There won't be game sound for that. That is just to avoid any copyright infringements to do with the music that's being played here at the venue, to add a bit of atmosphere. But if you join us at about 2:58, 2:59, the commentators will be back in the box to run through the game that will decide the bronze medal at the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. I've been Dan Pritchard. Brad's already run away. Thank you very much.
To my right is Team Great Britain. For Team Korea, number 1, Min Ji Seo. Number 2, Min Kyung Park. Number 3, A Lim Ji. Number 5, Seong Lee Park. And number 7, Yong Chae Bong. For the staff, Hong Gil Park. Jin Ho Lee. And Hae Kyung Min. For Team Great Britain, number 1, Chelsea Hudson. Number 2,
This is the bronze medal match for the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships with just 12 seconds to go before we start the game between Korea and Great Britain. Britain are not able to progress through the gold medal match after being defeated by Australia in a close nail-biter of just 1 goal difference. Korea, they got run over the top of by Brazil, and that's why both these teams are facing off against each other for this particular match. For Korea, we have the number 1, Seo, will be playing centre. Number 7, Bong on the right wing, and number 2, Park on the left wing. Down at the Great British end of goals, that is the left side of the camera as you look at it from home on Facebook Live or YouTube. We have number 1, Hudson on the right. Smithson Booth in the middle, and the number 2 on the left wing. Ball passed into the hands of Korea, who throw the ball down towards Great Britain to start this game. Hudson from the right sends the ball straight through and immediately into the back of the net between the gap of the centre Seo and the left wing Park. Great Britain with no more than 16 seconds gone on that clock, scoring. Ball in the hands of the right wing for Korea. She bounces the ball and it hits the body of number 7, passes across to her left, number 2, Banyan with the ball, cross court into the body of Seo, passes to her left in the hands of the number 7, Bong. What can Bong do? Cross court ball from the right post back into the body of the number 2 for Great Britain, Banyan now passes the ball across to number 1, Hudson taking it back to her side of the court. She will throw from the right hand side. It's a cross court ball into the body of Seo, who doesn't extend her arms on this occasion, leaving the gap between her and Park open. Park with the ball 2 meters into the body and the hands of Smithson Booth, who passes across to her left. In the hands of Banyan, discus throw, left-handed bouncing ball into the legs of Park. Park from 2 meters in, she collects and she will throw from about 1.5 meters off the right side of her post into the feet of number 7, Great British centre Smithson Booth, passes to her right, thrown by Hudson into the body of Seo, into her hand. She passes to her left where we find Bong, the number 7, 3 meters in from the left. Bong throws and it's a cross court ball into the body of number 2. Number 2 gathers the ball and will when the ball's put back in play, she will throw it from her left corner post, going for the line, but gets it almost under the arms of Seo, who again doesn't extend properly, and passes to her right, where we find Park, and we have a whistle because Park has... We're just waiting, all the players are remaining on the court. Park's come off. No, it is a high ball. Sorry, Park remains on. It is Seo and Smith and Bong that have exited the court. So Park to defend the entire goals by herself. We have the throw for Great Britain. Number 2, and she gets it the wrong side of the sideline, dropping it straight out, straight away. So Great Britain trying to throw up the left-hand line, trying to get into the right side of Korea's goals, misses on this occasion. 10 minutes 20 to go remaining in this first half. Park straight away from the whistle, hits the body of number 1 for Great Britain on that right side, 2 meters in. She runs and throws. It's a cross-court ball back towards Park, but this time the hands of Seo come out strong and block it. She passes it now to Park. Again, it's a bouncing ball from Park into the hands and pushed away dangerously by Smithson Booth, but now in with the number 2, who throws left-handed front-on throw and gets it in the gap between Seo, who knocks it backwards into the goals. The ball went out of the reach of Seo's hands into Park on the right hand. No, that could be Bong, the number 7 on the right hand side. And then it ricocheted from her into the goals. Korea now calling a timeout. 9 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in this first half. Great Britain are already on the front foot with the charge, leading Korea 2-0. Coach for Korea will definitely be telling their players just to reset their plans and focus on what needs to be done next. 2-goal deficit at this early stage, it might become quite a mountain to climb. South Korea, though, They had an amazing fight against Brazil earlier this morning at 9 a.m, the first match of the day. They came out all guns blazing and were the first to score against the Brazilian team. And then also the last to score in that first half we saw. Ball back underway with the Koreans. What can they do? A discus throw from Sayo, the number 1, hits the feet of Smithson Booth, the centre for Great Britain, who passes across to her right. In with the number 1. It's a cross-court ball. It's going to collect Sayo in the body. She passes to her right. We have number 7, Bong, from 3 metres in off the right post. Bong with a throw, trying to find the gap, but instead finds the centre of Smithson Booth over that tee. Nice and comfortable with the block, passing it to her left. Throwing the ball, and it's underneath. Goal again to Great Britain. That ball, cross-court throw from the number 2, the left winger for Great Britain, and it goes underneath Sayo and through the hands of the number 2 for Korea on that left-hand post. Great Britain 3-0. What is going to happen now? Right-handed throw into the number 7 for Great Britain, who passes across to her right. Number 1 for Great Britain with the ball. Cross-court throw into the arms of the number 7, Bong. So we have another stoppage in play. And it is a shoelace. How many more shoelaces must we see between now and the end of this tournament? Ball underway now, thrown straight away down the court. Blocked by the body of the right winger for Great Britain. Number 1 passes it back across to number 2. Left-handed throw. It's going in between the gap, and it's rolling dangerously around the face of goals. It was the gap between Sayo and Bong on that right-hand side. Sayo with the gathering throw and throws it wide of Great Britain. And we have a substitution for South Korea, and we're seeing that the ball remaining with Great Britain. We're seeing Bong coming off. The number 7 has been taken off the court, and in place for her is number 3, which is the G is coming on. So the Korean lineup will see Seo will probably stay in the middle. G will enter into the court. The number 3, she's taking the left wing, and number 2, Park, is now moved to the right. Ball with Great Britain. Number 1, ball now with Korea. Missed the throw there, sorry about that. In the hands of the right winger. It is the number 2, Park. Cross-court ball into the body of number 1. Passed across to number 2 for Great Britain. She runs left-handed throw. It's going to hit and splits the gap between Park and Seo. Great Britain are really good at targeting the gaps between the centre and wingers. That right side has seen several goals leak through 8 minutes 24 seconds on this clock, and Great Britain have already got one heck of a lead against the Koreans. Ball from the substitute G, fractured off the hands of the centre for Great Britain, but into the body of their left winger. Then number 2, she passes it back across to the number 1, throws right-handed towards the body of the right winger Park, who gathers the ball from 2 metres in and runs it back down the court. She's trying to look for that gap between the centre and left winger for Great Britain, but can't find it on this occasion. Number 2 for Great Britain, bouncing ball, it's down the line, but Park is equal to it and knocks it out and wide of those goals. Ball back in her hands now. We wait for the play call. She lines herself up on her post. From her post, she throws a cross-court ball. It's heading just the wrong side of Great Britain's post, out of the reach of the number 1. Chelsea Hudson, number 1 for Great Britain. Ball with Hudson from that right-hand side. We're just getting some instructions at the moment as we have a stoppage in play. Quiet please, says the referee. Ball now in the hands of Hudson. Throws it right-handed across into the body of Seo. Seo passes to her left with G, the number 3. G, what can she do from 3 metres off the left side? Goes back towards Hudson's post, collected on Hudson's arms. She passes across to her left, the number 2. Bunyan, the number 2 for Great Britain, throws it down towards the body of the Korean defence, but it's blocked forward and chased down by Seo, collected by G and thrown back into Bunyan. Bunyan now with the ball, the number 2 for Great Britain from her left-hand post. Throws it left-handed and almost splits the gap again between Seo and Park. Bunyan really troubling Korea's defence between the centre and right winger. Park now with the ball on the right hand side as it's dropped back in after it was blocked out. Park, bit angry, bit of aggro in that throw, and she sends it into Smithson Booth, number 7, who blocks it forward and wide across the right hand side of Britain's goals. Chelsea Hudson with the ball in hand, right-handed. She throws the ball. She's looking for the gap, and it's through the feet and into the back of the net, off the feet of G. Score 5-0 to Great Britain, still with 6 minutes and 54 seconds to go in this match. This might be an early finish for the bronze medal if Great Britain continue their offensive form. Ball in the hands of Park. What's she going to do about it? She's going to have it confiscated by the referees as we had an official's timeout equipment check. Ball dropped in back into the play now, and we have a full 10 seconds as Sayo, right-handed with a spin throw, the discus collected on the feet of Smithson Booth, who passes it across to Chelsea Hudson, the number 1 right winger. She throws it towards the Korean centre. Sayo blocks down and passes to her right, and we have another substitution for Korea. We're seeing number 3 G being taken off the court and number 7 Bong coming back onto the court. This is the second substitution that Korea have pulled out in this match, as well as having taken 1 timeout. They still have 3 timeouts they can use at any point in time during the game, provided one of them is taken in the second half, and 2 substitutions they can use at any point in the game, as long as one of those is also taken in the second half. 6 minutes and 39 seconds to go. We're not even at the halfway point of this first half of the match, and Great Britain are already halfway to a mercy victory to claim bronze medal at the 2019 Goalball Youth World Championships. Ball being thrown by Sayo. It's a bouncing ball. It's wide of Smithson Booth, but it's in the hands of Hudson, who swapped wings with Banyang. Banyang now left-handed from the right side of court into the body of Sayo. It's flicked off her legs, but she able to trap it down and pass it to Bong from 3 metres in on the right-hand side. The substitute Bong comes in and throws the ball into Smithson Booth, who passes across to her right, which is now Banyang, the number 2, from 2 metres in. Left-handed, she'll throw the ball into the body of the number 2 Park from 2 steps in off the left post. Park will throw the ball towards the body of Banyang, and it's a fracture forward but collected by Smithson Booth, the centre, the right-hander, she spins around and throws, and it's a great fracture off the toes of Sayo, who dives feet first to her left. Sayo passing the ball down to Park, and Park just turfs it across the sideline, fearing that 10-second penalty. Korea clearly feeling the pressure that Great Britain are applying at full strength. Both Hudson and Banyang are on the same side of the court, on the right side of British goals. And it is Hudson who will take the ball and walk it across to the left-hand side. From 1.5 metres in, she throws the ball into the feet of the Korean centre, Sayo, who passes it to her right. And the ball is being thrown back from Bong into Smithson Booth's body. Smithson Booth gathers and passes to her right-hand side. The number 2, Banyan. What can she do? She throws a lovely discus bounce ball that nearly went under the body of Park and into the goals. Park, right-handed cross-court ball. The ball crashes into the body of the number 1. Hudson, number 1, right-handed, throws the ball back up the court to Sayo, who blocks it off her fingertips and off the side of the court. Open goal there because Bong had come in to back Sayo up, so there's nothing between her and that goalpost. Bong on the reply throw finds the body of number 7, Smithson Booth, as we have a timeout, the first timeout called from Great Britain. So this will just be a one to refocus the British team and just remind them of where they are supposed to be throwing the ball, or if it's a situation where the tactics have changed on where the ball needs to be thrown to, the coaches will be taking their 45-second timeout to let them know the new instructions. Regardless of which one it is, there is just under 5 minutes left in this first half, 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and leading by a long way, Great Britain. Fine line, but gets her radar wide of Bunyang's post. Running across to join Bunyang on her side of the goals is into the body of Bong. Bong blocks it forward and has to do the chasing, but that's going to roll across the sideline, and that's a ball over. If the ball rolls across the sideline in front of a team's high ball line, the ball automatically goes to the opposition. Ball in the hands of the centre, Smithson Booth. Right-handed discus bounce ball into the centre for Korea. Easy block there, who passes to a left, and it's in the hands of the number 2. Park, cross-court ball, and it's underneath the body of Smithson Booth and rolls into the goals! Korea getting a goal out of nowhere, a ball straight into the body of Smithson Booth, but Smithson Booth was sitting up on her elbow and the ball squeezed underneath her and rolled into the goals. Where did that one come from? The ball now returned by the right winger for Great Britain, thrown into the body of Park, who throws from 3 metres in off her right post into number 2, Bunyan. Bunyan with the ball from 1.5 metres in. She throws left-handed cross-court back into Park, who blocks it forward again. Everything that Park's tried to get a hold of has been a fracture. She collects the ball and is now disorientated on court. Will she find the goals in time? The 10-second clock's ticking away. Ball is thrown down the far end and collected by number 1. The right winger for Great Britain. She gathers and throws the ball back towards Sayo. Sayo passes across to her right. Bong, the number 7, from 3 metres in. It's a ball going back towards the body of Smithson Booth. The person that Korea found their first goal through. Smithson Booth passes to her right, where Bunyan does a motion shot from the left across to the right side of goal. Bowls it into the feet of Seo, who kicks it wide of her goals, and so far wide it's a ball over, being dropped back in with number 1. Ball with the hands of number 1, who's throwing from the left side of court. Plenty of spin on this ball, but collected easily by Seo and passes back to her right wing. Bong, number 7 for Korea, 3 metres from the right post. Back across and fractured off the hands of the number 1, our right winger for Great Britain. Hudson with a poor fracture there, getting it through her hands, but she's able to get it wide of the post. Ball in the hands of Bunyan, who took it off Hudson and ran back to the left-hand side, throwing it into the centre there, where Sayer has to block the ball forward and tries to do the chasing. But, now that could be interesting. It's just called a ball over. It looked like for a moment that Sayer was able to control the ball and then rolled it over the halfway line. That could be considered a high ball if that was the case. It's not in this instance. Hudson, line ball, goes in for about a metre from her right side and throws it into the body of Park. Right-handed Park will throw from her post, the left post, and it's off the body of number 2, Bunyan, and it's blocked out wide. Score still in the favour of Great Britain, 5-1 with 2 minutes 20 to go in this first half. Bunyan with the ball, left-handed. She will throw this off her post. Discus spin, cross-court ball. It's out of the reach of Sayo, but into the outstretched body of Park, who'll come into the 3 metre mark and throw 3 metres off her left post into the body of Hudson. Wild fracture, and it's out of the reach of Hudson, but it's collected by Bunyan as the ball ricocheted off Hudson and rolled towards the left side of British goals, but parallel to those goals, Hudson was finally able to get her hands down it and just turf it off the side, worried about that 10-second clock we've mentioned before. This ball now being thrown by Bong, and it's through the gap between Smithson Booth and Hudson and in the back of the net. Korea, 2 goals to their name. The scores are backwards, 2-5. Spin it around, you get the same thing, and no, not anymore, because Great Britain reply immediately. A powerful throw from the left-hander Bunyan from her left post, across between Sayo and Bong and straight underneath Sayo into the goals. It's a fantastic game of Goalball we have on our hands. Park now throwing the ball back into the hands of the number 2, who gets up quickly and does a quick reply. But it's not going to count because a substitution is occurring for Great Britain. We're seeing number 1 Hudson coming off, and in her place is the number 9. The number 9 for Great Britain is Hidrej. Hidrej is coming onto the court. We saw Hidrej play against Thailand in the pool matches. I was able to commentate that game. I haven't seen much more of Hittredge, so it'll be interesting to see what she can bring in this bronze medal game. Great Britain making great use of their bench as the ball is thrown immediately into the hands of Park, the number 2, from the right-hand side, or left-hand side. She throws a cross-court ball, and Hittredge in the middle. Interesting decision there. Hittredge passing the ball to Bunyan. Bunyan now, line ball, and it's wide of the goal. So with Hittredge in the middle, Bunyan on the left for Great Britain. We will see more from Smithson Booth. But what's Bong going to do to Hittredge? Throw it straight to her body. Hittredge blocks and quick returns, but to the other side of court. It's almost off the toes of Seo, the number 1. Seo for Korea. Right-handed discus throw. Bouncing ball is out of the reach of Hittredge and off the feet of Bunyan and blocked wide. Bunyan picking up the ball, and she was nearly going to be joined by Smithson Booth, but Smithson Booth thinks twice. Bunyan left-handed throw, and it's through the cap of Seo and Bong, and Great Britain score again! Great Britain 7 goals to 2 with 1 minute and 1 second remaining. Great Britain are still 5 goals ahead of the Koreans. What can happen now? What can Korea do with their magic? Right-handed throw from 2 steps in comes Park, who throws into Smithson Booth, who's now on the wing. Right-handed, Smithson Booth throws the ball back into Park's body. Park cleanly gathers and moves back to her goals. Again, now from 2 metres in, she will throw this right-handed, angling the ball across the face of goals off the body of Hittredge, who collects and passes it to Bunyan. Bunyan now, number 2, left-handed throw into the body, almost squashed down by Seo, almost under her body. It was late getting to it, but she passes it to Bong from on her right and sends it into Hittredge, who blocks it forward and does the chasing. Hittredge off her feet after gathering the ball, gives it to number 7, Smithson Booth. Right-handed she throws, and that one nearly ramps over the feet of Seo, who is leaning backwards in her defense. Seo quickly passes the ball to Bong, who throws it into Hittredge. Hittredge with the quick return. It's rolling towards the goals, hits the post, and now it goes wide, just the wrong side of that post. That ball bounced, unlucky for Hittredge, but great side of relief for Korea. They were not near it. Bong on the playback throws the ball into the feet of Hittredge. In between her and Smithson Booth, feet diving towards her right. The ball was blocked out as it ricocheted off Hittredge's feet, and it's now in the hands of Smithson Booth, who bowls the ball into the legs of Park, who dives feet first towards her left, blocking the ball off the left-hand sideline in front of Korea's goals. And that is half-time with Great Britain a commanding lead over the Koreans, 7-2, 5 goals after 12 minutes. Will Great Britain be able to score another and get a further 5-goal lead and bring this game to a mercy end to secure them the bronze medal? Or, as the teams change over, will Korea be able to find the necessary means to get and score 5 goals to level it and take it to 7-7? If they can do that, could they then also get one more and make it 8-7? This is going to be one match to watch out for. In fact, all the matches this afternoon will be nail biters and hair splitters. Coming up after this match, we have the boys bronze medal playoff, and that will be between Poland and Sweden. A battle for Europe, a battle for bronze. Both Poland and Sweden had fantastic games earlier this morning. Poland very unlucky against their opposition of Brazil. The game was 0-0 for the first half, and it was just Brazil were able to run away in the end, but Poland, they went nuts. They found an extra gear, but that extra gear actually backfired against them as they were throwing penalty after penalty, which caused the scores to change in Brazil's favour. Sweden were just run over by the unstoppable force that is the number 7 from Thailand, Tanya Wadepong. So these two teams, Poland and Sweden, will play off next at the game at 4:15. At 5:30 we have the first gold medal match. That will be between the ladies of Brazil and Australia. And then to round off the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships will be the gold medal match for the boys, which will be between Thailand and Brazil again. So Brazil getting both their sides into the gold medal matches of this World Championship for youth players. 54 seconds to go before we are ready for another 12 minutes of action here in the Penrith Valley Sport and Recreation Centre. Looking at the lineups for the players, we are continuing on for Great Britain on the right hand side with how they finished with have some substitutes. Number 1 is back onto the court. That is Hudson. Number 9 is still there though, Hidrej. And number 2 is back on the attack. So we are seeing a substitute. It looks like Smithson Booth has come off and Hudson has come on. So that number 2 player is, of course, our friend Bunyan. Down the other end of the court for Korea, to the left of screen, we still see the number 2, Park, on the left wing. Parked on the left wing, if you will. In the middle is Seo, the number 1. And on the right-hand side is our friend, the number 7, Bong. But is now changeover time completed. Eye shades finished and checked. And it looks like Great Britain will be starting this half with the ball, with the lead of 5 goals on top of the Koreans. That score again, 7 to Great Britain, 2 to Korea. Substitutions just being announced by the referee. And the ball is now dropped into the middle with Hidrej, the number 9, who passes it straight away to number 1, Hudson, who's starting off on the right wing for Great Britain. Hudson, blind ball, but gets it wide. So Korea getting a chance to relax as the first ball thrown at them was off the side of the court. It'll be dropped in with our left winger, number 2. The left winger for Korea throws the ball from her post into Hidrej. That ball coming from Park. Hidrej passing it to her left is with Bunyan. Number 2, left-handed, powerful throw into the body of Park, who chases it forward and will bring it back to looking for the goals. One arm out. She runs forward though and throws this one wide, hitting the referee on the opposite end's high ball line, or Korea's long ball line. We haven't really seen many, if any, long balls though in the women's division this year. Great line ball underway coming from the right hand of Hudson into the body of Park. She is equal to it though. Park, cross court ball from her post. It's going to climb off the body of Bunyan and bounce forward. Bunyan collects and will throw this ball left-handed, going back towards Park, off her hands, but she collects solidly. Park from 2 meters in, right hand tries to find the line and it's blocked wide. Ball dropped in with the number 1, Hudson, from 2 meters in, almost 3 meters in. Hudson throws this going back towards Park's post, but Park parks her body in the way and blocks the ball out. Ball dropped back into Park on the left-hand side, the number 2 for Korea. Right-handed throw, it goes across to the sideline and it's blocked out by the number 2, Bunyan. Ball dropped in with Bunyan now on that left-hand side of Great Britain's goals. She discuses. It's a great-looking line ball, but it just deviates and goes the wrong side of that sideline, outside of the right side of Korea's goals. Ball collected though on the hands of Bong, who was able to get there in time and block and throws the ball back down to the gap between Hidrej and Bunyan, but it's collected by Bunyan past to Hudson, who throws from the right side of Great Britain's goals, 2 meters in off her post, into the body of Seo. Seo blocks it forward and will now run and chase and gathers, finds her own goals and sends it back into the body of Hidrej. A bit of centre on centre action here. Hidrej passes to her right and Hudson throws the ball back into Seo's thighs. Seo passing the ball to her right, the number 7, Bong. Right-handed, it's going to go off the feet of Hidrej. It looked like Hidrej wasn't even going to get there to it in time. Close call. Very close call, but the ball dropped in with Hudson. Passed across to Bunyan, who moves across to her left-hand side. Motion shot from 3 meters in into the body of Seo. Number 1, Seo, passing it to her right in the left wing, 3 meters in. Thrown by Park, right-handed, through the gap, through Hidrej's hands and almost rolling over the top of the body of Bunyan. Bunyan getting enough body in the way though to block it over a left-hand sideline. Ball now passed from Bunyan to Hudson. She throws from the right side, 3 meters in off her post, collected by Seo. Passes to her right. Bong, hook throw. This is going to go out just between the team defence line and the wing line of Great Britain. Great Britain getting the ball and passing it down from Hudson to Bunyan. Bunyan left-handed hook throw. Almost in the gap. And no, it is in the gap. Ricocheting through the hands of Sayo. And it's not within the way of Bong. And it goes into the goals. Great Britain getting the first goal of this half. 9 minutes and 24 seconds still to play. Score is 2 to Korea, but 8 to Great Britain. What can Korea do about it? This ball thrown by Sayo. As this ball comes back up the court from Great Britain, it's collected by the wingers for Korea, who throw it down into the feet and up and over Hittredge and along the goal line, across the goal line even. The right winger for Great Britain, Hudson, was not able to clean up Hittredge's error in time. So Korea getting their third goal. The goal difference now back to 5. 9 minutes and 3 seconds to go. Left-handed, Bunyan will throw down the line and ricochets. I reckon that kissed the outside of the post on the way past. Just the wrong side of Bong's post. The number 7. Great throw from Bunyan. Lucky for Bong, she wasn't there to protect. Bong, right-handed, she goes for the gap between Hittredge and the left winger, but there is no gap on this occasion. Bunyan being that left winger. Hittredge passes the ball to the right, where it finds the number 1, Hudson, who throws the ball, trying to look for the gap between Sayo and Park. Sayo blocks the ball forward, does the chasing, passes it back to Park, who throws it back, looking for the gap between the hands of Hittredge and Bunyan. Bunyan now with the ball after getting it passed to her from Hittredge. Motion shot from the right side of the court, 3 meters in, and it's a dangerous fracture off the Korean players, and the ball just being thrown away to get rid of it in fear of that 10-second shot clock. Ball dropped into Bunyan on the left-hand side, passed across to the right winger, Hudson, who throws the ball into the body of number 2, Park for Korea. Park from the left-hand side, 2 meters in. She throws the ball down the court, into the body, and off the body, ricocheting, rolling along that goal line. Well, a couple of meters in front of that goal line of Hudson. Hittredge does the collection in the end and throws it off her legs into Sayo. Sayo passing the ball down to the number 7, who rolls the ball back diagonally across from 3 meters in off the right post towards the right post of Hudson. And Great Britain call another time out. Great Britain just trying to reaffirm their game plan to their players with 7 minutes and 53 seconds to go in this second half of the bronze medal match in the women's division of the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. 3 goals to Korea's name, but 8 to Great Britain. Fantastic performance by the Brits so far with a 5-goal lead. They went into the half with a 5-goal lead though, so not much has changed. Can they extend their lead, or will Korea maintain the 5-goal deficit? Can Korea come back? Can they reduce the lead that Great Britain have over them? Ball thrown from Hudson. Goes down the court, ricocheted into Bong, the number 7 for Korea. Right-handed, she throws across the court, and it's flicked up and over. Hittredge flicking the ball up and over the top of number 1, Hudson. So Korea now getting the deficit down to 4 goals. They move on to 4 with Great Britain still on 8. Korea closing the gap ever so slowly. Ball in the hands of the number 2, Bunyan. Left-handed she throws, and it's wide of the left side of goals for Korea. And then number 2 with the ball. Right-handed Park will throw, and it's going to go towards Hittredge, and it's fractured off. Hudson nearly rolling over the top of her body. Her hip rolled backwards. Poor form can cause goals. Hudson, though, throwing the ball. Great gap ball between Sayo and Bong on the right-hand side. Bong throws from 2 meters off the right post for Korea. Bong hitting Hittredge, pass it across to her left. It is with Bunyan, who comes across to the right. Left-handed throw from 3 meters in off the right-hand side into the body of the number 2, Park, who struggles to try and get control of it and just has to reorientate herself. She finds the goals now after the ball was dropped in by the goal judge. Park, right-handed throw into the feet of Hittredge, who blocks it forward. Hittredge gets up and does the chasing, passing it. No, she thought about passing it to her friend on the right wing in Hudson, but instead thinks that the 10-second clock might be running out, so decides to instead turf it across that sideline. The number 2 for Korea with the ball. Park sends it back into the feet of Hidrej. Hudson's feet were there though. The ball this time rolling across the sideline of Hidrej. Hudson straight away on the whistle, throws the ball into the feet, nearly through the feet of Seo, feet diving towards her left. It's now a stoppage in play as we have a timeout for Korea. 6 minutes and 39 seconds to go. Korea chipping away. They have reduced the deficit from 5 goals at half time. It's now down to 4 goals. 8 of them are in the hands of Great Britain though, and 4 of them to Korea's name. The winner of this game will take home the bronze medal. Will that bronze medal be heading to Seoul or will it be heading to London? We have to wait and see. The ball is about to get back underway. The ball is with Bong on the right hand side. We're just waiting for a little bit longer. Ball in play now. Right-handed throw from Bong, cross court into the arms of Hudson. Hudson, the right winger for Great Britain. 1.5 metres in, she throws the ball. It's gathered by the arms of Seo, who dives hands to her right. Thrown by Bong now, back into Hidrej, collected on the centre tee off her body, passes to Banyang. Banyang with the motion throw from the right hand side. She throws 3 metres into Park's body. Banyang running back to her left wing now. Park with the ball from the right hand side. Cross court ball she goes, finds the legs of Banyang, who is able to trap down it. She will throw. She won't throw because Great Britain are calling a substitution, and Hidrej, the number 9, is coming off, and we're seeing Smithson Booth, the number 7, come back on. Smithson Booth, who started off in the centre for Great Britain, and actually Smithson Booth was the person that got Korea onto the scoreboard. The ball went straight towards her chest, but she was sitting on her elbow and the ball squeezed under her and into the back of the net. Hopefully she doesn't have a repeat as she comes back onto the court. Maybe the rest will have done her good. Left-handed throw from Banyang. It crashes into the body of Park as we're underway. Park on the left-hand side for Korea. She throws right-handed. It's going back up the court. It's through the hands of Smithson Booth. Her first touch on the ball is a fracture, but fortunately Hudson is there backing her up straight away. Hudson throws from the right side of Great Britain's goals into the hands of Seo, who passes to her right. Seo looking for the gap between Smithson Booth's feet, the substitute who came straight on Smithson Booth playing on the wing. Smithson Booth with that throw coming across the face of goals from left corner post to left corner post. It was wide though. Park, right-handed, throws the ball into the body of number 2, possibly. We'll double check who the centre is, but it's Hudson with the right-handed throw across from the right side into Bong. Yeah, it is definitely the number 2 for Great Britain in the middle. Bong throwing the ball towards the number 2, who collects it cleanly. What can Banyang do from the centre? Left-handed discus, great bounce ball, but she picks Seo's body to throw it to. Seo just had to lie down and trap it, who passes it to her left. Park, cross-court ball into the hands and nearly through the hands of Smithson Booth. Smithson Booth coming on cold a little bit, but she turns and spins with a right-handed discus. The number 7 throws from the left wing into the body of Park, the number 1. Park passing it to her right. It's thrown by Bong into the body of Hudson. Hudson 1.5 meters in from her goals. She throws the ball. This one's going to collect. Seo on the body. No problem for Seo. She's got that all day and every day. She's not one to let a ball sneak underneath her body. Park from the left side of goals throws it into the hands of Banyang, who gets up and does a quick reply left-handed, but it reaches the wrong side of Korea's goalpost. The ball now back underway. 3 meters in. Park will throw from the left side of her goalpost. It collects Hudson, the number 1 for Great Britain. Hudson from the right hand side. She will throw the ball cross court into the body of Bong. Bong blocks. Bong gets up. Bong has a throw from 3 metres off a post. It's through the hands and of the centre. Bunyang and nearly through the legs of Hudson, but Hudson gathers and passes to Smithson Booth on the left side of court. Smithson Booth from the left post throws it into the legs of Sayo. Legs dive towards her left. Sayo gathers the block and passes it across to the left wing Park, and Park replicating the throw through the hands of Bunyang, but Hudson is there. Hudson throws from a post cross court from the right corner to the right corner of Korea's goals, but Bong is there. Bong throws the ball into the hands of Bunyang. Left-handed she throws after she's able to trap that one cleanly. Crashes into, almost looked like it hit Park in the face as she dives hands towards her right. Park with the ball, getting back down the court now. 1.5 line is where that ball collided with the body of Hudson. Right-handed Hudson throws off that 1.5 mark, nearly tipping over the top of the feet of Sayo as it's rolled from Sayo calmly to the left winger Park. Park right-handed with a cross-court ball into the body of Smithson Booth, who comes and joins Hudson on the right side of goal. Smithson Booth with a motion shot. It's fractured off the hands of Park, and it's into the goals. Great Britain finding a great goal from a great throw from the left winger, Smithson Booth. The goal, the Britain's lead is back out to 5 goals. Trapped down there, right throw from the right corner by Bong, and it nearly got under the arms of number 2, Bunyang, who throws a left-handed discus from the back tee, and this time it's blocked wide of Park's feet. Great reply back though from Bong in the throw before. Ball is with Park as she throws a right-handed cross-court ball, and it's late hands, lazy hands from Smithson Booth, but she's able to get the ball to deflect wide of her post and off the left-hand side of the goals. Ball dropped back into Smithson Booth. She passes it to Hudson. Hudson goes from the right side of her goals from 2 minutes in, sends the ball into the number 7, Bong, who blocks the ball wide. She wants an eye shade. She's touched them before the referee got there. Oh, this might be interesting. Those hands definitely went up and touched that blindfold before she turned around and faced the wrong way, but I don't think the referee is paying the eye shades penalty on this occasion. Bong, she's lucky there, I dare say, throws the ball into the body of Bunyang. Bunyang, not quite sure, missed the play. All with Bunyan, and Great Britain call a time out. 4 goals to Korea, 5 goals to Great Britain. Great Britain can't seem to extend their lead beyond this 5-goal limit. They are stuck in this battle of getting no more ahead than 5 goals. They were 5 goals ahead of Korea at half-time. Korea got it back within 4 for a great period, and then Great Britain got it back out to 5, only for Korea to get it back to 4. As the scores currently stand, Great Britain are back up to 5 goals in front with 2 minutes and 8 seconds to go. That should be enough to see that bronze medal going home to London. The ball is with Bunyan as she turns and spins, left-handed discus throw into the body of the number 2, Park. Ball blocked out by Park and dropped back onto the court by our goal judges. Park with the ball from the left-hand post. She runs and throws right-handed. It's a cross-court ball trapped down by Smithson Booth. Smithson Booth, right-handed discus. She throws this ball bouncing, and it's off the hands of Sayo into the body of Park. Sayo diving hands towards her left. Park from the left wing, 2 meters in, sends the ball straight into the body of Bunyan. Bunyan gets up and passes across to the right winger, number 1, Hudson, 2 meters in. Hudson goes for a cross-court ball, and it's gathered by number 7, Bong. From 3 meters in, Bong throws, and it's back almost through the gap between Bunyang and the number 1, Hudson, but Bunyang gets her arms out in the way just in time. Left-handed she throws and nearly splits the gap between Sayo and Park. It was around Sayo, but Park gets it on the end of her fingertips. 2 close calls there, almost 3 close calls. Park with the reply throw gets it through the scissor legs of Bunyang, but Smithson Booth is able to back her up, and Smithson Booth gets the ball to fracture off Sayo into the wing now with Bong. Bong sends the ball. Finally we have a clean contact and trap with the ball, and it's a quick return from Banyang, but into the body of Sayo, who fractures the ball forward, is able to trap it down cleanly, collects and sends the ball. This will be going towards the goal post, the left post for Great Britain, as we have another whistle stoppage. It's a substitution. We're seeing Banyang coming off the court, the number 2, and in her place we're seeing the return of Hidrej, the number 9. Not much longer left to go. 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Correction, I didn't see where the decimal point was. It's not 4 minutes and 26 seconds, it's 42.6 seconds. 4 to 5 more throws left in this match. You would have to say that that bronze medal is safely in the hands of Great Britain. They'll certainly have their hands on the ribbon it's attached to, and they won't want to let go. Hudson, right-handed, off the post, and it's over the Koreans and into the goals. Great Britain now extending their lead to 6 goals ahead of Korea. 10-4. Great Britain are in double digits. Hudson splitting the gap between Bong and Sayo. Bong with the reply throw. It goes up and it's blocked wide of the right side of Great Britain's goals as that clock continues to tick down. Hudson, right-handed, she throws the ball into the legs of the number 1, Sayo. Sayo passes to her left. With the number 2, we have Park. Park runs and throws. It's a cross-court ball. It's going to be collected by Smithson Booth with 11.5 seconds to go. And we have a timeout for Great Britain. Now, why would they be calling a timeout with 11.5 seconds to go? 11.5 seconds. They can't hold the ball. They will have to throw it. And they're up by 6 goals. I mean, even if they do throw it straight away, Korea gets hold of it, and Korea are able to score a goal back on Great Britain. It's not going to be enough. You're not playing for goal differences. There's no point having extra goals to your name, because if your score is higher than the opposition score, you're getting that medal in this match. Teams and coaching staff are now getting off the court as the 15-second warning has been said. We are getting ready to resume the final 11.5 seconds of this game. In fact, the timeouts are worth 45 seconds each, so the timeout was longer than the remaining time we have left to play in this game. Left winger for Great Britain has the ball, number 7. She looks rather nonchalant, Smithson Booth. She's going to throw it. It's a bouncing ball towards Korea. Number 1, Sayo, collects the ball. The coaches let the clock play on. This will be the last throw. Will she even get a chance to throw it? Park with the last throw of the bronze medal for 2019, and it doesn't make it to Great Britain. There you have it. Great Britain win the bronze medal. Great Britain are the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Bronze Medalists. Congratulations to all the players from Great Britain. Number 1, Hudson. Number 9, Hedridge. Number 2, Banyang. And of course, number 7, Smithson Booth. Commiserations to our friends from Korea.
Let's not forget number 5 from Great Britain, Amelia
And
Robinson.
of course, before we move on to the team from Korea, unfortunately, number 5 for Great Britain, Amelia Robinson, wasn't able, or Mimi as her friends call her, wasn't able to be part of this match due to being injured partway through this tournament, but she'll be very happy to know that her friends and teammates were able to get that bronze medal that she'll be able to share in the victory for on the plane back to England and the various parts of Great Britain that the team have come from. Commiserations to our friends from Korea. Number 3, G. Number 1, Sayo. Number 7, Bong. Number 2, Park, and the other Park on the team, number 5. Commiserations to them. They played their hearts out. They had an amazing match against Brazil this morning. It's just a shame that they're not able to have something for it. They will finish 4th in the world. So the women have one more match to go. The gold medal for them will be played at 5:30. It'll be between the teams of Brazil, currently ranked number 1, and the teams of Australia, currently ranked number 2. From positions 3 down to 6, we have a full list. Third place with the bronze is Great Britain. In fourth, Korea. Fifth, Germany. And sixth, potentially making their youth debut, is Thailand. So that is the women's division rounded out. Just 1 and 2 to play for now, gold and silver. That'll be at 5:30. Our next game we have on court here will be commencing at 4:15 with the march in at 4 o'clock. This is the bronze medal playoff, and I think this will be a match to watch. It's the battle for Europe, ladies and gents. It'll be the battle between Polska, the Polish boys, and Sverige, the Swedes. Which team will win that game? You will have to wait for your commentary team, who will come in at a couple of minutes before 4:15, probably about 4:12, 4:13. You'll start hearing from them, and they'll talk you through the teams from Poland and Sweden. Good luck to those teams. One of them will be victorious and have a fantastic 30 hour flight all the way back to Europe, and the other ones will have a lot to think about as they prepare for 2 years' time. I'm looking forward to it, though, whether I'm be back to help you through that match or cheering from the stands. This is Dan Pritchard from the commentary team of the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships.
Welcome to game number 38 in 2019 IBSA Goalball Youth World Championships. To our left is Team Poland. To my right is Team Sweden. Team Poland. Number 1, Marcin Szulicki. Number 6, Victor Wojcik. Number 8, Paul Nowicki. And number 9, David Nowakowski. Coach, Jonas Small. Assistant, Robert Crosman. Team Sweden, number 1, Felix Rostar. Number 2, Linus Johansson. Number 3, Ludwig Nielsen. Number 5, Oscar Alverstedt. Number 9, Goalball from IBSA. Coach, Andreas Alverstedt.
Bronze medal time for the boys for the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. And this is the playoff for Europe. We have Poland at the right end of court, and at the left hand we have Sweden. I'm Dan Pritchard and I'll be your commentator for this match. And joining me in the box and shortly will be Andrew Ridley. For the moment though, I'll give you a rundown of the teams as we see them. On court for Poland are the numbers 1, 6 and 9. That is number 6, the centre, Wojcik, number 1, Szewinski, and number 9, Nowakowski. For the Swedes, we have their typical lineup. Left wing, top left-hand corner of screen is the number 9, Reiberg. In the middle, number 3 is Nielsen, and number 5, bottom left of screen, we have their third player as the first throw from Szewinski goes into their third player, the number 5, the right winger, Albersted. Albersted, right-handed, sends the ball underneath the body of number 9, Nowakowski, and Sweden on the board with their first throw of the match. 11 minutes 46 seconds to go, 1-0. Ball with the hands of Poland now, as Nowakowski moves in, and it's trapped almost through the scissor legs of number 5, Albersted. Albersted, ball dropped in. He moves it across to Reiberg. Reiberg for his first touch, crouches, spins and throws from the left side of court into the body of the centre, Wojcik, and it's blocked out on the team line in front of the right side of Poland's goals. Number 1, Szewinski playing on the right wing, spins and throws, it's down towards the body of Reiberg for Sweden. Reiberg, the number 9, right-handed spins and throws again into the body of Wojcik, cleanly collected and passed it across to his right. Number 1 for Poland throws the ball, Szewinski gets it wide of the goals in front of Reiberg. Reiberg with the ball takes it to the back tee where it is in the hands of number 5. Albersted tries to go through the scissor legs of number 6, Wojcik, but they're not there on this occasion. Wojcik passes to number 9, who throws from the left side of court. Nowakowski into the body of Reiberg. Reiberg from the left side of the court will take this ball from the post. Sweden not moving around so much in this game, trying to conserve their energy. Bouncing ball from Reiberg into the body of Szewinski. From 3 meters in from the right hand side, Szewinski throws the ball up and over the leg of Nielsen, the number 3, but it's blocked wide. 10 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. Ball in the hands of the Polish as it was blocked out. Great solid throw from the Swedes there. Number 9 for Poland spins and throws the ball right-handed, gets it almost through the gap between Albersted and Nielsen. Albersted passes the ball to Reiberg, who comes and joins from the right-hand side. Scots throws it into the middle of Wojcik, who fractures it forward. Passes it across to Szewinski, then number 1 from 2 meters in. Szewinski gathers the ball and he throws it down towards Nielsen. Nielsen, clean trap in the end. Pass it across to his left with Reiberg. Bouncing ball from Reiberg across to the body of Wojcik, who blocks it again forwards, collects and passes it to Nowakowski. Bounce ball from Nowakowski, flicked up and over the top of the body of Nielsen, and Sweden have find themselves on the same score as Poland, 1-1.
Yeah, good ball there, going straight over the body of Nielsen in centre. I think Poland have shown themselves to be the master tacticians of this tournament. They find the opposition's weakness and they go for it. That occasion they were able to exploit it. 1-1. This game was 12-8 in the round game to Poland. So expecting another tight game here for the bronze medal. So we have number 9, Nowakowski on the left wing. He's slightly infield. Goes for the opposite gap off the legs of Nielsen, blocked strongly out. Ryberg coming across to collect the ball. And Alverstad's going to go to centre and Nielsen to right wing. Throw from Ryberg, goes across the centre, who goes the wrong way there. Wodczyk, he's been brilliant in the centre, but that occasion he definitely went the wrong way. Passes across to Chewinski, down the middle, Alverstad, quick return. And Wodczyk into the legs, straight back onto his game. He's crawling after the ball, manages to eventually flick it over the sideline. So Ryberg comes across, clicks the ball. Oh no, that was Nielsen. Clicks the ball, but takes it across to Ryberg on the left wing. Spins, long bounce. Underneath the body of Wodczyk, but magnificently covered by Chewinski. Hands it across to Nowakowski. Into the legs of Alverstad. Quick return, but that's going just out. A couple of signs early from Wodczyk that maybe he's tiring. He's had a power of work. I don't think he's actually left that position the whole game. What do you think there, Dan?
He's definitely remained in that centre, not only for this game, and I think for basically the whole tournament. He hasn't seen the bench as Nowakowski throws this ball, and it goes wildly into the corner between Nielsen and his post. But fortunately for Nielsen, it was just the wrong side. Score still tied at 1-1. Ryberg came over and gave Nielsen a pat on the back. Nielsen throwing the ball back into the legs of Nowakowski, the left winger for Poland. Spins and throws. It's a cross-court bouncing ball, and it's off the leg of Ryberg, but he gathers it and joins Nielsen on the right side of Sweden's goals. Crouching down, bouncing into the centre. Wodczyk, you're right there, Andrew. Wodczyk definitely isn't trapping them like he has been earlier. There's a lot more fractures. Ball thrown from the number one, the right winger of Poland, who throws it into a combination of the left right winger and centre for Sweden. Albrecht with a throw back into Poland. Wodczyk, who throws it, passes it to Nowakowski. Nowakowski now throwing the ball back to the number 5 of Sweden, Alberstedt, in the middle. He clears out the way as Ryberg takes the throw back for Sweden. Bouncing ball, cleanly trapped down, just landing before that long ball one, and Chewinski, the number 1, discus throw across the court but wide of the post. 7 minutes 34 seconds remaining. Ball dropped back in with number 5, Alberstedt. Alberstedt, right-handed, throws the ball straight out off the side of the court.
So ball will be dropped back in to Nowakowski on the left wing for Poland. Chewinski's coming across. He's going to get the ball. All three of them in the middle. And throw from centre. Into the legs of Alverstad. I thought he left them behind. He didn't kick them out. And that's gone through the gap. So Poland 2-1. Ball with Ryberg. Can they come straight back? He's still throwing as powerfully as ever, despite the amount of throws he's had. Big bouncing ball, but Wodczyk strong on the hip there. Passes it off to Nowakowski. Down the line, off the hip of Nielsen. Just flicks up over the crossbar and wide. Very close there. They're under pressure, Sweden. The ball on the right wing. Nielsen rolls it into the gap off the legs of Wodczyk. Hands it off to Nowakowski on the left wing again. Going across the court. Some of these players just leaving a couple of these balls out to the right now. Not quite completing that rotation. Possibly a bit of tiredness. Or maybe it's just a bit wide of where he was planning to throw. So, Ryberg down the wing, strongly defended by Chewinski. He's improved really well, Chewinski. He certainly wasn't one of the first choices early, I think, but he's always been a good player. And he's gone across court and under Nielsen. 3-1 to Poland. I was going to say that Nielsen's been a really strong developer in this Sweden side. They've just got a couple through him, but I think he's a big, strong lad. I think he could turn into an excellent player. So it's been great development here. Ryberg going across the centre. Good ball, well blocked by Chewinski.
Ball now with Chewinski on that right-hand side. He spins and throws, and it's down, kicked forward, dangerously off the feet of the number 3 who's playing on the left wing, but Alberstedt now comes across to that left side and throws the ball from the post into the body of the centre. Wojcik, number 6, passes across to his left. Nowakowski from 2 meters in. Nowakowski bounces the ball. That one looks like a long ball to me from up here in the commentary box, and the referee would agree with that, also saying it's a long ball. So this is Sweden's chance to get another one up on the scoreboard. Defending those 9 meter wide goals by himself is Nowakowski. And guess what, Andrew? We have to stop the game for another darn shoelace. Something has to be done about the footwear of all the players participating in this year's competition. Now that the shoelace check has been complete, the ball is in the hands of Alberstedt, who runs to his right and goes and hooks the ball back across to his left, and it's a goal to Sweden. They go up 2-3 with exactly 6 minutes to go. We're halfway through this first half.
So, nice tight game. The previous meeting, Poland really raced out to a lead and kept Sweden at arm's length, even though it finished 12-8. On this occasion, Sweden hanging in there. And we have a substitution for Sweden. So, out number 3, Nielsen. In number 1, Rosval. Chance for everyone to take a break here. It's been a fairly hectic start to the game. One thing I wanted to ask you, Dan, I think in terms of there's a couple of pretty good centres on the field, but I think Wojcik's, he's right up there with a couple of the others. I think with one of the Araujo boys from Brazil, obviously the Thai centre as well. But I think Wojcik's really up there. How would you rate his performance over this tournament? Maybe we'll keep that one for half time, but for the moment it's. Let's get back into the play. So a long ball there from Ryberg.
Yes, second long ball of the match. First one was being thrown by the Polish boys. Nowakowski, who wasn't able to make the save. This time, what can Ryberg do as he faces Szewinski, who has an entire 9 meter wide goal to aim at and does an amazing cross-court ball from post to post. Ryberg, he got close but not close enough. Poland get their two-goal lead back in. I'd have to agree with you, Andrew, that certainly Wojcik is definitely one of the better centres from this tournament. He doesn't look like too much phases him, but then let's see how this game continues on as that ball is thrown by the right winger for Sweden into the body of Wojcik. Again, clean trap passing to his right, thrown by Nowakowski into Alberstedt. Gets up and quick replies, but it's wide of Nowakowski's post on the left-hand side. That number 9 for Poland, who gets up and passes the ball across to number 1, Szewinski from the back tee. Szewinski runs and throws and spins, and it's going to collide into the body. Oh, it should have collided into the body of Alberstedt, into his feet, but it kept going through the scissor legs and into the back of the net with 5 minutes 24 seconds on the clock. Poland extend their lead. They're now up by 3 goals. What will Sweden do about it? Ball thrown by Ryberg into the centre, and we put the mocker on him, haven't we? Wojcik has been so strong, and then he does this and lets that one through. So Alverstedt with the score on that one, thrown from the right wing for Sweden. Now gets the ball, gets the scoreline back within a 2-goal difference as number 1, Szewinski, throws that ball into Roswell, the number 1 on the right wing. Roswell with that ball, right-handed, he comes and goes for a line but throws it wide, stopped by the goal judge. This will be dropped in on the left-hand side with Nowakowski, number 9 for Poland. Nowakowski, I think with Poland having their lead, they need to slow their tempo down. Nowakowski, bounce ball, fracturing off but collected in the end by Ryberg's in the middle now, number 9. Ryberg, bouncing ball, great defense there by Polish centre there, Wojcik. That ball was really bouncing up high as Szewinski throws the ball cross court from post to post, but throws this one wide. We're waiting for the ball to be dropped back in by the goal judge.
Rosval with the ball, brings it across to Alverstedt. Goes around to the left, throws into the gap, fast ball, but again the outstretched arms of Wojcik in the centre. He's going to take a throw. Just bouncing it, skipping it into the gap, strongly defended in the arms of Ryberg in centre. Lines it up. Oh, there's a whistle play. And that is going to be official timeout. Is it eye shades or is it shoelaces? It's eye shades! Right, ready to go again. 10-second clock resets. Alvestad with the ball on the left wing. Can they get another one back, Sweden? Down 3-5, 4:20 to go. Goes for that, post up the line, but defended by Chewinski. Runs inside to the centre. Throws across for the far corner, but well defended there by Rosval. Ryberg comes across, collects the ball. Yeah, there's a lot of tape there, and he seems to be taking a few more left arm throws. I mean, he doesn't lose much on his left arm to his right. I don't know, Dan, in your 10 years in this game, have you seen a player who can so consistently throw with both arms?
Certainly not at youth level, Andrew. The closest I've seen would have had to have been a right winger from the Czech Republic. As we have, I believe, a high ball thrown by Roswell, the number 1, Felix Roswell for Sweden. He will have the task of defending this entire 9-metre wide goal by himself. A ball in the hands of number 1, Chewinski. He had a beautiful corner ball before. This time it's going to go straight through the middle, but Roswell dives to his right. In fact, he dives out of the way of the ball, Andrew, and Poland put their stamp on top of Sweden. 6-3, 3 minutes 39 seconds to go. Ball now back in play with Alberstedt, number 5. Alberstedt bouncing the ball nearly under the body of number 1, Chewinski, but he gets down in time. Chewinski with the ball cross court and then throws it wide of the post.
Yeah, I think that penalty there, he just went to the first sound, which was from that direction, so he ran in that direction. So while it looked like he ran out of the way, it was, I think that's what fooled him. So Alvestad comes across to the right side, throws into the centre to Wojcik. He's defended a lot of those balls this week. Passes it across to Nowakowski. Cross court to Alvestad. Another quick return. He's probably the most consistent quick returner in the game, Alvestad. Certainly that we've seen here, and we have a timeout. Officials timeout. Oh, it might be an injury actually, is it? No, he was okay. He said he's okay. He's looking a bit tired there in the centre, Wojcik, but he's on his feet again. He has just 3 minutes in this half, and then one more half to go in this tournament. Down the line, down into the gap from Chewinski, off the feet of Ryberg, and flicks up and over Rosval. 7-3 to Poland. 2 minutes 57 to get 1 or 2 goals back, which you really feel that Sweden needs to do before half-time.
Incredible play by the Polish team so far. They've been, I guess we'll talk at half-time about the differences in the way they play. All we have time now is Poland call a timeout. Watching Poland play, they're almost clinical in what they do. Their defense, it's all unison in its form. They block the same way, they dive the same way to trap that ball down. And you look at the way that their throwing plans, you can clearly tell what they're trying to do, and that's throw the ball into a combination of Alberstedt and Roswell. At the Sweden side of things, though, they're a lot more playful with the way they take on the game. They move the ball around from side to side. They'll run it one way just to run it back. The wingers will switch wings. They keep the opposition guessing. So it's really interesting to see that these two countries in Europe with very different playing styles. Ball back underway after the end of the timeout as the ball is bounced down and nearly goes over the top leg of Roswell, but he's able to keep it in front of him. Roswell almost doing a headbutt into Ryberg with their eagerness to switch the ball from winger to winger. And the ball rolls dangerously close to the goal line as it's flicked off Wojcik's feet. Wojcik definitely feeling tired after such a long campaign. Ball thrown by Nowakowski straight into Alberstedt, who gets up quick returns. Alberstedt, he's a little too eager to quick return. I think every now and then he needs to line up his throws and take the time to make sure he gets the right spot. Now we have an official's timeout equipment check, and I think this one's fair enough, Andrew.
Yeah, the eye shades there knocked clean off the head of Nowakowski. Might even be damaged, the referee going across. It's even knocked the eye patches off. So a very powerful throw there, taken straight in the face. But he's up on his feet. They're pretty tough, these players, I think, all of them. I don't think we've seen an injury timeout the whole game. There's certainly been some body blows. So I think Dan, Poland, I think, are a powerful team. They're defensively strong. They've struggled a little bit with the bounce of Tanya Watipong, but I think pretty much everybody has. As you say, they don't move around a lot in attack, and the other thing they do is they're very consistent about this skipping bounce ball. So not a lot of flat fast balls, not a lot of big bounce balls. So I think as they start to develop some of those other plays, I think they're going to be really tough to beat. And I look forward to seeing some of these men as they boys as they develop into men, going up into the senior ranks. So extended delay here because we have to do a bit of eye patching first. The eye shades are just going back on. Bit of a carnival atmosphere here with the Swedish fans in particular. 2:24 to go in the first half. Sweden 3, Poland 7. At this stage, it looks like Poland is managing to last out the tournament. They really haven't lost much. So, ball goes across to Czerwinski, takes to the right wing, down the line, Ryberg off the hip, fractures up, but comfortably out in the end. Has the ball, moves across to the right, hands it to Rosval. No, he doesn't, he's faked. Going to go another left armour, right armour. He doesn't know which arm to throw with. Throws it across court, bouncing into Nowakowski, who traps on the body. Goes back to his post. Looking for that gap. He's been successful into that gap between Ryberg's feet and Rosval. That's Alversted's feet and Rosval, but successfully blocked out. Rolled into the centre by Rosval, trapped by Wojcik. There's another throw, trying to bounce it over Rosval, but strong in the thighs, fractures forward, chases, and throws it out. Just running out of time. They're a little bit uncertain. Ryberg was calling for it. He took the safe option and threw it out. So, collected by Nowakowski, hands it across to Czerwinski in the centre. Runs, throws in that gap again, past the feet of Alverstad, but sliding across was Rosval strongly. Ball with Alverstad, right wing, runs in court, goes across the centre, falls down on it. Wojcik hands it across to Nowakowski, left wing, straight at centre. Alverstad likes them there. Hands it across to the left to Ryberg, runs all the way to the right post, squats, spins, turns. Off the feet of Wojcik and blocks it around. Flabbergasted Nowakowski. Can't believe he's done that. It was straight into the chest. But, a strong ball, and the concentration is just constant. The pressure that the players are under in defence. 1 minute to go.
Just over diving there from Wojcik, but that's no matter because I believe they've just got one straight back on the board. You blink, you miss the action here. The scoreboard is 8 to Poland, 4 to Sweden, and we have a Swedish time out. Since the last stoppage in play, you've seen that Alversted's really cut down on his quick returns. Perhaps the coaches for Sweden have said, look, you've thrown the last couple straight out. Pass it to Ryberg and to Roswell and make sure that they give them the time to line up a proper shot. So, even if you're trying to catch someone out of position, if you're not keeping it on the court, you're not going to catch him out of position.
Yeah, the other one I always find interesting is a quick return not to the player who's just throwing. That's always an interesting one, but not saying he's doing that all of the time, but... Right, Sweden ready to go again. 55 seconds, 4-8 down. Can they get another one back before half time? But it seems whenever they get a quick one, there's a reply from Poland. Just keep them arm's length. Left arm throw straight into the gap from Ryberg. Gap between Wojcik, who just went very slightly the wrong way. Nowakowski sliding across, but just through the feet. 5-8. Can they hold this, or will Poland come straight back as they have a couple of times already?
Defense has become optional in this latest passage of play ever since the eye patches came back on for Nowakowski. This ball being thrown out by the number one, not Nowicki, Sherwinski from the back tee, he threw it wide, ball back underway. Ryberg bouncing ball back into Wodge 6 feet, and it's fractured forward. We really shouldn't have mentioned anything about Wodge 6 defense being a centre of the tournament in our view, because it's been downhill since then. Commentators curse. Ball now from Nowakowski into Alberstedt, into his arms, quick return, bounces towards the post, and great second effort by Nowakowski. He threw himself at that ball. Even though the ball was going out, he made sure that it wasn't going in the goals. Collected off the hands of Alberstedt, but not completely. It ricochets through him and towards the post of Ryberg, who has to do a second effort, diving back towards the post after coming in to block the ball. From the post, Ryberg gets the ball and throws it wide. From right post to right post, wide of Nowakowski's post. Sherwinski, though, from 3 meters in the left-hand side, throws it into Ryberg, who gets up and quick returns, and that's all we have in the first half of this match. A thrilling first half. Sweden trailing the men, or the boys of Poland, 5-8. What a start.
Yeah, bit of a shootout there in the first half, 8-5, as Poland make their way down to the commentary end of the court, so the left-hand side as you watch it. So I think probably a chance just to talk about the key throwers in the tournament, and one of them is absolutely Ryberg, and he's certainly upped his number of left arm throws in this game. Yeah, it's been 2 or 3 in some of the other games, but there's probably been a good half a dozen, if not more, in this game, and he's got off one, if not a couple. So he played for Sweden with the men's team over in Fort Wayne recently. The Swedish team did pretty well. I think they're around the 6th or 7th mark. So what do you see for the future for Ryberg going forward, Dan?
Well, Ryberg was at the World Championships in Malmö last year, so he had the opportunity to play on his home turf in Sweden, and with the men's team. Unfortunately, the Swedes weren't able to medal, I don't believe, in that competition. They were kicked out during the quarter-final stages, if not the semi-final stages. But certainly Ryberg, at only, well, the maximum age he can be is 19, since this is the 19 under championships, that's the cutoff. So he's going to have a long career ahead of him. And if he's being able to throw with his left hand as well as his right hand, that's pretty incredible. I guess the reason we're seeing him throw with his left hand a lot more in this match is just the amount of tape that's on that right hand. I don't know what kind of tape it is, whether it's strapping or if it's just a bandage or what has happened or what he's done. But it can't be easy to grip a ball with that level of bandages on there. It'll be good to find out, if we can, why his hand's been strapped. It's been strapped up for basically the whole tournament, actually. But it looks like there's more of it on there now for this final hurrah for the Swedes, trailing Poland by 3 goals. Poland 8, Sweden 5. As we line up for the second half, we see Alberstedt on the court for Sweden on the right-hand end, along with Ryberg. And the third player on the court with Sweden is Roswell, the number 1. Down at the Polish end of court, we still see Nowakowski on the right wing, top left of screen. In the middle, we still see a very tired and exhausted Wojcik. I hope he's got 12 more minutes left in him. 12 more minutes goalball time, though. And finally, in the bottom left-hand corner, playing that right wing, is Sherwinski.
Yeah, well, these lads could have a well-deserved rest on that long flight home. A couple of legs stopping somewhere, usually in Southeast Asia, and then on back to Europe. So he'll enjoy that. So we are ready to go for the second half, the final half of the bronze medal match between Poland and Sweden. Poland leading 8-5. But we know that Sweden will throw absolutely everything at them, in particular Ryberg. They've had a good tournament, Sweden. They've been up there the whole time. They'll be absolutely desperate to get a medal out of this one. But so will Poland. So here we go. Ryberg moves across to the left wing. Left arm again. We might say more left armers and right armers. And there's another goal. Straight all the way across into the far corner. Nowakowski slides in towards the gap, goes past his outstretched hands. 6-8, game on, Dan.
Absolutely game on. This is Poland have had 2 slow starting halves. The first half, the first ball thrown at them from Sweden was also a goal as well. What are they going to retaliate with? This ball kicked away by the lazy legs of the centre, Albersted, and a fake pass is performed between Roswell and Ryberg. But Roswell doing the throwing from 2 metres in off the right-hand side. Ball now flicked away from Wojcik, calculated to number 9, Nowakowski, throwing the ball into Ryberg. Ryberg now on the right-hand side with Roswell. Squats, throws. That was a right-handed one. And it's thrown into the back of the net! It's another goal to Sweden. They are within pouncing distance of equalising 7-8.
And it looks like Nowicki getting ready to come on. Yeah, not surprising there, but chance for Chawinski to restore that lead, but 7-8, well blocked by the legs of Alverstad. That was better, kicking out towards the ball into the gap. Rosval down the line, and that'll be a confidence booster for Nowakowski, but he will be off. He is off, and on will come number 8, Nowicki. He doesn't want to go off. He's moved to the far side of the court. No, that's just the hand the ball to Chawinski. So well played, Nowakowski. He's been a strong performer throughout this tournament. He's looking a little bit down there, a couple in a row past him, but he's had a good tournament so far. I think they could well need him back again. There's still 11 minutes to go in this game, Dan.
We're 56 seconds in from half-time. We've already seen Poland making a substitute. The boys from Poland had a really tough run in their semi-final earlier today, so I'm not surprised that they're feeling a bit tired now. Ball being thrown wide of the court at the Sweden end, and now this is interesting. We have an official's time out to orientate the ball back onto the court. I thought we might have seen a 10-second team penalty there, but the refs stopping the game to make sure the ball was bounced back so Alberstedt can find it and deliver this ball that did the whole of the ball cross the whole of the goal line? No, it did not. And good thing for Nowicki, who throws that ball out at the Swedish end of goals. It's back in play. It's collected by Ryberg, who pretends to pass it to Roswell. In the end, Ryberg right-handed straight through the gap between the centre and the right winger for Poland. And all of a sudden, Andrew, 8-8 apiece.
And very suddenly, Poland looking tired, and all of the momentum is with Sweden. Timeout for, I think it must be Poland. 8-all. Well, just 1 minute 28 seconds into the second half. We didn't see this coming. Sweden have been held at bay, always 2 to 3 goals behind Poland. They've come storming back, got all the momentum. And momentum's a massive thing in any sport, including goalball. And right now, this game is played 100% between the ears. Who is going to fight hardest? Who wants it more? Right now it looks like Sweden, but Poland haven't given up the whole tournament. They slugged it out for a long time with Brazil, never giving up. Here we go with Chawinski on the left, ready to go. 8-8, 10:32 to go in this pulsating bronze medal match at the IBSA 2019 World Youth Championships. Down the line from Chawinski, late chat from Rosval, has the ball on the right wing. Into the gap, but covered by Wojcik, chases energetically, throws it back to Chawinski. Spins down the line, targeting Rosval. So it looks like they've reset with that timeout, back to targeting the Rosval of Sweden. Another left armour from Ryberg, and why wouldn't you? Fractures up off the thighs of Nowicki in the cross-court play, but he defends well. Goes to the feet of Alverstedt. He's looking tired as he gets up, but these players are all tired. It's been a big week. Spins into the gap. Wojcik hanging on. He's under enormous pressure. Hands it off to Chawinski on the left. Spins into the legs of Alverstedt, who doesn't really kick out. Maybe he was confident where the ball was. Ryberg, right arm this time, across into the falling chest of Wojcik. Blocked out around the corner at the wing line. Nowicki, right wing. Runs, goes down the line at Rosval. Blocked forward, blocked out.
Couple of throws before we did see Ryberg and Roswell switch wings with Roswell on the left. I wonder if those instructions have been updated to the Polish or if they figured it out. Their throwing attack is definitely to try and keep the ball away from Ryberg, as we see the number 1 throw the ball. Schawinski into Alberstedt centre. Alberstedt gets his aim wrong and throws it straight back into Wojcik. Easy trapping for Wojcik, passing it to his right with the number 8. Nowakowski, the number 8. Nowicki, the number 8 for Poland. Ball blocked out, back in play, and it's Ryberg who throws that left-handed bouncing ball, bouncing too much. Long ball for Ryberg. This is to break the deadlock that is 8-8 between these two giants of European youth goalball. 8 minutes and 49 seconds to go. Number 9 Ryberg has to defend the entire goal, and he's not able to on this occasion. Poland successful with the penalty shot, getting it between Ryberg and the post. Ryberg leaving a 3-metre gap for the ball to go through. So Poland breaking the deadlock, 9-8 in their favour. But how long will it stay like that? Alberstedt from the centre bounces into Wojcik, and you could see in Wojcik's defence then his legs were leaning backwards, and that's what caused the fracture forwards. Ball now with the hand of Schawinski, right-handed discus into Alberstedt, who gets up and throws it back into the body, but this time it's covered by Wojcik, who has to chase the ball forward before giving it back to Schawinski. Right-handed Schawinski, he's definitely turning slower than what he was at the start of the period. And then a quick, fast throw from Alberstedt, this time to the right side of the post, to the number 8 of Nowicki for Poland. We're just waiting for that ball to be dropped back in with Nowicki. Bouncing ball thrown into the body, and it's a great fracture. In fact, it's more than a fracture. It's a goal. So now Poland give themselves a bit of breathing space. They go up to 10-8.
Yeah, this is a game of cat and mouse. So Poland targeting Rosval. Sweden knows it, so the wingers Rosval and Ryberg swapping constantly to try to confuse them. Ryberg into the gap, but well covered by Wojcik. Blocked out to the right. Nowicki comes across to the centre so he can target Rosberg, no doubt, down the left. Goes to the post. Well blocked by Rosval. Ball goes down the line. Tawinski has that one covered on the chest. Moves over to his post. Into the centre. Throws it into the centre. And confidently blocked there. Alverstead goes for the gap between Wojcik and Czerwicki, but covered there. Off across to the right to Nowicki, down the line. This time hitting Ryberg. Grabs the ball, runs across round to the far side. Scott spins, turn, big bounce into the chest of Wojcik in centre. Nowicki from that familiar centre position, looking to target Rosval on the left. Goes for the gap, the feet of Alverstead, but well covered by Rosval. And that is a timeout to Sweden. 7 minutes to go. Poland 10, Sweden 8.
Yeah, this is where we're really starting to see the different styles of goalball from these two European countries really pay off and show their benefits and I guess the intricacies and things that can be worked on. The team from Poland, they have set positions. They don't move from their positions. The left winger only does left wing or bench. The right winger only does right wing or bench. And Wojcik stuck in the middle. He's only done the middle no matter what happens so far. But from Sweden, all three of them seem to play all three positions. Now, of course, the two outcomes you get from this is that Sweden are multifaceted. They can play everywhere, but they play everywhere equally as well as everywhere else. As Ryberg comes to the right, left-hand side of goals, bouncing ball kicked away by Wojcik, who wants to collect and part. Oh, he's taking it off the sideline, so it's a ball over to the opposition. So Sweden equally good at everywhere, but that by extension that means they have nothing that they're just amazing at. Right-handed throw from and it's dangerously bouncing towards the goal line, but it's blocked out as it comes off the number one for Poland, Czerwinski. Poland, on the other hand, they only play in set positions, so they are experts in their set positions. Spins around, line ball, just the wrong side, and what a shame it was the wrong side because Roswell had gone the wrong way on that throw. Now Roswell, he's looking for... Alberstedt was looking for the ball. Roswell was looking for Alberstedt. Oh dear, it's a comedy of errors at the moment as Roswell goes crashing into the body of Alberstedt. These players are really putting their body on the line, but they're whacking into each other more than the Arujo brothers we've seen. Now, ball is being thrown by the Swedes into number 1, Shawinski, and Shawinski nailing the gap between the two Alberstedt and Roswell. It was kicked away by Alberstedt wildly to the right-hand side, and now we see a right-handed throw from Ryberg coming in and throwing it wide of number 8's goals. A bit of a panic on for Sweden at the moment as they are trailing by Poland by 2 goals with 6:22 left on the clock.
So the wingers for Sweden have swapped again. It's been a regular thing in the second half. Hasn't been picked up yet by Nowicki, who goes towards Ryberg's side, but into the legs of Alverstead. Takes the throw himself, heads across the right wing, back slightly into the gap. Going for the gap, but into the feet of Wojcik in front of Chawinski. Chases, passes back to Chawinski. Spins, goes across court. He knows where Rosval is now. It's got under his body for a goal. 11-8 to Poland. It's going to be, there's time, but it's going to be tough for Sweden. 5:57 to go in the second half. And what we can tend to see in these situations as the clocks start to run down is some long ball penalties as they go for everything. But not yet. Ryberg from centre into the legs of Wojcik, but rolling forward over the halfway line. That's ball over. Another go here for Sweden. Getting ready for a substitution. But Rosvar with the ball. The wingers have swapped yet again for Sweden. Hands it across to Ryberg. Left arm. Looking for the gap. Fractures off the hip of Nowicki. Wojcik up and back. Defending the goal line. Nowicki. He knows where Rosval is. Goes for his post, but strongly into the chest. Gee, Rosval and Nielsen, they're going to be so much improved for this experience. They've been targeted pretty much the last few days from Alverstedt into the legs of Nowicki. They are not good yet. Sweden, 9-11, 5:20 to go.
That's an ominous score on that scoreboard. Can Poland keep Sweden at bay, or will the Swedish army come marching in? Ball thrown by Sherwinski into the arms of Roswell, who throws that one wide, straight off the side of the court on the right-hand side for Sweden. Ball dropped in with Sherwinski again. He now moves to the back tee and will spin and throw from that front tee. Bouncing ball nearly under the arms of Ryberg and punched out to the left-hand side. Waiting for the ball to be gathered by the goal judge as it's dropped back in. 5:10 remaining. Time is running out for Sweden. Ryberg fakes the pass to Roswell, comes back to his right-hand side, throws right-handed into the bodies, and you can see Wojcik is trying to dive further and further and overcompensate for his tiredness. Ball thrown by Nowicki into Alverstedt, gets up, quick return straight into the body of Wojcik. No problems there. Wojcik just had to get his arm up to trap the ball down. Great tracking from Wojcik. Ball with Shawinski on the left-hand side, off the post at number 1. Cross court, wide. The more balls you throw wide, the less chances you have to score, but that ball is now gathered by Ryberg, who moves across to the right-hand side, 2 metres from the right post. Bouncing ball into Shawinski's body. You don't often see Poland get up in quick return. That is not part of their clinical goalball style. Shawinski bouncing ball into the body of Alverstedt. Speaking of quick returns, here's one now. And it's now, he splits the legs. It does split the legs of Shawinski, but he slows it down enough and spins around and puts his hands behind it to stop it from going across the line. Back, quick return there, but that one is again wide of the court. So it's a wasted throw from Poland, and we have a substitution for Sweden. Roswell, who got pummeled and smashed by the boys of Poland, is being taken off the court, and coming on is number 3. We're seeing the return of Nielsen.
Yeah, he got pummeled. They targeted him, but he stood up pretty well, and he's left his sweet team Sweden with with them still in the game, just 2 goals behind, 11-9, 4:16 to go, so there is plenty of time. The other thing, Dan, which you might comment on when we pass back to you, is that seeing a lot more movement across the back line from Nowicki and Chawinski in this game, I think, than previously. So, Ryberg into the gap. Defended by Wodczyk on the chest. Hands it to Nowicki. Here's that movement we spoke about. He's going to go down the left towards Nielsen. No, Nielsen's in the centre. That's Alverstad. Ball's now out. So coaches will have the opportunity to communicate with their players, but not anymore. Quiet, please. Whistle, play. Chawinski. Cross to Ryberg on the left wing. Finds his post. Left armour. Oh, what an amazing... Well, that must be the 4th goal he scored with the left arm. Going across Wodczyk, who went the wrong way. Ball swung out wide across the centre. And Chawinski wasn't covering. 10-11, 3:43 to go. Which way is this going to go, Dan?
It's a battle of stamina and it's a battle of nerves down here in Penrith City. Penrith Valley. Ball being thrown from the right wing of Poland into Ryberg, who passes it across to number 5, Alberstedt from the right wing. Spins and throws. Alberstedt punched away by Wodczyk and dangerously close to the goals, but the ball went laterally safely away from that goal line. Ball passed from the number 8 to the number 1 left winger, Chawinski. Dangerously kicked into the feet of Nielsen, who has to do the chasing forward. He gets it and passes it back to, it's a slow throw to Alberstedt, but he's the quick return expert. Alberstedt off the hands of Wodczyk, and it's equal! The scores are equal again. 3:11 to go, and the score is 11-11. This is well and truly a nail-biter, Andrew. If the scores are tied at the end of full time, we will see extra time, golden goal extra time. Ball in the hands of the right winger, number 8, Nowicki, throwing the ball into the outstretched arms of Nielsen, passing across to Ryberg. None of these boys have time to feel tired. Ryberg, left-handed throw. It splits the gap, that left-handed throw. Catching out Chawinski and his post. And this is the first time Sweden take the lead, 12-11.
Yeah, I think he's now scored more with his left arm than his right. I was going to say, Dan, there could be a tied game, but I can tell you with 3 minutes to go, it's never going to be tied 11-all. Such as the goal-scoring power of both of these teams. Sweden 12, Poland 11, 2:56 to go. So that's been quite a run there of 4 goals in a row to Sweden. They got behind at 11-8, wasn't it? Certainly at least 11-9. And chance for the coaches with a timeout to settle their teams down. Focus on defence. Focus. Listen for the ball. React. Commit. Chawinski waiting. He can't wait to get the next throw in. He's been there for a good 20 seconds since halfway through that timeout. Waiting to throw. Pacing up and down. Absolutely like a cage line. So Chawinski, here he goes. He's got permission now to fire. Nearly under the body of Nielsen. But he's just relaxed there. Pass it across to Ryberg. Left arm. No, right arm. No, use your more powerful arm, Ryberg. Into the body of Nowicki, who runs across. Who's he going to target here? Straight down the middle. Hits Nielsen in the body, rolling slightly forward with that hip, but had that one covered. Pass across to Alverstad on the right. Hooks it into the gap. Wodczyk covers with his feet. In front of Chawinski, who hurriedly throws back, concerned about the 10 seconds. Alverstad hands it across to Ryberg. Gives the ball a shake. Squats, spins, right-handed into the legs of Wodczyk. Hands it across to the left. Chawinski, 2:03 to go. Spins. Looking for the gap, but we know Alverstad, that's his strong side, his chest. Punch and delight from the coach on the Swedish bench of that one. Alverstad goes down the line. Chawinski traps it in his legs. They're happy as well. Every single defence is being celebrated here on the benches. Into the body of Nielsen. There goes the coach again. Arms raised, punch in the air. 12-11 Sweden, 1:40 to go. And we have an official timeout equipment check. This one is to wipe the floor. or issues with the shoelaces on this occasion. Chance for the coaches to communicate with their players. Now the referee's getting involved in the drying of the floor at the moment. I imagine they must have been working up a sweat in this game, Dan. This game is red hot.
Absolutely, passion leaking out of these players, and it's made its way onto the court and needs to be wiped up just to make sure everyone's safe. Both teams need the rest though. Full 10 seconds now as Ryberg looks for the ball. It's, oh no, could this be an own goal? And the coach is not happy. The coach is not happy. So Ryberg there was able to keep it from going in the goals and just throw it over the net to avoid anything happening. And the coach for Sweden is furious about why wasn't the ball dropped in on the right spot. Should have been re-dropped. Ball thrown by Nowicki, the number 8. Clambering into the body of Alberstedt, right-handed. Nielsen's on that right wing, ball thrown into the centre of Wojcik, passed across to Nowicki, right wing for Poland, into the feet of Alberstedt, who does the chasing, gathers, and will take the ball calm and easily on a Sunday. No need to rush when you're ahead. Alberstedt hands the ball into the arms, the outstretched armpits of Wojcik, and Poland now calling for a timeout. Time is running out for Poland. They only have 61 seconds to change the scoreline. 1 minute and 1 second remaining in this bronze medal match.
But Dan, we have had 23 minutes of play in this bronze medal match, and we have had 23 goals so far. So the chances of a goal in this last minute, I would say, are high. And it's particularly as you see those benches, every single defence that's blocked is being wildly celebrated on the benches. They know what this means. This is bronze medal up for grabs. At the moment, Sweden has control at 12-11. I actually think this could go to extra time, this game. I still don't think we've seen the last of the scoring. Chawinski from the centre. Goes straight down the centre into the body of Alverstad, who comfortably blocks it. Strolls back to the goals. Over to the right, his familiar position. Hooks it into Chawinski on the left wing. Goes back to his post. Not many opportunities left. Maybe 3 throws. Off the hip of... Cross-court off the hip of Ryberg. And it's fractured out. So lucky. 40.7 seconds to go. Left arm of Ryberg. This is his goal-scoring arm. Oh, and we have a substitution from Poland. So out goes number 9, Nowakowski. No, in comes number 9, Nowakowski. Out goes number 8, Nowicki. And I think we could see a couple more substitutions. And if they've got any timeouts, I think there might be 1 or 2. If they've got any timeouts, I think we'll say every one of those taken to stop the clock, to give Poland every chance to make up that goal. 35.2 seconds left, and to run you out to the end of this game. And you're back to Dan.
Oh, don't say that. What happens if there's a goal scored and then we go into extra time, Andrew? Ball thrown in. Powerful shots from the Polish, but it's solid defense. And look, the Swedes are just taking it nice and calm. Alberstedt, bouncing ball, tries to find the gap. It's scrambled forward by Wojcik. Passes back to Nowakowski, number 9, nearly taking the ball into his own goals. Nowakowski, ball to Alberstedt, no problem there. Time running out, we're in the final 10 seconds. There'll be a stoppage in play as soon as that ball gets to that far end. Left-handed throw. Yes, there's the stoppage. This stoppage is for 2 reasons. One, just to give the Polish players a rest and to stop the clock and allow the coach to give the final instructions. 3.6 seconds. The other advantage of this stoppage is it means that once the instructions are given, the Polish guys who have been told, take this ball from point A and throw it up point B, they have the time to line it up. And the ball is out. Thrown out with 0.6 of a second, and guess what? Sweden have won themselves a bronze medal, Andrew. What a game we witnessed. 12-11, and the Swedes are onto the court and they're celebrating wildly. For the whole match, Sweden trailed. The closest Sweden ever got was to tie scores. But Poland were always just inching away. And at the final furlong, who was it that got their nose in front? Sweden. Sverige. And they kept it in front all the way down to the dying seconds. What a game we have witnessed.
Yes, Dan, I think expert commentary there from Dan. I think that really is one of the games of the tournament. It swung both ways number of times. Poland had the edge early on. It looked like they always had that 2 or 3 goal lead until early in the second half, where Sweden got 3 in a row very quickly. And from then on, it was goal for goal. Ended 12-11, so a high-scoring game, but a high-quality game. I think there's disappointing for Poland. They've been exceptional, I think, this tournament. I don't think anybody expected that they would be quite this powerful, but a really strong team who've performed exceptionally. Just looking down now as Sweden, arms raised, running at the crowds. Probably the biggest crowd, I think, here, the Swedish. They've travelled all the way from Sweden. From the north, from Sweden, yeah, of course, in Europe, so from the northern hemisphere. But what an amazing game, and a tribute really to both teams. And it's such a pity that one team misses out, but I think they can be exceptionally proud of their performance, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this Polish team.
Absolutely, definitely people to watch out for. Well, congratulations are in order for the Swedish team. Number 1, Roswell. Number 2, Johansson. Number 3, Nilsson. Number 5, Alberstedt. And of course, number 9, the multi-handed, multi-throwing Ryberg. They will enjoy their bronze medal. I think they've definitely earned it, Andrew. Commiserations are in order for the team of Poland, who fought so hard and were in the lead for so long. Commiserations, well played though, to Wojcik, Nowicki, Nowakowski and Sherwinski. That rounds out the bronze medal for both the men's and women's division. All that's left to play for is gold. So the girls will be playing for their gold medal at 5:30. March-ins for that will be at 5:15, and that is the match between Brazil and Australia. So the march-in for that will be in little more than 4 minutes. That will be on silent though, as us commentators need to take a rest, because what a game we just witnessed up here from the box. The final match of the day at 6:45, and we can only pray that both the women's match for the gold and the men's match for gold will be as awesome as this bronze medal match just now in front of us. That boys medal match is at 6:45, and that is between the teams of Brazil and Thailand. So just to run you through for the women, the way the rankings will finish up from 3rd down to 6th, we see we see Great Britain in 3rd place with that bronze medal, Korea in 4th, Germany in 5th, and Thailand in 6th. We're still yet to decide 1 and 2. That will start at 5:30. For the men, the boys, in the Youth World Championships for 2019, from 3rd down to 6th, 3rd place, and only just is Sverige, Sweden. In 4th place, Poland. 5 and 6 are taken out by the teams of Korea and Australia. Andrew, any final comments?
I think it's probably an appropriate time, Dan. I think because to thank some of our sponsors, because we might be a little bit excited here for those gold medal matches if they're anything like this. So obviously the International Blind Sports Association, so we thanks to them, to Goalfix for supplying the eye shades, Penrith Valley Regional Sports Centre, which has proved a fantastic venue. Our hosts here at the centre themselves have, led by Tracy and Luke, have been amazing, and here at all hours of the night to make sure that the players have the most amazing experience. The New South Wales Government, Penrith City Council here at the foot of the Blue Mountains in Sydney, Australia. Ford, who've done our ferried our athletes backwards and forwards. Vision Australia, who spent days there at the start of the tournament doing all the classifications. Blind Sports Australia, Goalball Australia, and also Blind Sports New South Wales. So without all of their support, tournaments with these would be very difficult and certainly more expensive for the players. So thank you to all of our players, to all of our sponsors. So, with the march in just about due, we will sign off and we will be back with you just before the gold medal match of the girls between Brazil and Australia. Thank you.
Welcome to the gold medal match for our girls division, or game 39 of the 2019 IBSA Goalball Youth World Championships. To my left is Team Brazil. To my right is Team Australia. For Team Brazil, number 1, Danielle Longini. Number 4, Leticia Silva. Number 7, Emily Franca. Number 8, Anna Bernardo. And number 9, Monica Santos. And the staff, Roger Scherer. Anna Claudia Santos. And Elena Mago. For Team Australia, number 1, Alana Tiller. Number 3, Genevieve Weston. Number 4, Michaela Riley. Number 5, Molly Smith. Number 7, Alice Kingston. And number 8, Amy Ridley. And the staff, Craig Muller. Simon Smith. And Faith Boyles. Our referees for this game are Brenda Gill from Singapore. And Simone Boyle from Japan. And so luck, ladies.
Welcome to the gold medal match of the 2019 IBSA Goalball Youth World Championships here at the Penrith Valley Regional Sports Centre. I am joined, Murray Elborn, with the former gold medalist of the 2017 Youth World Championships from the Australian team, Jessica Clark. Hello, Jessica.
Hello there.
And we're excited to bring you a rematch of the semi-final from 2017 and 2013 of Australia versus Brazil. So the Australian lineup is unchanged from the same beginning lineup it's been for all the tournament. Amy Ridley closest to your camera on the right wing, with Genevieve Weston in the middle and Molly Smith on the far side or left side of the court. Jessica, would you like to go through the starting lineup for Brazil?
Sure. It's actually the same starting lineup that they seem to go with most games. We've got number 9 is Monica Santos. Looks like she'll be playing on the right wing for Brazil. Then we have Letitia Silva in the middle, and looks like Danielle Longini on the left wing, number 1.
So Danielle Longini is the leading goal scorer in the tournament so far, and Australia will need to be at their best defence to be able to stop the backwards throwing of the long-haired Longini. But Australia with an impressive victory over Great Britain, hard game in the semi-final. Brazil, comfortably through over Korea. So same sort of thing as last time, Jess. The Brazilians hadn't been really challenged too much, except for the first game and against Great Britain, and that was the same time last time. And then they faced us, and it was a harder match, and they struggled with that. What do you think the keys to victory are?
I don't know. I think Australia tends to really push themselves in the finals. I think Brazil aren't quite used to it. They're used to the round games. They get a bit comfortable with their victories, so it'll be interesting to see how they go and how Australia might challenge them a bit this afternoon.
So again, no Russia here. So we've got the bronze medalist and gold medalist coming back to the finals from 2017, which is good to see strong countries at the top. And Brazil will take the ball to start the game, and it's going to be Longini from the middle as she throws down on the court into the gap, and Jen Weston and Amy Ridley combine to block that ball there. Ridley to the right hand side as she runs into court and throws up, and blocked that time by Longini, who's playing nearest to the camera on the left wing for Brazil. She runs and throws across her body into the gap, and Jen Weston kicks out. So Longini attacking the gaps.
Yeah, Jen Weston's been really good in those gaps today, though she played really well in centre in the Great Britain game, so hopefully she can keep that up.
Molly Smith with the ball now for Australia. She runs into the court and throws, and blocked that time by Santos. Santos coming back now for Brazil on the right hand side. She spins and throws the ball at Weston, who blocks well in her hip area, and Jen Weston's been pretty safe for Australia so far this tournament. Ridley with the ball into the gap, and Longini pushes forward and blocks around the knee area. Longini with the ball now from the left hand side for Brazil as she goes narrow into the post, and that's a goal. So an early goal to Brazil, just over the gap, a bit of top spin and over Jen Weston and through Amy Ridley.
Yeah, a bit more power on that throw. I don't think Jen was quite ready for it, so hopefully she can keep her arms strong in the next defence. But Amy Ridley with the ball now, she's throwing up and blocked easily by Longini in the gap. She passes off to Santos, who's going to throw from the right wing. Spinning throw.
And blocked on the feet by Molly Smith. Gathers and comes back now on the left side as she runs into the court. Easily defended by Silva that time, so Australia need to be putting pressure on. They can't throw out, they can't throw to the centre. Longini, narrow cross-court ball into Weston's feet, and she's making her work hard as she kicks the ball out around the high ball line. We'll see if that's ball over or if it is coming back. It looks like it's coming back to Australia. No.
Clarification, I think assistant coach Simon Smith has noticed something on the Brazilian team. I'm not sure what he's picked up on. Possibly a penalty for Brazil.
Maybe the clock wasn't running, so they're running down the clock.
There we go.
10:55.
Not quite sure what Simon was pointing out there, but must have been the clock.
Ball's still out of play, so not sure if Australia's going to get the ball back or Brazil. So an early goal to Longini in this gold medal match, and Australia can't afford too many more goals. They can't play from behind. They need to stay with Brazil and get on top.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting challenge. These two teams often definitely challenge each other. I think Australia is the biggest challenge for Brazil at the moment, so it's good to see them both in the final again.
So referees are meeting mid-court to discuss, and the ball looks like it's going to go back to Brazil. Yes, it is. So 10:31 on the clock as Santos has the ball for Brazil. She runs off turns and spins and runs off the right side post into Weston, and Weston leans the other way but comes back on the hand side and passes to Ridley. Ridley now spins and throws, bounce ball, but Longini gathers and goes back to about 1.5 meters inside of the court. Now she comes to the left side post and she runs into the court, narrow into the angle, and again through Weston's feet, but this time Smith gathers and runs into the court, longer angle. That's a nice shot, but well defended by Silva. Silva passes off to Santos, and Santos has the ball on the right side for Brazil. She bounces, and well blocked that time by Jan Weston, who's recovered well. Smith with the ball now, about 0.5 metre inside the court on the left side, and she runs into the gap, and that's a high ball from Molly Smith. So pressure building on Australia early in this game. 9:39 to go, and looks like Longini will take this penalty.
Yeah, she's going to go from the centre by the looks of it. Molly Smith is ready and waiting for the ball. Longini from the centre, just moving to the left side of court from the post. Across the court. Oh, and it's in the goal, straight in the corner. That's a really good cross court from Longini. Molly Smith just not able to get as far across as she needed to block that one.
So 2-0 to Brazil early in this game, and Australia need to fight back. They need to get momentum and put some pressure on this Brazilian defence. Amy Ridley trying to do that now. Nice bounce ball into the hands of Silva, and passes off to Santos, and Santos with the ball about 1.5 meters inside of the court on the right side. She spins and throws, and Weston blocks, and the ball pops up. Weston regathers. She comes back to centre of court. She runs in now and she throws, narrow angle to Silva's feet. Silva's there as the Brazil men leave the court, prepare for their gold medal match. Longini back at Ridley's post, and Ridley on one knee slides out with that bounce ball defence and knocks it out of court. Ridley now coming across. Time out for Australia. So what do you think the coaches are saying to both teams, Chris?
I think the main thing for these girls is keeping their heads in the game. The Brazilian team tends to put a lot of pressure on and tries to challenge them in that way, trying to get them out of their groove. So I think they really need to try and stay in it and just put more pressure on in the throwing is the main thing. Definitely some good offensive stuff coming from Molly Smith and Amy Ridley. So hopefully they can keep it up.
Maybe a bit faster tempo. The game's kind of just been back and forth a little bit from Australia, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that'll help Australia put the pressure on a bit of speeding it up, keeping it their own pace, not letting Brazil take over. So we've got Amy Ridley's got the ball at the moment. Nice fast throw into the post, just blocked out by Santos' feet.
I thought that was going to score for sure. Santos just extended her feet at the right time and blocked that out of court. Santos has the ball now for Brazil on the right-hand side as she runs and puts it into the gap. But an easy defence there by Jan Weston as she passes off to Molly Smith, number 5 for Australia on the far side. She runs and throws and blocked again by Silva, and that's ball over to Australia. So this is the kind of offensive pressure they need to be putting on Brazil. Make them chase, make them extend in the gaps. Smith runs again down the line, left side line. That's another nice ball in the gap, narrow angle. But Santos blocks this time and gathers and spins and throws into the court. Weston blocks on her feet side, passes to Amy Ridley. Number 8 for Australia now, 2 metres inside of the court as she runs and throws across court, but that goes over the centre tee and it's easy work for Silva. She passes off to Longini now, and the leading goal scorer of the competition runs backwards, throws through the legs. Nice gap shot and well defended that time at full stretch by Jen Weston as the ball goes out of court on Amy's side.
Amy Ridley with the ball now. She's going to come across, going from the centre. Going. Nice ball, easily blocked by Silva. Passes off to Santos. Taking it from about a metre into the court. Just a spinning throw across the centre. Jen Weston, and easily blocked there. Nice save by Amy Ridley. Bit of a
Timeout, Brazil.
Yeah. There was a bit of uproar from the crowd there. They all seemed to think that was a high ball, I think.
So 7:53 left in the first half. Brazil leading Australia 2-0, and Australia need to pick up the momentum and continue to put pressure on Brazil, continue to get them to chase and extend in the gaps and extend to their lines and hopefully find that gap that's going to get them a goal.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to target those gaps a bit better now, and Brazil seems to have been doing that for a while, but they do get a lot of Jen Weston on her hands and feet. They're getting a bit more of the centre than they are of the gap. So Jen's blocking it up very well. We've got some good defence from Australia so far.
And Amy Ridley's passed the ball back, so Brazil must have called that timeout before throw. They'll get the ball back and Longini has the ball. And she's passed it out. That's an interesting thing, isn't it? Now she's dropping the ball in. No, it's going to go down. So it's going to come back to Australia after all that. That was interesting. And Ridley has the ball now as she comes about 3 metres inside of the court and runs narrow angle. It's a good gap shot, but very well defended by Longini, who's right in behind Silva there as Longini takes the ball to the left side post and she runs in across and hits Jen Weston over the centre tee. Weston passes back to Molly Smith, who's about 2 metres inside of the court on the left-hand side. And she runs narrow angle, gets the feet of Silva, who pushes it into Santos, and Santos with the ball. She turns and throws, and that's out of court on the left-hand side. So the ball will be dropped back into Molly Smith, and Molly Smith will come about a metre inside of the court and runs and throws, trying to get that angle but can't quite find the gap between Santos and Silva, as Santos has the ball now for Brazil. And she runs and throws, and Weston extends with her feet and gathers and chases. Now passes back to Smith. Smith will throw out of court straight away. And so that'll set the Brazilian offense in place for a 10-second throw as Santos brings the ball across to Longini.
Longini goes from the post, runs across the court, blocked by Molly Smith's feet. Nice bounce defence there by Molly. She's going to go back to the post and throws into the gap. Good shot, just easily blocked there by Silva. Passes off to Longini. Goes from the gap. Different ball there, but a good block by Amy Ridley. And drop back in. Ridley's going to go from the gap, coming across just behind Jen Weston. And a good gap-to-gap shot there, just backed up by Longini. Now with Silva in the centre. Discus bouncing ball into Jen Weston, easily blocked and passed off to Amy Ridley. Going to do a cross-court ball, just kicked out by Silva's feet.
So good angle there from Amy Ridley, just trying something different across the centre. Trying to kick the ball over with Silva, nearly got there. Santos now with the ball down the left-hand side of Molly Smith, and Smith has the ball and she runs into the court and throws narrow to the gap. And again at full stretch, Silva with her feet, kicking the ball out of court. So this is good offensive pressure from Australia, trying to find that gap between the right winger and the centre player.
Longini with the ball and throws out. A bit more pressure on Brazil at the moment. Australia's turning up their offensive pressure. A bit stronger throws now. Amy Ridley throws across the centre. Blocked by Santos. Good ball.
That pops up and Santos regathers and timeout, no, substitution maybe?
Yeah, this ball goes back to the
Oh, okay. So 5:56 remaining in the first half of this gold medal match between rivals Australia and Brazil. Brazil 2-0 up. As Longini has the ball now for Brazil as she walks across the back of the court back to her left side line. She runs into court and throws. Short diagonal and nearly pops over Jen Weston, but she's up and passing to Amy Ridley. Ridley trying to get through that gap as he again extends, but this time it's easy on the shins of Silva. Passes to Longini, and Longini has the ball for Brazil, and she's through the leg shot, bouncing to Molly Smith, and nearly gets in. Smith just kicks it around the post, so Molly looking a little bit suspect on her legs.
Yep, she's not quite getting into that post side. She's coming quite far into the gap now, but she is throwing very well into the gap between Santos and Silva. Santos with the ball. A discus throw into Jen Weston, an easy block. Passed off to Amy Ridley. Amy Ridley throws across the centre. Bounced off of Santos. That's a good ball there. Santos with the ball. Bit of a rush throw. Easy block into Jen Weston's arm. She's going to take it back to the centre.
And Weston throws back and blocked by Silva. Pass to Santos. Santos, narrow cross-court ball, and Weston waits for that one and gathers on her hands. And now to Ridley. Ridley with the ball, and she goes cross-court, longer cross-court that time, but well-positioned was Santos, but fracture and pushed forward and passed back to Silva. She almost did a double discus there.
Yeah, she went a bit too far in that spin, I think. Lots of pressure on Brazil at the moment. They're definitely starting to rush. So Amy Ridley with the ball on the right wing for Australia. She's going to do a discus bouncing throw into Longini.
She nearly went too far into court there, and there was a massive gap back on the post.
Definitely getting a long stretch from Silva in the middle. Longini from the post into the gap. Good stretch from Jen, easily backed up by Amy Ridley there.
So ball out of court, and equipment check on Santos as the ball is waiting to be dropped into Ridley's post. I'd like to see more movement from the Australian team, meeting in the middle, crossing over a little bit, just trying to fool that strong defence by Brazil.
Amy Ridley with the ball on the right wing. Throws across court. Good ball bounced up off of Santos. Santos with the ball. And Longini has the ball now, swapping wings. Runs up the line, tries to get it into that gap there, but easily blocked by Jen Weston on her feet.
So ball over, and Longini now back on the right wing where she's played most of the tournament. She comes off the post and runs into court, and narrow angle to Weston, and Weston pops it up but right in front of her and passes back to Ridley. Brazil lead 2-0. 3:50 left in the first half. Shot there, and Silva didn't want anything to do with that. She tosses it into the barricades. My barricades are copping a beating.
It's definitely starting to stress Silva out in the middle there. I think she's rushing a little bit. Not quite sure how much time she has. Amy Ridley with the ball now on the right wing for Australia. Tries to go down to the post, just out. Drop back in with Longini. No, Santos. That's Santos.
Well, Longini comes and takes it, so it is Longini in the start. Yep, so Longini back closest to the camera now on the left side for Brazil. She runs into court and throws, and the ball pops up again and gathers by Molly Smith now. Smith runs, but straight out of court. So the Australians throwing out of court a little bit now. They need to realign and continue to put pressure on Brazil, otherwise Brazil will come back straight at them. 3:27 remaining in the first half, 2-0 to Brazil. Shot down the line that Molly Smith blocks and comes back to about a metre inside the court, runs on the left-hand side, narrow across the centre, but Silva gathers it, comes over the centre tee and hands off to Longini. Longini runs in, backwards throw, Smith, and that's come off Weston actually, off her leg, her hip area, right over the top of her, and into the net for Brazil to take a 3-0 lead.
There's lots of Brazil hitting the centre over here, but Jen Weston has been blocking it up quite well so far. Just an unfortunate ball, that one. Amy Ridley trying to move the centre a little bit, but hitting her right on the tee there. Passed off to Santos on the right wing for Brazil. who discus throws over Jen Weston, and lucky backup by Molly Smith there. Does a cross-court ball into Longini.
And Australia struggling a little bit now. They need to maybe think about calling a quick timeout. Longini hammering that gap, and well blocked that time by Ridley as she comes back about 2 metres inside of the court and runs and throws narrow angle. She got the foot of Silva. It gets passed across to Santos, and Santos has the ball for Brazil. They lead 3-0. And 4-0 now as the ball goes right past Molly Smith. Yeah.
I think Molly misjudged that one a little bit. She stayed up a bit too high in that bounce defence and just went straight through her legs.
So 2:22 to go, 4-0, and timeout for Australia. So, look, Australia need to pull something out of their hat here. They cannot let Brazil just careem away. They've got to catch up and score a couple of goals before half-time and then come out and put some pressure on Brazil to have any chance in this gold medal match.
Well, Brazil's hit 4-0, which means they've got a lot of good pressure on Australia at the moment. So I think these girls need to reset a little bit, try and come back as much as they can before the half, because going into the half with no goals is a little bit tricky. We'll see if they can regroup themselves for the last couple minutes of the half.
So the crowd getting into it, a nice crowd in for the gold medal match. Probably a couple
on your home court, get lots of support.
couple hundred people in to the stadium here at Penrith Valley Regional Sports Centre as Smith runs into the court, back at the post, and well blocked that time by Santos. The Brazilian defence very strong, as is their offence, and they have the leading goal scorer who has the ball in her hand right now. Longini comes across back to the left side post and throws narrow into Weston, and Weston really dives well over the top of that. As Ridley has the ball now, and she runs and throws straight over the centre tee, and that is easy work for the Brazilian centre, Silva. Santos now with the ball on the right side as she runs in the court and spins and throws, and Weston down again, passes to Smith. Molly Smith now for Australia, number 5, runs into the court, bit of a skippy ball, but well blocked by Silva, who went a long way that time.
Yeah, she's really over-diving at the moment. Longini with the ball goes a cross-court ball, blocked by Jen Weston's feet. Good backup by Molly Smith there.
Looked like Longini ran into Silva there as she was running across the court.
Yeah. A substitution for Australia. We've got number 8, Amy Ridley, is coming off the court, and number 7, Alice Kingston, is going to come in, most likely going onto the right wing for Australia.
So minute 33 remaining in the first half. The score is 4-0 to Brazil. And Alice Smith brings a lot of experience from the 2017 campaign, and we hope that she can get Australia back in this game to make it competitive again.
Definitely. She's certainly a leader, having a lot of experience on this team, so hopefully she can get these girls to get their heads back in this game and score some goals.
More crowd cheering for the Aussies as Molly Smith has the ball in hand. She runs along the court and tries to go down the line, but out of court, and Santos will get it as Longini comes over and requests the ball but goes back without it. And Santos now from the right hand side spins and throws down the line to Smith, and the ball just goes out of court. Smith's just looking a bit suspect on that line with her feet.
She was lucky on that one, just went out. She might have had it. It was a nice cross-court ball to Longini, just catching it on her hands. Longini goes back to the post, and a nice bouncing backwards ball into the gap. Popped up on Jen Weston, but she's going back to the goal to throw. And a good post shot there.
Santos is there though, and minute and 4 left in the first half. And 4-0 to Brazil as Longini runs across the other side to the left side and throws back to Kingston, who blocks well down that line. Now Alice with her first throw of the game. Kingston now from the right side post. She runs in and throws narrow into the gap, but well defended by Silva, and passes to Longini. Longini comes into the court about 1.5 meters and throws straight down at that gap, and Weston is all over that one. Blocks well, passes off to Kingston, who comes about 0.5 meter inside of the court on the right side, and she throws straight to centre. So 2 pretty straight centre balls there from Alice. She has to adjust that radar.
Santos from the right wing, discus throw into Jen Weston's feet. Good backup by Molly Smith. Jen Weston with the ball now in the centre. She's going to try and throw back to that post, but she's just gone out. Santos was there anyway. Santos passing off to Longini, who goes back to the left wing for Brazil. From the post, backwards shot, blocked by Jen Weston easily in that gap there. Passes off to Alice Kingston, who goes from the post. Nice gap shot. That was a bit better, that one from Alice. And that's the first half of the game. The gold medal game with Australia and Brazil. Score is 4-0 to Brazil. Tough game so far for these girls.
Yeah, Australia's finding it difficult, and we will come back after the halftime break with more analysis. Brazil 4, Australia 0 at halftime in the gold medal match. So welcome back to the second half of the gold medal match in the goals competition between Australia and Brazil. Brazil. The leading. And she's proved that in the final today.
Yeah, so they might be targeting her, but they're also got to face the throw after she blocks it. So Longini's going to go from post of the right wing for Brazil. Running backwards. Throw a nice bouncing ball into the gap, popped up by Jen Weston. Passed off to Alice Kingston.
So Kingston with the ball now. She runs into the court and straight across the middle again, although the ball runs off the court on Longini's side. And Longini passes across to Santos. He's going to stay there and take the throw. And back at the left winger, Michaela Riley, who blocks the ball out of court. So 10-11 remaining, 10-17 remaining in the second half. 4-0 to Brazil. Australia need to get on the board and start putting pressure on as Alice Kingston comes across and takes the throw and nearly scores, beats Silva, but a great diving effort by Santos behind Silva stopped that ball from going into the Brazil net. That was a really good shot by Kingston.
Really good ball from Alice. She's going to see if she can try that one again. She's going to go down the line. Also a good ball just blocked by Longini on the left-hand side for Brazil. Running backwards, she's going to try and go into that gap and blocked by Jen Weston. Passed off back to Alice Kingston from the right-hand post. Blocked by Silva. That's straight over the tee, that one.
Chased by Santos as the ball's dropped into her. She's trying to find it and the goal judge helps her out a little bit. Santos up the court to Big Mac and blocked out by Michaela Riley, the number 4 for Australia. And that's how many goals Australia need, 4, as that's how much they trail by. As Kingston has the ball now from the left-hand side. She runs the cross-court ball, gets the fingertips of Silva, but Longini is right behind her, and Longini goes back to the left side post for Brazil. She runs into the court, narrow angle into Weston, and Weston blocks with her hands and regathers. Weston now over the centre tee and runs, narrow angle, good shot, but hits the feet of Silva, who blocks in front there, and now passes the ball back to Santos, and Santos has the ball and throws it up the court quickly to avoid the 10-second penalty. Blocked by Weston and regathered by Kingston. Alice Kingston runs into the court down the right-hand side and throws down the line to Longini, and Longini gathers.
It was a bit of an unfortunate miss that Australia could have taken advantage of Silva being lost for a second there. But Longini's thrown down to Jen Weston and a good block out. Going to be dropped back into Michaela Riley on the left wing for Australia, number 4.
So Big Mac runs down the line and narrow angle in, a nice angle. Gets the feet and nearly flicks over Santos, but she pushes it across the court to Longini and timeout Brazil. So 8:40 to go in the second half, 4-0 to Brazil. What can Australia do?
Well, they're definitely putting the pressure on a little bit more in this second half, just not quite enough to get those goals through. I think Alice Kingston had a really good ball there when she hooked it back into that gap. Trying to get it around the centre is the best option because Silva's just really covering.
You can tell Brazil is a professional team. Australia started to get the upper hand there, put some pressure on Brazil, and straight away timeout Brazil. Takes away all that momentum and Australia have to start again.
They do manage to kind of regather themselves a little bit better than our Aussie girls. They're a bit more experienced, I think, at this point. Got some very strong throws and some strong defenders, so they're a good challenge for our Aussies.
Alright, so we're going to come back off the timeout and it's going to be Longini with the ball closest to camera as the referee tries to quiet the crowd. Longini through the legs at Weston's hands, and Weston blocks and passes to Michaela Riley. Big Mac, as she's affectionately known, throws narrow angle, but that time she gets the mid-drift of Silva and pass to Santos on the left wing for Brazil. Santos runs into the court, bounce ball, back across Weston. She kicks at it and scores through the feet of Weston past Riley.
Just kicked over Michaela Riley.
5-0 to Brazil. 8 minutes 17 remaining in the second half. And Australia need to do something here, otherwise Brazil's going to run away.
Alice Kingston with the ball from the left wing. She's going to try and throw into that gap. Good backup by Longini there. Not quite reached by Silver in the middle. Longini through the legs, bouncing shot, easily blocked by Jen Weston. Longini seems to be hitting Jen in the stomach nice and easily lately. Michaela Riley from the post. Good gap shot, blocked by Longini.
So I'd like to see Big Mac come into the court a little bit and go narrow across the body of Silver. Try and get her on the feet side or the hand side on the opposite side by Santos. Haven't seen that shot yet, and Australia need to try something different. What they're doing is not working, and that's not going to be any better from Alice Kingston, going right across the centre tee straight to Silver as Longini has the ball now 2 metres inside of the court on the right side, and she goes cross court to Kingston, who's in defence, bounce ball defence off Weston's hands. Kingston runs and throws, and again over the centre tee, making it too easy for Silver, although she has to chase that and kick it out.
Just hitting a bit too much of the centre there. We can see what Alice is trying to do, but she's not quite getting that gap. Can be dropped in with Longini on the right wing for Brazil. Backwards throw through the legs, bouncing ball, easily blocked by Jen Weston again over the centre tee and passed off to Michaela Riley, who does her spinning Brazilian throw straight into the centre.
So they just have to realise their angles, they have to talk to each other out there, know that they're hitting the centre and get some new gap angles.
Nice gap shot from Santos, blocked by Jen Weston, who's going to take it back to the centre. Throwing into the post, which was a nice throw, just blocked by Santos' hands. Santos with a spinning throw into the gap, blocked by Jen Weston's hands, passed off to Alice Kingston. It's going to go from the post.
Kingston runs into the court and she throws and gets the feet, and is that going to roll in? It runs the full length of the court and just goes out. So close. A great shot by Kingston there, hitting the feet off Santos, and the ball just travelled right across the back court line, and Longini got out of trouble there as she throws to Weston. Good shot by Australia. They need to keep putting that pressure on. And here's Kingston again from the right side. Can she repeat? She's going into the same time, but this time Silver's over with her hands and blocking well. Hands off to Longini, and Longini one-step throw right through the legs. Looked like a high ball maybe, but wasn't called. Blocked by Weston, and now into Riley. And Riley cross-court, long cross-court ball, but that's going out about the defensive line.
There's a good attempt at a cross-court from Michaela Riley there, just a little bit too far. Santos handing off to Longini. They're going to swap wings. Longini from the left side into the gap, blocked by Jen Weston, passed off to Kingston. Kingston with the ball from the post. They go a nice line ball, just blocked by Longini's hands.
So Brazil really firm now. All the luck is going their way, and they're looking strong. And Australia trying some nice things, but Jen Weston's been really extended here as the ball gets thrown straight out this time by Kingston. Weston's been extended a lot during this game to full stretch.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to draw her out and try and get into those gaps, tire her out a little bit as well, as Jen has been playing a lot of these games for the full game. Santos with the ball, throws into Riley, just popped up, goes out of court.
So 5:23 remaining in the second half, 5-0 to Brazil. Riley off the left side post and narrow gap, and Silver kicks at it but blocks it down and passes to Longini. Longini backwards through the court and through the gap, and again Weston full stretch with Kingston.
I don't know if Jen has to dive that far. I mean, Alice is behind her, blocking it up. Alice Kingston thrown straight back to Silver in the centre again, making it quite easy for Silver to block these balls at the moment. Santos from the right wing. Discus into the gap, just kicked out by Jen Weston. It was a really good block. Michaela Riley gathers the ball on the left wing.
So Big Mac with the ball now as she runs down the left side line and hooks in, but again, too much centre from the Australians. They're not finding that narrow angle from post to gap as Longini runs full stretch of the court and straight into Weston in the middle that time. Easy gather from Weston as she goes back over the back centre tee and runs up the court. Narrow hook shot and kicked out of court by Santos. Santos regathers now and runs into the court. She's a half a metre in on the right side. She comes into court, spins and throws back at the line of Big Mac, and she gets that knocked out. Passes back in as Kingston comes across, and Kingston has the ball now for Australia. She'll stay there on the left side and throw, and again straight over the centre tee.
Making it very easy for Brazil to block these balls at the moment. Longini from the left side, backwards throw, tries to go across the centre, just gets Jen Weston in the legs, passes off to Michaela Riley, who goes from the post. Riley with a good gap shot, blocked out by Silva in the middle.
So just getting their hands and feet a little bit, but then they're not going in or over. And now Santos with the ball as she runs into court and comes out and throws straight out of court on Michaela Riley's side as Kingston runs across again. And Australia need to do something different here. They're doing a substitution.
Like Michaela Riley will be coming out, and Alana Tiller, number 1 for Australia, will be coming in, most likely going to the left wing where Michaela has just come off. It'll be interesting to see if Alana can hold her own in this game, kind of handle the pressure, because it is 5-0 with 3:51 remaining, so there's a bit of pressure on these girls to at least score a couple goals.
Yep, try and put some pressure on. There's still time. We've seen 5 goals in 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So, but they're going to have to make every post a winner, and it's good experience for Alana Tiller to deal with the pressure of a final as Kingston has the ball. She runs into court, and again, Jess on the centre, making it easy for
These
Silva.
girls seem to do that when they get stressed. They just start hitting the centre constantly. So Jen Weston blocked that one nice and easily and passes off to Alana Tiller, her first throw for the final.
She needs to hurry here. Goes cross-court ball. And Longini gathers, and Longini goes back 2-3 metres inside of the court on the left-hand side. She runs, narrow angle back to Kingston, and Kingston blocks well. Kingston gathers and comes back to the right side post. And I think Alice has played pretty well since she's come on. Really tried to hit those gaps, but she's just not having any luck. Nearly scored a couple of times and been kicked off by the Brazilian defence on the line. And that time Tiller blocks from the Santos throw, and Tiller back to the corner now on the left side, and she runs in. Narrow cross, but again straight over the centre tee. Easy work for Silva. And time out for Brazil. So 2:54 remaining in the second half, and Brazil leading Australia 5-0.
We'll have to see how this substitution goes for Australia, whether it'll help them regather their thoughts a little bit or if they'll just get even more flustered, because Brazil's putting on some really good pressure at the moment. I think these girls are really out of it. Not much time left to take this back.
And Brazil mean business. They're not substituting away from their top team. The top team's there to do the job for them, and they have done that job. Longini especially has been brutal with her throwing, and Australia have tried their best, but it looks like just Brazil's a little bit classier and a little bit more experience and strength through their game here, as Longini comes off the back, and that one's out of court on Kingston's side. Kingston comes and gets ready for the throw as she runs across to the centre, and she's going to throw in between Tiller and Weston as she goes narrow to the post, and that's a good ball and pops up, but out of court that time on Santos' line. Santos with the ball now for Brazil, and time is running out. 2:41 remaining in the second half. 5-0 Brazil. Santos at Tiller's line, and nice block by Alana Tiller as it goes out of court. Let's see what Alana can do. Can she throw a gap ball or a cross court or a line ball to get inside that Brazil net? She goes narrow and kicked out by Silva, and Santos will regather as Longini comes over, and they swap wings again. Constant swapping of wings during this final. Longini throws narrow across Weston, and full stretch Weston again. Some of these blocks she's done have been really good to stop the ball from going in the net as Kingston runs in. That's a nice narrow shot and nearly gets in again, beats the centre, but just gets the feet of Santos, and Santos has made some really good saves for Brazil.
Definitely, she's a very, very good winger, backing up her centre when the centre can't quite get there, although both of the centres for Australia and Brazil have been stretching quite far. Kingston goes across from the left side straight into Silva in the centre. Good movement from Alice, just not quite getting that gap. Longini from the right side into Jen Weston. Good block, and she's going to take it back and throw.
So Weston from the middle of the court runs in back to Longini's post, but that's easy work for Daniela. And the ball is dropped in as she hands off to Santos. And Santos goes across to the other side of the court. She runs and spins and throws into the gap, and Weston across there with strong arms and blocks down Kingston with the ball now on the right side for Australia. She runs off the right side post in. Nice cross-court ball, but well-positioned Longini in that gap. Longini comes back about 2 metres inside of the court on the right side line for Brazil. Long angle throw, but again Kingston, who's played very well since she's come on, blocks that ball and trying really hard to power through those gaps. Not quite finding the right area here, is nearly a ball over, but Silva passes to Santos, and Santos gets rid of it quickly. And 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining, 5-0 to Brazil.
Ball's going to be dropped in with Alice Kingston on the right side. She's going to do a gap shot by the looks of it. Blocked by Santos, blocked out. Dropped back in. It's like Longini's going to come over and take the ball. Longini from the right side. Through the legs. And easily blocked by Jen Weston there. Passes off to Alana Tiller. See if she can get a good gap shot in. She's going to go across court, just out in front of Santos. Drop back in for the number 9 for Brazil is Monica Santos. Passed off to Longini from the left side. Just out.
So Alice Kingston has just over 30 seconds to work with here as she goes around the centre. Can Australia put in a goal? Not over the centre tee, they can't, and easy work for Silva as she hands off to Longini. So Kingston trying her best but not being able to find the gap. Actually it's Santos, and well blocked by Alana Tiller. Tiller has the ball now for Australia as she comes back to a left side post and across the centre, and again the centre tee. Australia's just hit too much middle today.
Definitely being pressured at the moment. 12 seconds left on the clock. Longini throws into the centre. Good block by Jen Weston, who's going to take the last ball of the game. And a good pass through. Blocked by Longini. And there's the buzzer.
So Brazil win their first Youth Girls World Championship by defeating Australia, the reigning champions, 5-0 in this gold medal match. Brazil just controlled this game from the start to finish.
Definitely, they put the pressure on from the first second of this game, and I think it just got to the Aussies early. The second half for the Aussies was so much better than the first, though. These girls only let one goal in the second half. Their defence was a lot better, and they almost got a few goals. Alice Kingston scoring almost, so close, but not quite.
Yeah, the Australians tried really hard. They definitely put the effort in, but Brazil were too good today. Their defence just would not allow any goals, and a great win for Brazil, their first Youth World Championships. And it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Runners-up, bronze medalists a number of times, but gold this time. And
quite a few times, but this time they definitely deserved that gold. They put on a massive challenge for these teams. Undefeated in the whole tournament, weren't they?
Yep, that's right. Yeah. So they went undefeated. Both teams shaking hands in the middle of the court. Congratulations to both teams on a well-fought final. No one disgraced here, but the better team won on the day, and Australia will really learn from this and take away. They had a rebuilding team, younger team than what we had in Budapest, and they tried so hard, and the crowd giving them a really good round of applause and cheer as they go over to the crowd. Brazil jubilant, and we'll come back with the men's or the boys' gold medal match. And there will be a really good one between Thailand, who have been the surprise of this tournament, taking on the might of Brazil again. Can Brazil go back-to-back with boys and girls? It'll be a great final. Thanks, and we'll be back soon.
Brazil. To my left is Team Thailand. To my right is Team Brazil. Team Thailand. Number 2, Tanika Shamara. Number 3, Gorti Yimur. Number 5, Ansar. Number 7, Itzana Daniela. Number 8, Bajon Roshan. Number 9, Walabat Puna. Coach Sultan Chochabal. Assistant Samchai Yalan. Team Brazil. Number 1, Brian Rego. Number 5, Al Wala. Number 6, Marcos Santos. Number 7, Lucas Torrego. Number 8, Mateus Jesus. And 1 Pedro Verde. Coach, Altamira. Assistant, Tiago Azara. And Daniel Branda. The referees for this game are Maria Intruso from Greece and Ali Al-Sani from Saudi Arabia. Good luck to both teams.
It's the last match for the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships, and we have 45 seconds to go before play begins. It is gold medal time. Go for broke between the sides of Thailand and Brazil. I'm one of your commentators for this match. I am Daniel, and hello, Fitzy.
Hello, we got the dream team to finish off the tournament here with a great game in hand as well.
Dream team for a dream match. Who will finish this with the dream result, and who will have nightmares on the plane home? We have on the right of screen the usual lineup we've seen for Thailand. Number 7, Tanyawanepong. Number 8, the centre player, Roy Pung. And number 3, the left winger, Ying Yuen. For Brazil, the boys in blue on the left of screen, top left-hand corner, is Arujo. Brian. In the middle is his brother Lucas, and wearing the number 8 jersey, Jesus, in the bottom right or bottom left hand corner of screen on that right wing. 12 minutes on the clock. We're just waiting for the referees to bounce that ball in, Fitzy.
Yes, and it's going to be a very good one here, of course. Two great teams with amazing throwing and great defense. Really, I just don't know what to expect. I'm keen to see a great game here.
If it's anything like the bronze medal between Sweden and Poland, we are definitely in for a show. And up here in the comm box, we have the best seats in the house. Ball dropped into play, and the first throw will be a bouncer from Tanyawanepong from the centre down towards number 1, Brian Arujo. From his left wing, he will come the number 1. Arujo, right-handed, cross-court ball, but only to find the centre of Roy Pung, number 8, who almost dives out of the way. Cold start for Roy Pung, pass across to Ying Yuen, 3 metres in from the left-hand side. Bounce ball from Ying Yuen into the body of Brian Arujo, who passes it to Jesus. What you going to do, Jesus? From the right wing, he bounces a ball. Bounce balls, there's no point throwing bounces at Thailand. Guess who they've been practicing against? Number 8, Roy Pung passes to number 7, Tanyawanepong, 2 metres in from the right. Bouncing ball, landing expertly just before that long ball line, but blocked out on the chest by Arujo of the Brian variety.
Ball now being bounced in on the left side for Brazil. Number 1 tries to go between the centre and right wing. Kicked off of the right wing of Thailand. He has the ball now. Number 7 on the right side for Thailand. It's on the left now for Brazil. Wings meet behind the centre. Passed off to the right wing now. Number 8 on the right side. Tries to go up the line. It's up off the Thailand left winger, but it bounces safely in front of him. He picks it up, takes it back to the left wing now. Discus ball across the centre. Centre for Brazil has it comfortably, chases it down, passes back to his left winger. Left wing tries to go for the left wing's post of Thailand, but to no avail. As the goal judge chases this one down. 10 minutes 32 remaining. Still a very long time left in this gold medal match. As the ball now with the centre for Thailand, number 7. Ball, great bounce into the body. Very tough one to take. But number 1 for Brazil on the left side has it now. Tries to force the ball over the centre. Unfortunately cannot do so as the centre of Thailand passes off to the left wing now. And it is a discus along the ground. Well stopped, blocked out by the number 1 of Brazil. Will be bounced in on the left side now. What can he do with this? Can we see the opening goal early on here? Tries to go between the centre and the right wing. To no avail, the right wing for Thailand has it now. Number 7. Discus, bit of bounce, it's out about the high ball line.
Just throwing wide of Brian Arujo, number 1 for Brazil. On that occasion, Arujo with the ball passes across to Jesus, the number 8. Jesus goes back to his post from the right-hand side. What's he going to do, Jesus? Bounce ball nearly splits the gap between Roy Pong and his left winger, number 3, Ying Yuen. But Roy Pong gets his hands on it before passing it to Ying Yuen. Throwing from 3 metres in off his left post. Ying Yuen throwing that ball wide. 9 minutes and 40 remaining in this first half. Score still tied at 0-0. Wingers meet, and the ball is still in the hands of Jesus, who gets the ball all nearly through the hands of Roy Pong, but Ying Yuen was backing right up behind him. Roy Pong collects the fracture and passes across to Tanyawanepong from 3 metres. Tanyawanepong, expert ball. bouncing off the feet dangerously of number 7, Lucas Arujo. Ball dropped in with Brian, who moves across and now throws from 3 metres off the right-hand post. Number 1, where's he going to send it? Tries to go for the gap between Roy Pung and Ying Yuen, but it's a late diving save from Roy Pung's hands that fractures the ball wide. Thailand, what are they going to do now? Ying Yuen with the ball, fracturing into, or directly into the body of Jesus, number 8, off his arms. From his post, he spins and throws. Bouncing ball into the body, late trap down by Roy Pung, and he has to chase the ball forward. The ball was deemed to have been blocked out, and he passes it nonchalantly somewhat towards the goal, but because the ball was out, it's not a goal to Brazil. The ball needs to be in play for it to count. Ying Yuen, number 3, sends the ball casually down into number 7, Lucas Arujo, who looks like he will take this ball from the right side of court, kicking Jesus out of the way, and he goes for that gap between Roy Pung and Ying Yuen, but Roy Pung gets his chest in the way, passing across to his right now with Tanya Wanepong from 3 metres in off his right post. Bouncing ball collected in the chest by Lucas Arujo, passing to his brother Brian. Brian back to his left post from 2 metres in, right-handed. He sends this one, a bouncing ball nearly ramped off the legs of Tanya Wanepong, who had his legs back just a fraction there, but he collects it on the second attempt and goes for a bounce ball back towards the legs of the brothers Arujo. This one fractured out to the left-hand side. It's now being dropped back in with Brian with 8 minutes and 22 seconds to go. Brian passing the ball across to Jesus. Jesus will throw from the back tee, spins and throws. And it's a ball back towards Tanya Wanepong's post. It's blocked out safely.
Tough one off the chest to take, but taken well. On the right wing now for Thailand. The ball will be thrown from just inside his post. Goes across the centre with a good bounce, but well taken by the number 8 right winger for Brazil. Passed across behind his centre. Now on the left side, number 1 straight up the line from Brazil. Now in the body of Thailand, number 7. Centre hops out of the way as number 7 takes from middle of court. Bounces through the gap, through centre and left wing. And it is in, the opening goal with 7 minutes 51 remaining in the first half. Thailand go up 1-0.
Bit of fun facts passed to us from our stat man, Andrew Ridley, with the computer in the corner. He's let us know, as Brazil have a timeout, that Brazil actually have the best defence out of all the sides in the boys division across their games so far. That is their 5 ball matches plus their semi-final, Fitzy. They only let in 17 goals. That's a pretty damn good effort. But here's the kicker. 7 of them came from Thailand.
Oh, that is a very thrilling stat. Keep in tune to see how this one plays out. Can it keep going from Thailand? How will this go? It is 1-0 again. The ball now is in the centre for Brazil and goes to the left wing now. Left wing hops off as the centre takes it from the left side. Bounced into the centre, passed off to the Thailand left winger now. Discus up the line, tries for the gap. But a quick return from the right winger past the centre of Thailand, but safely onto the legs of the right wing, number 7 for Thailand. Bounce into the gap where he just scored, this time kicked up off the Brazilian centre. Number 7 passes off to his left winger, number 1 now on the left side for Brazil. Tries to go across the centre, pushed across from the centre of Thailand, and a little push out there from the left wing to make sure it doesn't go in. Bounced in now on the left side for Thailand. Tries to go into the far left post. To no avail. Wings meet behind the centre. Passed off to the right now. Number 8 on the right side for Brazil. Tries to get between centre and left. And it's up and across to the right wing. Almost 1-1 here. But calmly picked up and returned by the number 7 of Thailand. Now ball on the left wing for Brazil. Number 1 goes across the centre. It is blocked out. Fractured forward on the left for Thailand now.
Fantastic.
Fecha mais, Matheus, fecha mais. Gordinho vai fazer. Boa, garoto! Vai, ela não deu. Senta bom. Matheus, tem 9, tá? Levanta 10. Referee, tem 10, tá? Posso ir embora aquela bolinha, vai pro centro, balança, volta aqui, entendeu? Faz com calma, tem 10 segundos. Vai no centro, balança, silencia a volta. Vai ser reposta aqui novamente, tá, Dani? Vai, leva pro centro, balança, volta. Beleza, gordinho, na bola esquerda desceu. Vamos pegar. Matheus, tem 6, tá? Dá um pra cá 5.
Brian Arujo throwing it into the body of Tanya Wadepong from 3 metres in on the right hand side. Bouncing ball from Tanya Wadepong. Close to the long ball line on this occasion, but legal. Ball with Lucas Arujo, the number 7 for Brazil. Spins and throws, and he has a go at a bounce ball, and it's kicked away, interestingly, by Roy Pong, who passes it back to Tanya Wadepong. Tanya Wadepong, bounce ball, discus that dies in the end, but it's collected by Brian Arujo, passing across to Jesus. They're going to throw from the back tee, kicking Lucas out of the way. Brian Arujo trying to go for Tanya Wadepong's post on the right side, but it's wide. Ball dropped in with 1 minute 27 seconds to go in this half. Tanya Wadepong passing across to Chen Merem, who moves back across to the left side of goals to throw. He lines up from 2 minutes off his post. Bounce ball from Chen Merem into the body of Lucas Arujo, the centre for Brazil, passing across to his right in the hands of Jesus. Jesus, what you gonna do? Spins, bounce ball, misses. Roy Pong, who went the wrong way, but Tanya Wadepong is there. Number 7 from 3 metres in, bouncing ball, trying to find the post of Brian Arujo, who slides his chest into the way comfortably and knocks that one down. Brian Arujo from the centre, right-hander, going to try and find the gap between Roy Pong and Chen Merem. Nearly does, and Chen Merem just flicks it wide on a second attempt after the first initial block. We're down to 50.9 seconds to go in this first half. Chen Merem, discus ball, hit into the body of Brian Arujo, who chases forward and collects and passes to Jesus. Jesus races back to his side of the court. Watch out for the 10 seconds. Jesus from the right-hand side. We have a stoppage in play. It is a timeout, and that would be the 10-second saver, Fitzy.
37.6 seconds remaining. Score 2-1 to Brazil. Dan, what do you think the message is in this?
As soon as they say play, throw the ball.
Of course, that will be taken to heart as both teams in there trying to last out through the half. Can Thailand get one back before that half-time bell? Can Brazil get another goal buffer up? What will happen? What will we take you into at half-time here as the timeout is over? The ball is on the right side for Brazil now. Number 8. And it's a premature throw, just a little pass out there, nonchalantly, as calm and cool as you like. Ball will be bounced in on the left side now for Thailand. as the clock is still going. They've just stopped it there. We'll get a little bit of official clarification.
We had an issue like this yesterday, actually a couple of days earlier in the tournament, might have been day 1 or day 2, where the clock ran down when it wasn't supposed to. And they tried to, what they might do is they'll leave the scoreboard as we see it, as it is at 26 seconds, and just start up a second stopwatch, because the only way to get that scoreboard up is in minute increments. So they're just going to run it down. Well, they're going to try and figure out if they can put it back up. If all else fails, they'll just get a second stopwatch. We've seen them do on a previous day where the scoreboard read 0 in terms of time remaining, and they just got the 10-second timer to honk the pig used for... Well, that's why you have a backup game timer. In all the official tournaments, there's always a game timer and a backup game timer, particularly in finals. Goalball is one of the most over-officiated sports. You have 4 goal judges, 2 referees, 2 10-second timers, a scorer, a timekeeper, and a backup timekeeper. 11 officials just for the 6 athletes on the court. All the teams are standing around waiting to go, and we're waiting to see that clock is reading at... there we go. It's down to 19.3 seconds. It needs to get up to 37 though. And it's continuing on its way down. They're just going to run the clock down to 0 and then run that stopwatch is my tip, Fitzy.
They've just reset the whole clock. As you see, it says 20 minutes, but I don't believe I've ever known a goalball game to go that long. Now down to 12 minutes. We'll maybe we'll see a whole game restart here. I'm not sure, ladies and gentlemen, but the score's 2-1. I'd love to see that. As you can see on the scoreboard, it says 0-0 right now. I honestly would love to see this game restarted. That would just tickle my fancy. That would be lovely. As all players get a rest right now, it looks like they will just be running the clock down here. I believe we only had about 30 seconds till half time. About 37 seconds till half time, and what's a good final without a little bit of controversy? There's always a good thing going on.
Well, Brazil did want a timeout, but I suspect they didn't want a timeout quite this extensive or long. Annoyingly, the official timeout has ended, so the coaches have to stay on their benches, but there's no reason why the players on the court can't run across to the coaches and sit in there and have a chat as we still tick down. We are manually ticking down the clock to try and reach it back to 37 seconds. Now, I was in the crowd when this happened during a match during their pool games, and I mockingly said to the person next to me, gee, wouldn't it be funny if they got past the time they were supposed to stop the clock at and we had to do it all over again? You know what happened? They forgot to stop the clock and we had to do it all over again. There was only about 4 or 5 seconds left on the clock on that occasion. This is the longest 37.5 seconds to go. That's all right. We're down to 50 seconds exactly. So hopefully the person on the timer doesn't lose concentration. 45 seconds to go. We're getting close to that point. We're going to count it down. 42, 1. Oh no, they're stopping it on 40. No, they've resumed at 40, 39, 38. 38.1, 37, stop it! Yay! We're on 37.3 seconds. Close enough, if not good enough. Hopefully the goal judge will drop the ball in and we can continue. The referee is checking with the coaches. Are you guys happy? Is 37.3 seconds correct enough for you? Yes, for gosh sakes, let's just go through to half time. What a rest we've had here. Score is still 2-1, but will that change as Tanya Wanipong throws an amazing bounce ball into the arms, though collected by number 7, Lucas Arujo. Passes to his brother. What's he going to do? Throws it into Roy Pong with 20 seconds to go. Roy Pong across to Tanya Wanipong from 3 metres in off that right-hand side. Tanya Wanipong bounce balls into Lucas Arujo. Don't tell me we have another stoppage. What is this one for? Just having a quick scan of things. Must be an equipment check of some description. Oh, the score was 0-0. It's 1. Well, we knew it was 1-2. We could have told you that. I'm sure they could have fixed that at half time with 10.3 seconds to go. Ball is being thrown by Jesus on the right wing. Bouncing ball. It stays at 1-2 for the moment as Roy Pong passes to Ying Yuen. No more time left in this half, so they took the time to readjust the scoreboard. It hasn't changed since the world's longest 37 seconds. We go into half time with a 3-minute break after having about a 5-minute break in the middle of that last half. 2-1. What are your thoughts, Fitzy?
Of course, we saw in the bronze medal match for the boys, it was a goal fest, and that was amazing to watch. But this one is truly a defensive masterclass, and I am very interested to see how this comes out in the second half. But you know what halftime is always good for? A rest for the players, and it's always a good time to shout out to our sponsors. So just a little thank you, especially from IBSA. We wouldn't be able to do this here without them. Goalfix, supplying the eye shades. That's amazing. We wouldn't be able to do this without that either. That's, of course, a good venue is always needed. And thank you to Penrith Valley Region Sports Centre. It's a lovely centre around here. One of my favourites, if I've got to say. New South Wales Government. Of course, everyone needs a good old government. Penrith City Council comes under that. Lovely, thank you for having us out here. A Ford for the transport, getting us to and from the lovely centre that we have been playing at. Vision Australia, helping our Australian athletes through their lives. Blind Sports Australia, of course. And Blind Sports New South Wales, the home governing blind body of this state that we come to you in as. That's a lovely way to go over the halftime, isn't it, Dan?
Well, you've gone a bit too quick there. We still got another 90 seconds of filler to go. Well, we're down to 1 minute and 8, but who knows, with a bit of luck, maybe they might have to stop the scoreboard and reset it again for us. The scores, though, I can report: read 1 to Thailand, 2 to Brazil. Looking at the lineups at the on court, we have number 8 in the centre, getting his eye shades checked by the referee, Roy Pung. I can't quite make out the number of the left winger in the top left-hand corner of screen as you look at it at home, but guess who's still on the court? Of course, it's number 7 on the right wing, Tanyawade Pong. Number 2 is the left winger for Thailand, so we're still seeing Shem Marem remain on the court, Ying Yuen still on the bench. Down the far end of Brazil, on the right of screen in the blue and yellow, number 8, Jesus. Number 7, Lucas Arujo, and I'm tipping that's his brother on the left wing, number 1, Brian Arujo. Will confirm the name and number, though, when we get a chance to see it. As we wind down for the last final 10 seconds before we start this match, you did some shout-outs yesterday, so I'm going to be unprofessional and throwing in myself. Salam Bonamak. He knows who that's directed to. We are awaiting to see what will happen next. 2 goals to Brazil, 1 goal to Thailand. Brazil have been amazing at nullifying the bounce of Tanya Wanepong, and Thailand have had lapses in their defense between Roy Pung and the left winger. Doesn't matter if that left winger was Yin Yueng number 3 or Chen Marem number 2. There's been gaps between Roy Pung and that left-hand side. What will happen in the next lot of 12 minutes? In the bronze medal match, I thought Poland was home with the bronze. They certainly had one hand on it. And then Sweden came out of nowhere, clenching defeat out of the jaws of victory in terms of the Polish point of view. Ball being dropped in by the referee. We're just waiting for the last few moments. 12 minutes on the clock. That is confirmed. Introductions are being completed. Referee moves towards Brazil to pass the ball in, and we're underway for the final 12 minutes of the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. Jesus starts us off with a ball in between Roy Pung and Ying Yuen. That gap I spoke about just before. Roy Pung doing the chasing and collecting it, and it's being thrown front on by number 7, Tanya Wanepong. Tanya Wanepong throwing the ball into the middle of Lucas Arujo. Passes to his brother Brian from the left side. 2 meters in. Goes again, trying to find the gap between Roy Pung and Chen Marem. No, sorry, it's number 3. It is Ying Yuen who's back onto the court. So there was a half-time substitution there. Ying Yuen being the left winger. Ying Yuen throws it into the middle Lucas Arujo passes across to Jesus, who goes for the body of Ying Yuen on the left for Thailand. Ying Yuen from his post comes in, spins and bounces, and he looks to try and get it over Lucas Arujo, who's equal to it. Arujo passes to brother Arujo. Brian from 1.5 metres in, he throws right-handed down towards the body of Roy Pong. Roy Pong across to Tanya Wadipong, the number 7 from 3 metres in, off to the right. Tanya Wadipong sends the ball almost under the armpit of Brian Arujo, who didn't get his arms in the way, and he manages to punch it off to the side. Oh, lucky break for Brazil there as the ball's dropped in, and Arujo passes it to Jesus, who runs from the right-hand side and throws the ball down the line into Ying Yuen. Ying Yuen, number 3 for Thailand with the ball, spins and throws, and it's a cross-court ball blocked out again by Arujo's hands, the number 1, Brian, for Brazil.
As time counts down, the pressure builds up. Both teams, most tense game of their season so far. Ball on the left side for Thailand, comes into the centre. For Brazil, rather, sorry. Off the number 8 in centre for Thailand, pushed on to the left wing. Now, Thailand with the ball on the left side. A little bit of discus, pushed off the centre of Brazil, but well caught, pushed onto his right winger, number 8 now. And tries in the gap between centre and left wing. Left wing has it now, number 3 for Thailand. Bouncing discus there. On to the right wing for Brazil. And we have an eye shades check for Thailand. A little bit of a rest here for all the players out there, as Brazil coaches let their players know what the updated plan is. Ball is on the right side here for Brazil. Ball goes, tries for the gap between centre and left wing. Centre has it well, gets it, passes to the right. Number 7, right wing for Thailand now. Bouncing, huge bounce. Oh, and it's off the body of the left wing and in! It is. On the right wing, goes a bit of a discus, tries for centre and left wing. Centre has it well, passed off to the right side. Can another goal come from this? Number 7 from Thailand, goes for the same gap, well kicked by the Brazilian centre, and it is blocked out. Will be dropped in now on the left side for Brazil. Number 1 goes across the centre, tries for the left post, blocked forward by the Thailand left winger, number 3. On the goal now, goes between the centre and the right wing. Centre has it well on their hands. Boy, that looks like it would have stung. The centre has it for Brazil now. Tries to go between the right and centre. Right has great backup. Number 7 now. He has goals in him. Can he get one now? Body of centre has it well blocked. Boy, I am glad I'm not out there right now. Both teams fantastic. On the right wing for Brazil now, up the line. Left wing has a quick return, and it's well trapped by the hands of the Brazilian number 8 right winger. Wingers meet behind the centre. The left wing comes across, takes it from the right, into the body of the left wing from Thailand, number 3. Takes his time, lines up, goes across court into the sitting, waiting body of the left wing from Brazil. Wingers meet again behind the centre. Passes off to the right, goes up the line into the number 3 now for Thailand. Passes off to his number 7. Tries for that post, and it's well weighted, well timed, well blocked out.
Fantastic balls from the Brazilians and from the Thais as well, but even better defense from Brazil, really trying to nullify the act of Tanya Wanepong. Brazil with the cross-court ball, fractured off the feet of Ying Yuen, collected by Roy Pong, back to Ying Yuen, off his hands rather. Ying Yuen now with the ball from 2 meters in, bounces the ball down into Jesus, who calmly traps and cleanly traps. They're definitely trying to keep the ball away from Tanya Wanepong. Jesus, line ball, blocked out and wide, so I suspect, yep, there comes Tanya Wanepong. He's like, give me that ball, mate. I got some goals to throw. Tanya Wanepong from the left side, bounce ball down the line, blocked out off the hands of Jesus. Jesus, 7 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Scores are still tied at 2-2. That ball is being dropped in by Blind Sports Australia President Matt Clayton. Good job, Matt. Ball in the left now with Brian Arujo. Cross-court ball, trying to find that gap between Lucas Arujo and between Roy Pong and Ying Yuen. I'm getting too excited because Brian Arujo scores! And Brazil go up 3-2. Brazil back in the lead. Brazil have either been in the lead or tied. Thailand are yet to find a way forward outside of just managing to catch up. Time out called for Thailand. 7 minutes and 4 seconds remaining. Oh my gosh, Fitzy. Lots to happen, lots to play for.
I'll tell you, I've been commentating sitting down for a lot of these games, but I am well on the edge right now. I am right up against the glass. Still 7 minutes, 4 seconds remaining. 3-2 to Brazil. The game gets better and better as it goes, as Daniel jumps in my seat. I am standing, as I am sure the viewers are right now, as Thailand with the ball in the centre. Number 7 has it. Oh, I am shaking, ladies and gentlemen. This is brilliant so far.
Fitzy, the reason I took your seat was because, and I'm sitting down, is because I can't stand the tension. Ball dropped in with Brazil. Number 8, Jesus with the ball from 3 meters in. What's he going to do? He spins and throws. It's going to be collected easily by Roy Pong. Roy Pong passes across to his right with Tanya Wanepong. Tanya Wanepong 3 meters in from the right post. It's that trademark bouncing ball. Kicked over the top. His top hand of Lucas Arujo couldn't stop it, but Jesus was backing up and bashes it back into Lucas Arujo. How that ball didn't go in the goals, I don't know. Lucas Arujo firing the ball through the hands of Roy Pong. It's now with Ying Yuen on the left. Ying Yuen going back for that gap, trapped on the very tippy toes of Lucas Arujo. And even though he stopped the ball with his feet, he wants an eye shades check. Number 7, Lucas Arujo. That's probably as a result of the previous three-way clash between him, his brother Brian, and Jesus, as they try desperately to keep their lead of 3-2.
We've got it all so far. Goals back and forward, great defense, and of course some scoreboard controversy. But now the ball will be bounced in on the left side for Brazil. Ball now with the left winger, goes behind his centre, thinks, no, that's not the spot, I'm going back to my wing, goes into the centre for Thailand, kicked up, but it's well stopped by the number 7, the right wing for Thailand. Ball in the centre now, big, glorious bouncing ball through the middle, and it's in! It's a goal for Thailand! It's lovely! It is 3-3! Back and forward, 6 minutes, 8 seconds left. It is a beautiful game so far. Ball on the right for Brazil. Number 8 tries to go through the gap between centre and left wing to no avail. Number 3, left wing, has it now for Thailand. Goes straight back to the right winger of Brazil. Says, I'll take that, thank you very much, and I'll pass it off to my friend winger here. Number 1 for Brazil. Stopped by the hands of number 8, the centre for Thailand. Pass it off to number 7, right winger now. Tries to go in the gap of the post! It's not in! It's pushed forward off the post, and it's well taken by the Brazil number 1 left winger. Ball into the centre now for Thailand. Passed off to the right. The number 7 goes into the centre. I am glad I am watching here. Ball bounced into the centre. Well stopped on the body. Passed off to the right wing, number 8. He'll take it from the middle of the court. Goes off the centre, but comfortably into the right wing, number 7 for Thailand. He takes it. Going through his mind now to throw. Oh, and it's well stopped on the left wing by Brazil. Wingers meeting behind the centre. Passed off to the right wing now. And it's going straight up the line. Oh, stopped by the number 3. Well done by Thailand. Left wing here. Goes across the centre, off the feet, pushed forward, blocked out. Lovely little kick there. Will be bounced in on the left side for Brazil.
Fitzy, I don't know how you can stand this. Oh, that's right, I took your chair. Ball with the left winger. Brian Aruho throws a cross-court ball into the body of Ying Yuen. Ying Yuen left side of the goals for Thailand. He turns and spins and throws a bouncing ball into the body of Jesus, who blocks it forward. Still scores are tied at 3-3 as that clock ticks down. Jesus, what you gonna do? Line ball into the body of Ying Yuen. Ying Yuen stops it, and we know Ying Yuen is gonna throw it. Cross-court bouncing ball into the feet and the legs of Aruho of the Lucas variety. Passes to his brother Brian from 3 meters in. Brian, cross-court ball. They're really trying to keep that ball away from the body of Tanya Wanepong, and that ball goes through the hands of Roy Pong, and Ying Yuen can't help to back it up, and the score goes back in favour of Brazil. 4-3 with 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Don't you dare go anywhere, because this game is far from over. Thailand are yet to be in the lead, but who knows? Could this be a golden goal extra time? Could it be one of those games? Ball thrown from Tanya Wanepong into the body of Jesus. Jesus passes across to the centre. Number 7, Lucas Aruho going back towards Ying Yuen. The Brazils are definitely keeping that ball away from Tanya Wanepong as much as they can. Ying Yuen back towards number 8, Jesus, who runs the ball across calmly to Lucas. No, not Lucas, his brother Brian. Brian, right-handed, bouncing ball back between Roy Pong and Ying Yuen. Roy Pong gathers calmly, and guess who he passes it to since he has the chance? 3 meters from the right post, Tanya Wanepong. What's he going to do? Bouncing ball towards the post, dangerously blocked away by Brian Aruho off that left post.
Pushed out now, will be bounced in on the left side for Brazil. 3 minutes, 24 seconds remaining. 4-3 in favour of Brazil. Ball on the left wing now. Number 1 goes across the centre. In number 8 now, passed to the left wing. Number 3, he wants to take this throw from the middle of the court. Tries to go into the right wing of Brazil to no avail. Number 8 now has it on his post. Will try to go right up the line. Well trapped on the body by number 3. Number 7 comes across, says, I want this. I want to pick the gap. He goes across the centre. Kicked forward off the left wing into the body of the centre. Oh, what a game we have so far. Bounced forward, almost in the gap for Thailand. Quick return by the left wing into the right wing now for Brazil. Number 8 has it on his post. Tries to go into the post, well trapped on the hands. That looked like a tough one to take, but he made it look easy, as it is a timeout now for Thailand. 2 minutes, 33 remaining. Score 4-3 in favour of Brazil.
Just a guess, but I reckon the instructions coming from the Thai coach will be plain and simple. If you get the ball and your name is not Tanya Wanepong and your jersey is not the number 7, you're passing that ball to Tanya Wanepong, because he is the bounce man. He is the one that Brazil have the most trouble with stopping. 3 goals to Thailand, 4 goals to Brazil, 2 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. I think we're going to see every timeout and every substitution opportunity taken by Thailand to stop the clock, to give Tanya Wanepong the last chances to even up the scores and perhaps even get in front. Tanya Wanepong from the left side, bouncing ball, bounces just on that long ball line. If he pushes too hard, it'll be penalties. Brazil, Jesus, what you gonna do? Bounces the ball into Roy Pong. Roy Pong from the middle easily traps and passes to Tanya Wanepong, the number 7 from the right wing. Bounce, over the legs and in! It's in! The scores are level! It is 4-4. Thailand, Brazil locked in a dead heat with 2 minutes 11 seconds to go.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. We have definitely left the best till last right now. Back and forward, goal after goal. This is beautiful as a timeout is called by Brazil. This is amazing. We're going to need to call an ambulance for Daniel Pritchard and I. We are well off our chairs. This is tense, ladies and gentlemen. But we are glad we are the ones calling it for you here as the coaches make their way off of court. The message, is it to calm down or is it let's go for this? Let's push. What is being said, Dan?
Well, the message, I think, from the Brazilian coaches is just as plain and simple as the message from the Thai coaches. I reckon the Brazilians are saying, whatever you do, keep that ball away from number 7, Tanya Wanepong. The ball is very to the hands of Jesus, who is opposite Ying Yuen, so it's a good start. Jesus fires the ball into Ying Yuen, so they're successful so far with what I suspect their plan is. Ying Yuen will not pass the ball, will throw it himself. It's a bouncing ball down the line and blocked out by Jesus. Good line ball, but it's not quite the same firepower as the man to his left.
Ball bounced in on the right side now for Brazil as we have a little time out here. It's a nice shades check. I do shoelaces. This is a way to calm us down up here in the commentary box with a little time out for a little bit of shoelaces there. And both teams to calm the mood here. A minute 57 remaining. Score is 4-4. The ball now on the left side for Brazil. Tries to go across the centre. Stopped by the Thai centre number 8. Passed off to his number 7, who will take it from the centre of his goal. Well blocked by the Brazilian centre. Chases it down. Passes off to his left wing, number 1. Tries to go cross court. Pushed out off the hands of the Thailand centre. And number 7 comes across. He wants this one. He wants to push his country forward to this win. Well stopped in the gap by the centre of Brazil. Passed off to the number 8. A lot of sharing happening between the Brazilian team. Past the centre of Thailand, but well covered by the number 7 as the centre passes back to the number 7. 1:12 remaining. Almost in the gap between the centre and left wing of Brazil. Well covered up. Great teamwork there. The number 1 has it for Brazil in the centre. It's kicked off of the centre and just out around the right wing line. Ball bounced in, exactly a minute remaining. Scores 4-4. Number 7 now for Thailand. Goes bounce straight up the court. Well weighted. Great defence by the Brazilian centre. Passed off to his right wing. Number 8. Tries to go up the line. It's a good ball. Well stopped on the body. Number 3. Let's see what he can produce here. Tries to go for the gap between centre and right wing. Well stopped in the body as the wingers meet. The left wing comes across. Says, I want to try throwing down this way. As he does. Ball stopped by the left wing, number 3 of Thailand. As he passes off to his number 7. 23 seconds remaining. Ball bounced. It's off the post and out. Off the post and out. Bounces over the left wing of Brazil. So close. 19.9 remaining. Still 4-4. That would have changed everything. As the ball now on the right wing for Brazil goes down the line. Well stopped on the body of number 3. 10 remaining. Number 3 for Thailand goes into the centre, blocked out on the defensive line. 3.7 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Score is 4-4. I could not have made this up better for you. The number 8 takes it. Surely the last throw, stopped by the centre of Thailand. That is the game. 4-4. That is the game.
That is not the game. That is not the game. That is the end of normal time.
I'm too excited.
We could not have written a better Hollywood ending, because although the 2 12-minute halves are over, it's a gold medal match. There has to be a result. We can't end with a tie. What happens now is we have to go into Extra time.
Little bit of golden goal, ladies and gentlemen.
Golden goal, extra time. What happens in this scenario, Fitzy, and for all those listening and watching on Facebook Live or YouTube, is that there will be another two lots of 3-minute halves. They will play for 3 minutes. They will change over. They will play for another 3 minutes. But if a team scores, that is it. The first goal is the last goal, and they will be the winners of the gold medal match for 2019 Goalball Youth World Championships. The score will be 5-4 if something is done about this in the extra time. However, these teams have had some fantastic defense. If the deadlock can't be broken in the 2-3-minute halves, we go to a penalty shootout. Football or soccer style. We have one-on-one defending those 9-metre wide goals, and in this match so far we have not seen a single penalty, so the boys from both Brazil and Thailand won't be used to doing the penalty shootouts, and I'm not even sure that we've seen Tanya Wanepong the 7 for Thailand throw a flat ball.
We have definitely saved the best for last here as coaches, saying to their teams, we need every last bit of energy here. Your strongest throws, your best defense. Both teams want this gold. A silver isn't bad, but it's not quite as good.
It's not gold.
Both teams here, of course, Brazil did take out the youth girls gold. Can the boys take it out as well? 2 minutes 20 remaining for these teams before they come to the most tense part.
The men are the champions. They won in Malma last year. So the men have the gold medal. The under-19 women have the gold medal. Can Brazil in the male youth division, can they get a gold medal? Or will Thailand take that home and say Kopkun Cup for the medal, Brazil? Or will Brazil be saying gracias, Thailand? Good game all round as we're into 1 minute and 48 seconds to go. It's been such a long game. Fitzy, I've forgotten who's helped us to make this event possible.
I was just going to say this game is tense, but you know what helps calm me down? Thinking about the sponsors. Of course, we are brought to you by IBSA. Goal Fix for producing these beautiful, beautiful eye shades. Penrith Valley Regional Centre. I'm sorry, my hand is shaking. I am tense right now, ladies and gentlemen. New South Wales Government, Penrith City Council, afford for providing the amazing vans to get us to and from these lovely venues. Vision Australia, Blind Sports Australia, and Goalball Australia. And also, last but definitely not least, Blind Sports New South Wales. Those are the beautiful number one in our hearts people and companies, organisations that just help this whole week run so smoothly. As we have 40 seconds remaining, I'm trying to calm you all down here, ladies and gentlemen, just so I can knock you off your seats with the amazing golden goal we have to bring to you. 25 seconds, pressure builds.
This, even though we're in a changeover period and we're just waiting for that clock to run down to 0 to watch the first half of Golden Goal Extra Time, we're going to see 3 minutes, hopefully 3 minutes put on the clock, and not anything more or less. But I tell you what, this is more intense than camping. We're waiting for that ball to be dropped in. I think a second coin toss would have had to have been done to determine who will start this half with the ball. Looking at the way that the Thai team are all set down in their defense positions and Brazil are all standing up, I'd say Brazil will start off the first half of extra time with the ball. Number 8 on the right wing, number 7 in the middle, and number 1 on the left. So it's the same lineup. Jesus and the brothers Arujo. Lucas in the middle, who's receiving the ball, and Brian to his left. Lucas is going to take the first throw and possibly the last throw of the 2019 IBSA Goalball World Youth Championships. Right-handed, he spins and throws, and he goes towards the body of Tanya Warepong. It's blocked safely by Tanya Warepong, who kicks Roy Pung out of the way. Tanya Warepong, the number 7, bouncing ball, looking for the post, but throws it wide. A lost opportunity. 2 minutes and 41 seconds to go of golden goal extra time.
As the goal judge plays it in on the left wing now for Brazil, passed off to the right wing now, takes it back to his post. Number 8, can he score this goal to end it? It's off the centre, kicked forward though, and it is blocked out, as almost a little run in between the centre and referee, just saying, hey, how's your day going? Great reffing so far. Ball will be bounced in on the right side. Number 7, the fierce man himself. Where will he go? Centre says, I've got you this time, and blocks it out. The ball now bounced in on the left wing for Brazil. Just comes inside his wing line. Will go across the centre. Well blocked off the body, as he says, here you go, my good friend, right wing. Have this ball. See if you can win us a gold medal with this throw. Good bounce into the body of the left winger. Well defended. Passed off to his right winger now. Number 8 has it for Brazil on his post. Goes straight up the line. Well blocked by the number 3. Perhaps maybe an unsung hero for this Thailand team. Great defense so far, as he takes a little discus throw back up the line at his opposite, number 8, as the right wing passes to the left wing for Brazil. Left wing says, I want to throw from the right, as he does. Centre has it for Thailand. Passes off to number 7, right wing. 1 minute 40 remaining in this first half of golden goal, as it's a break there for Brazil, as that one is thrown out around the Brazilian high ball line. Ball bounced in on the left side for Brazil, passed into the centre. Centers taking it from the right, tries to hit through the centre and left wing to no avail. Passed off to the right, number 7. He wants to throw from the middle. All gaps are his. As it's kicked in, it's in. Thailand win. Number 7 finishes this game off. A minute 21. It is over. 5-4. Thailand are your youth boys world champions. 2019, and the Thai team run onto the court. That bounce ball from number 7, Tanya Warepong, it's just unstoppable, and it proved too much for Brazil in this first half of extra time. Congratulations, Thailand. Congratulations to all the competitors of this year's competition. That last ball coming from Tanya Warepong from the back tee. He bounced it once, twice, and straight into the top leg of the Arujo brothers. It was Lucas who got it and kicked it up over the top of his brother Brian and into the back of the net. But Lucas had to do something. He had to try and knock it down, and unfortunately for him, the ball has gone into the goals. Listen to that Thai team celebrate. I dare say this is their debut in World Youth Goalball. And I tell you what, to come home from your debut with a gold medal, that's going to be something special. Watch out for the Thai team in years to come, as Tanya Warepong and his crew of Ying Yueng, Roy Pung, Chen Merem, and we'll get the final names for you who've been on the bench, progress from youth into men. And commiserations. What an incredible fight from Brazil, Fitzy. Nothing but respect to both teams out there. They put on one hell of a game, and I and Pritchard are both more than grateful to have called that one. Absolutely amazing scenes. I would have loved a penalty shootout, but I'm sure Thailand will take that win in golden goal. Nothing to say here, ladies and gentlemen. That was Goalball at its best. You will not see it anywhere better anywhere else.
That is a match you will need to save in your feeds and bookmark so you can come back and watch again, because you will not believe your eyes the second, third or fourth viewing. What a game. Congratulations, Thailand. Wow, Brazil, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do it, but that's a good, solid fight. Well done to number 8, Jesus, number 7 and 1, the Arujo brothers, Lucas and Brian, and to the rest of their crew. Brazil what a team they had. Velez is in there as one of their players, along with Bernardo and Santos. Eduardo, sorry. So congratulations, Thailand, commiserations, Brazil. Just to wrap things up for you, Fitzy, I'll give you the full list of the teams as they finished here in 2019. We'll start off with the women going from 6th to 1st. So interesting times. Interesting times we have from the events today, because Thailand won a gold medal, but then it might have ended with a tie, but ties ended on top. Fantastic banter from the messages we're getting into the commentary box. So, for interesting reading here, because Thailand have won a gold medal in the boys division, but the girls in a bit more development. The girls placing 6th out of the 6 sides in this competition. 5th place was the girls of Deutschland, Germany in 5th place. That was 5th place. Germany was in 5th place. In 4th place, lucking out against Great Britain was our team from South Korea. Great Britain winning the bronze, and in 2nd place, winning the silver, was the Aussie Glow, the Australians. They weren't able to back up their effort from 2 years ago in Budapest when they took home gold. But your gold medal champions in 2019 in the women's division of this world competition for athletes 19 years and under was Brazil. Wrapping out the men's competition, we had in 6th place the Australians. In 5th, they were beaten by Korea. In 4th place, just missing out on a medal in a very close contested match. Rivaling the intensity of this match we saw was Polska, the men of Poland, the boys of Poland, which means Sweden took home the bronze, Brazil took home silver, and what style but Thailand with the gold.
Just the legs there of Thailand were enough to go forward and win that one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us through this week of amazing goalball. We would not have been doing this without all you amazing listeners. Thank you all so very much for listening. We hope you have enjoyed. And good night.